the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726 Casino Tycoon. Master Du, you're joking, Shen Fei whispered back at Du Fuyi's provocative words. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Although Du Fuyi's Jianghui army was not favored by many major forces, they had to admit that Du Fuyi was currently very powerful. Most importantly, his supreme martial arts skills made Shen Fei, who currently had no other experts around him, very wary. This is no joke. I remember Li Mi had already taken action against Zhirang. I think I told you before, my military advisor Shen. Why didn't you inform Li Mi that his self-proclaimed conspiracy had been exposed, so that he could take action against Zhirang in advance? Just as Du Fuyi was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out from the second floor, interrupting him. The person who suddenly appeared was naturally Shen Fei. Xiang Yushin and his father Xiang Gui were here. This was a rare opportunity. Brother Shen, Kaozhong and Su Xiling exclaimed with surprise as they watched Shen Fei slowly descend the stairs from the second floor. They exchanged glances, their faces etched with surprise. You're calling me so affectionately, aren't you trying to get me to save you? To Kaozhong and Su Xiling, whether it was Shen Fei, Du Fuyi, or even the Peng Liang Society and the Bailing Gang, they all harbored ill will. Only Shen Fei, whom they had met before, held no particular grudge. After all, their greatest asset, the Yanggong treasure, was already his. Brother Shen, you're joking. Isn't it like 3 winters apart? Kaozhong greeted Shen Fei with a smile. It's like 3 autumns apart. Su Xiling, standing beside them, immediately corrected Kaozhong in a low voice. During their time as thugs in Yangzhou, they had eavesdropped on the teachers at the private school, but Kaozhong was clearly inferior to Su Xiling in academics. Don't 3 autumns and 3 winters mean the same thing? If so, why not say a day apart feels like 3 winters apart? Kaozhong's words startled everyone present who understood his meaning. Some wanted to retort, but for a moment, they couldn't find an excuse. Look, they all have nothing to say. It shows that the words of the ancients aren't always right. While Kaozhong's words were a bit far-fetched, he couldn't be wrong. Okay, since you call me Big Brother, I can still help with this little favor. My military advisor Shen, can you please release my 2 little brothers? Shen Fei's men had surrounded Kaozhong and Su Xiling, requiring Shen Fei's permission to leave. I'm not yours, Shen Fei said, but after a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, signaling his men to let Kaozhong and Su Xiling leave. Seeing Shen Fei's men move aside, Kaozhong and the other man quickly headed towards Shen Fei. Fearing Du Fuyi, they had to go around him from a different side, away from him. Du Fuyi watched Kaozhong and Su Xiling approach Shen Fei, then cast a quizzical glance at Shen Fei before his gaze shifted to Shen Fei. Du Fuyi knew Shen Fei's identity intimately. He believed she already knew that Kaozhong and Su Xiling possessed the secret to Yanggong's treasure. Given the circumstances, the fact that she released them based on Shen Fei's words was truly thought-provoking. Shen Fei had made a mistake. He assumed Kaozhong and Su Xiling's knowledge of Yanggong's treasure was already widely known. In reality, that was only true later on. Currently, only a handful of people knew the secrets of Yanggong's treasure held by Kaozhong and Su Xiling. Shen Fei hadn't known this before, otherwise, she wouldn't have let them go so easily when she'd captured them with the immortal catching net. In other words, Shen Fei's assumptions were flawed, others didn't share his clairvoyant perspective. It wasn't until later, through investigation, that the secrets surrounding Kaozhong and Su Xiling were revealed. That's when Shen Fei rushed over. Previously, Shen Fei had intended to recruit Kaozhong and Su Xiling, but since they were young and skilled in martial arts, he was simply recruiting for Li Mi. It was only a matter of time. With that useless Li Mi, you can't fully unleash your talents under him. For example, he colluded with the Turks to use Zhirang's daughter to lure Zhirang into an ambush, severely injuring him. That useless Li Mi surely didn't tell you. It's not just Li Mi, but anyone else in the world. No matter who you side with, you won't be given the opportunity to unleash your full potential. But I'm different. If you join me, I'll grant you the greatest power. I'm not like that useless person who's jealous of talented people. It's no wonder Shen Fei offered Shen Fei in such generous terms. He simply didn't have many available men. Most of the well-known figures were already taken, not to mention Shen Luan was a beautiful woman. There are many beauties in this world, but few truly possess the ability to compete for supremacy. Shen Luan stands out in this regard. Shen Fei's words instantly brought a deathly silence to the entire casino floor. Even Du Fuyi remained silent. After all, few dare to openly call Li Mi, now at the height of his power within the Wagon Army, a worthless figure. Before the Li clan entered the fray, the Wagon Army's prestige was at its peak. Shen Luan's expression was extremely complex. Partly because Shen Fei had publicly revealed Li Mi's plot against Zhai Rang in this very place, it was clear that neither Du Fuyi, the Penglian Society, nor the Balin clan would conceal this secret. Instead, they would quickly publicize it, attempting to divide the Wagon clan. While Li Mi's plot against Zhai Rang was a serious matter, it wasn't enough to scare Shen Luan. After all, Li Mi held a high reputation within the Wagon clan, and there had always been calls for him to replace Zhai Rang. The key issue was Li Mi's alliance with the Turks. In the eyes of some, this meant that Li Mi had defected to the Turks, a devastating blow to Li Mi's current situation, as it involved the Song clan. In the original novel, the Song clan had previously made an agreement with Li Mi's Wagon Army, a marriage between Song Yazi and Li Mi's son Li Xianfen, conditional on the capture of Luoyang. If Li Mi had truly achieved this and secured the support of the Song clan, he might have had a chance to unify the country. While the Li clan had the support of the Buddhist sect and Ning Daoqi, the foremost figure in the Taoist sect, they also had the demonic sect watching closely. Li Mi was no Cao Zhang, ready to abandon his vast territory. However, all this presupposed an alliance between the Song clan and Li Mi was currently in contact with the Song clan, which is why Li Mi took such a risk to personally ambush Zhai Rang. Given the Song clan's strength, Li Mi could only have equal access to Zhai Rang if he became the leader of the Wagon Army. This was the era, and the power of the aristocratic families. While most people believed the Wagon Army had a lot of advantages, some believed that only the four major families truly possessed the potential to unify the world. Li Mi naturally understood this. In fact, talented individuals generally understood this principle, otherwise, Li Jing and others would have been reluctant to join the Li family's Li Shimin. The Wagon Army was currently powerful, but once the four major families were eliminated, surpassing them would be a simple matter. The question arose, however, regarding Song Ke was a staunch adherent of Han orthodoxy. While Song did not object to ethnic integration, the main theme of this integration must be Han orthodoxy. In this situation, revealing Li Mi's allegiance to the Turks would make cooperation with the Song family difficult. Without the Song family, the Wagon Army's influence would be irrelevant. To have joined the Turks, Li Mi is truly a loser. Du Fuyi glanced at Shen Fei, then glanced at Shen Luan, a sardonic smile on his face. Don't be surprised why Du Fuyi believes Li Mi sided with the Turks, rather than collaborating with them. The reason is simple. At this time, the Turks were extremely powerful, and many of the current rebels had joined the Turks. Liang Shidu and Liu Washao, for example, were even crowned khans by the Turks. The Central Plains had always granted fiefs to foreigners, a practice often seen in later dynasties. Li Shimin, for example, favored such enfeoffment, even earning himself the title of Heavenly Khan. However, in this chaotic era, it was the Turks who bestowed fiefs upon the Central Plains rebels. This is a profound irony. But who could blame the Turks for their power? After all, even the Li family, when they first rose up, submitted to the Turks. Li Shimin later clashed with the Wishu alliance. Given the overall strength of the Central Plains, it was naturally stronger than the Turks outside the Great Wall. For example, before Yang Guang conquered Korea, the Turks wouldn't have dared to provoke the Central Plains. But the Central Plains was now in chaos, with each ruling independently. In fact, the Turkic Khan Shibi had tried to win over Zhai Rang, but was rejected by Zhai Rang. Now compared to Li Mi seemed a bit cowardly. Originally, Li Mi's plan was good. After all, these things were done in secret. As long as they were not exposed, there would be no problem, just like Li Shimin had the Wishu alliance, and later he still captured Ji Li and made him dance for him. But now that it has been exposed, it is conceivable that Li Mi will be in a state of panic. What General Manager Du said is absolutely right. So, military advisor Shen, why don't you surrender to me? Shen Fei continued Du Fuyi's words. You, very good, let's go. Shen Luan looked at Shen Fei with a complicated look. The matter had been exposed. Add to that Shen Fei's martial arts skills and Du Fui's presence, and it was obvious that it was impossible to capture Cao Zhong and Su Xiling. Wait a minute, military advisor Shen, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. If you leave now, you might regret it later. Shen Luoyan, who had been about to leave, hesitated after hearing Shen Fei's words, then sat back down at the card table. Don't be so angry. I admit I'm using a divisive strategy, but as the saying goes, all is fair in war. And the key isn't how I say it, but what Li Mi will think. Military advisor Shen, do you think Li Mi will fall for this simple divisive strategy of mine? Shen Luoyan didn't respond. You could probably imagine what Li Mi would think. On the surface, he was being very magnanimous, saying it was an enemy plot, but deep down, it was harder to say. Strictly speaking, Shen Fei's divisive strategy was an open one. It was easy to crack. Li Mi would just have to truly trust Shen Luoyan. But the question was, would he really trust Shen Luoyan? You want me to join you? What qualifications do you have to ask me to join you? Shen Luoyan was silent for a moment, then suddenly regained her composure. A pretty military advisor, indeed. Having regained her composure, Shen Luoyan immediately began to probe Shen Fei's identity. That's true. Then, let's formally introduce ourselves, Shen Fei said, putting down his pagao. His expression settling, he solemnly declared, I am Shen Fei of the Taoist Xianzong. Meet Shen, military advisor, Chief Steward Du, and the two young brothers. Shen Fei only greeted Shen Luoyan, Du Fui, Cao Zhong, and Su Xiling. As for Ren Mimi of the Penglian Society and the Xiangaishan father and son of the Bailing Gang, they showed no interest in even paying attention. Naturally, they had no complaints. Despite his name, Shen Fei's demeanor alone spoke to Shen Luoyan and Du Fui, clearly indicating he was no pushover. The Penglian clan and the Bailing clan, ranked among the 8 gangs and 10 clans, were considered colossal and formidable by most. However, for figures of Shen Luoyan and Du Fui's caliber, they simply couldn't afford to offend each other. Of course, under normal circumstances, the two sides wouldn't tear each other apart, as it wouldn't benefit anyone. Taoist Xianzong? I've never heard of such a sect in Taoism, Xiang Yushan suddenly said. Ever since the appearance of Shen Luoyan, Du Fui, and Shen Fei, the overwhelming aura had made it impossible for him to speak. Now, seizing the opportunity, he could finally speak. That's just your ignorance, your narrow-mindedness. The world is vast. The 8 gangs and 10 associations are nothing. What about the 4 great clans? Even the demon sect, Sihan Jingzhe, and the pure minds and sect are nothing more than frogs in a well. Shen Fei's expression of disregard for the world's people once again plunged the casino hall into dead silence. Those present were all well-informed and naturally well-informed about the forces Shen Fei was mentioning. After all, they weren't Cao Zhong and Su Xiling, the two of them suddenly charging in from the bottom. Their understanding was precisely what shocked them the most. These forces, especially the 4 great clans, the demon sect, Sihan Jingzhe, and the pure minds and sect, were truly top-tier powers. Not to mention the 8 gangs and 10 associations, even the current Wagangzhe couldn't compare. What nonsense. A sect you've never heard of is pretending to be so powerful. Xiangaishan had just said this when a sharp cry was heard from him. A card game card was imprinted in his right eye socket. Shut up. Do you have any right to speak here? It was naturally Shen Fei who attacked. After all, his main target today was the father and son, so his intervention was a good opportunity. How dare you? Chief Steward Du, military advisor Shen, I apologize now. Xiang Jiu couldn't help but jump to his feet as he watched his son's right eye continue to bleed blood. After all, he was one of the Bailing Gang's most skilled fighters, and with his hidden identity, it was unacceptable for someone to bully his son. Furthermore, the Kibi building where they were currently staying was Bailing Gang territory, surrounded by numerous Bailing Gang members. However, just as Xiang Jiu ordered his men to attack Shen Fei, his face suddenly turned pale. A broken piece of pagao appeared on the foreheads of the surrounding Bailing Gang members, including Xiang Jiu's 4 personal guards. In a split second, nearly 20 people in the entire casino hall were killed by a single blow. Chapter 727 Casino Tycoon, Part 2. You, Xiang Jiu, who was about to personally take action to avenge his son, froze immediately after seeing all his men in the hall fall. The other casino guards were fine. Their martial arts skills were not very good after all, so they were killed in an instant. But the key was the 4 personal guards behind him. He personally selected and trained them. Even if he took action personally, it would be impossible to kill all 4 of them in an instant. More importantly, if the 4 personal guards behind him had not fallen, he would not even know that the 4 were dead. In other words, if Shen Fei had attacked him, he would probably be dead by now. Although Xiang Gui was one of the 4 masters under the command of Yan Kang, the current leader of the Bailing Gang, he was actually the weakest martial artist. The main reason he was able to occupy the position of one of the 4 masters was due to the status of his Xiang family. Xiang Gui's original plan was to attack Shen Fei first. If the situation became chaotic, he might be able to draw Du Fuwei and Shen Luan into a joint attack. After all, Shen Fei's previous remarks had been full of sarcasm towards Li Mi, and as Li Mi's military advisor, Shen Luan must have held a deep hatred for Shen Fei. As for Du Fuwei, it was naturally Cao Zhang and Su Xiling. Xiang Gui's martial arts skills were far from impressive, but he possessed considerable foresight. The Xiang family's success wasn't solely due to martial arts. He hadn't seen the significant improvement Cao Zhang and Su Xiling would later make, but against Xiang Yushin, they still nearly failed several times before finally defeating him. Unfortunately, Shen Fei's decisive strikes thwarted his plan. Xiang Gui's martial arts skills were limited, so it was difficult for him to imagine the actions of a truly powerful individual. Even though he had connections to the demon sect, his position at the bottom meant he had never witnessed the actions of a powerful one. Xiang Gui believed that no matter how skilled Shen Fei was, he couldn't possibly outperform Du Fuwei, a master martial artist. Shen Fei's sudden attack froze Xiang Gui's body, leaving him unresponsive for a long moment. Over there, Xiang Yushin, observing the situation, immediately ceased his screams. It was a testament to human potential. Even Xiang Yushin, so fearful of death, could endure the excruciating pain of losing an eye under the threat of death. Excellent technique. Du Fuwei's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the fallen guards. He was the most skilled martial artist present, and therefore, he could only discern the terrifying power of Shen Fei's attack. If Shen Fei had just thrown Pagao at him, Du Fuwei doubted he would have been able to dodge it at such close range. Based on this single attack alone, Du Fuwei already considered Shen Fei a formidable foe. As he spoke, the arm guards in his sleeves unconsciously slid to his wrists. Du Fuwei, a master of the world within his sleeves, possessed half of his martial arts prowess. Master Du, you're too polite. It's just a trifle. As Shen Fei spoke, the Pagao tiles on the table moved haphazardly with his fingers. Honestly, Shen Fei knew nothing about Pagao. He treated it like mahjong, imitating gambling techniques he'd seen on TV dramas in his past life. The tiles constantly shifted in his hands. Master Du, your Jianghui army won't amount to anything great anyway. Are you interested in joining me? Seeing that Xiang Yushin and Xiang Gui remained silent, Shen Fei temporarily ignored their interest. Seeing Du Fuwei here, he naturally had to recruit him. Du Fuwei's Jianghui army was currently quite influential among the major rebel armies. After all, they had recently defeated the Sui army and captured Liang. It could be said that their influence was second only to that of the current Wagon stronghold. However, perhaps because Du Fuwei was previously a powerful underworld figure, the Jianghui army lacked strict military rules and discipline. In the short term, Du Fuwei's strength and prestige were enough to prevent any problems, but that was all. Unless the Jianghui army stopped expanding its territory, any further expansion would inevitably lead to disaster. It was clear that the Jianghui army was not the material for a global war. Li Jing, realizing this, bluntly betrayed Du Fuwei and defected to the Li clique. Although Du Fuwei explained that wealth was the key to building character, the Jianghui army urgently needed expansion. Furthermore, with little support, establishing strict military discipline and rules would be a significant challenge for Du Fuwei, not to mention whether those previously unscrupulous would adhere to them. Logistics alone would be a significant headache for Du Fuwei. Warfare hinges on logistics, even for rebel forces. The Wagang's considerable influence was due to their prior seizure of Sui dynasty granaries, resulting in a vast supply base. However, the Jianghui army faced no such luxury. Without discipline, they could plunder to offset losses, but with discipline, looting became impossible. This is why, once the aristocratic families stepped down, their power and momentum immediately crushed the earlier rebels. They had both the men and money, Ordinary people didn't care who became emperor, all they needed was survival. Comparing the Li clan and the Jianghui army, it's easy to imagine where the people would turn. Du Fuyi's idea was sound, but he overlooked one key point. After a long period without military regulations and discipline, his men might not accept them if they were suddenly enacted. It's incredibly difficult to get a group of unscrupulous people accustomed to being disciplined, just like what Dragon did to the people scrambling for supplies at the uncertainty terminal in the pirate world. Without the ability to slowly educate and appease them, he'd simply let them die. If you want me, Du Fuyi, to join you, that depends on your strength, Du Fuyi said, gathering his energy and preparing to strike. He had already temporarily forgotten about Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling. With a powerful enemy on the horizon, it was essential to calm his mind. The scenery here is so beautiful, why is Chief Steward Du so irritable? The struggle for world domination isn't about fighting in the martial arts world. If it's all about martial arts, then what are we fighting for? Why not just set up a ring and have everyone test their prowess? Even if I defeat you here, will the Jianghui army really join me? And even if they did, I wouldn't accept them now. Watching Du Fuyi rise, Shen Fei immediately shook his head. Martial arts skills are indeed important in the struggle for world domination, but they're not paramount. Otherwise, the entire world would be at peace if those great masters fought one another. Song's martial arts were so formidable that even Ning Daoqi, if truly intent on killing him, could easily have been killed while seriously injured himself. But in the end, he still had to succumb to reality. As Shen Fei had said before, he wouldn't accept the Jianghui army as it is now. To be frank, accepting the Jianghui army and establishing strict military discipline and regulations would be easier than building one from scratch. Master Steward Du, why are you so angry over there? Isn't this something everyone knows? Shen Luan suddenly said with a smile. Under normal circumstances, Shen Luan wouldn't have provoked Du Fuyi so much. Although he despised him, there was no need for hostility. But now that Shen Fei had initiated it, and Du Fuyi had previously defamed Li Mi, Shen Luan naturally wanted to retaliate. HMPH, Du Fuyi snorted coldly after looking at Shen Luan and sat down again. In other times, Du Fuyi would have felt comfortable shutting down a provocative opponent like Shen Fei without a word. Not everyone would have received the same treatment as Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling. However, Shen Fei's background was mysterious, and his tone was so arrogant. Out of curiosity, Du Fuyi resisted the urge to storm out. Having been able to assemble a powerful rebel army, Du Fuyi was naturally not one for impulsive actions. It was just his bad luck. Because of his background, no one was betting on him. None of the four major clans were interested in the Jianghui army, which meant the demon sect was playing a pawn. Mr. Shen, with all due respect, I've never heard of the Taoist Xianzong. I'd love to hear more about it. Shen Luan couldn't help but glance at Xiang Yushin, who was covering his eyes, enduring the pain. Frankly, Shen Luan wanted to say the same thing Xiang Yushin said, but considering Shen Fei's previous ruthless attack, she shifted her words to a more polite one. No problem, but before that, should we welcome our new guests? Shen Fei said, calling out to the door, since you're here, please come in. I'm in a good mood today. Aside from the Bailing gang, the human traffickers who deserve to die, I won't attack anyone else. Shen Fei's words explained his ruthless approach to Xiang Yushin, Xiang Gui, and the Bailing gang. This statement brought a sigh of relief to Ren Mimi of the Penglian Society. While the Penglian Society wasn't a legitimate gang, its reputation was far superior to the Bailing gang. Speaking of the 8 gangs and 10 associations, most people are intimidated by them. However, once you reach a certain level, you'll realize that these so-called 8 gangs and 10 associations are backed by someone. For example, the Bailing gang is said to be connected to Yang Guang, the Heisha gang is backed by the Yuan clan, the Jukan gang is backed by the Dugu clan, and the Shulong gang is backed by the Song clan. There are also the demonic sects and other aristocratic families. I'm also somewhat curious about how they can look down on the demonic sect, the Sihan Jingzhe sect, and the Taoist Xianzong. A charming voice echoed as 6 women of varying appearances entered the room. The leader, a woman with a silk scarf covering her face and elegant attire, exuded a certain grace. Behind her was a young woman with lustrous black hair and a fair complexion that looked like jade, a breathtaking sight. Although dressed as a man, her beauty even surpassed Shen Luan, who was a rare beauty in this world. Judging purely by appearance, the newcomer was second only to Shuang Xiuxin. Such a beauty made Shen Luan frown, feeling outshone after all. Behind these two stood four women, varying in height and weight. Their appearance was decidedly unremarkable compared to the two preceding them. Judging by their positions, they were likely guards. It's Madame Dongming of the Dongming sect. What a rare guest. Du Fuwei instantly recognized the leader. Greetings, Chief Steward Du. The newcomer was none other than Madame Dongming Shan Mixin of the Dongming sect. Beside her stood her daughter, Princess Dongming Shan Wanjing. The four women behind her were the four guardian fairies of the Dongming sect. It must be said that Madame Dongming had chosen her guardians with great care. Shan Wanjing, after bowing to Du Fuwei, glared fiercely at Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling. Perhaps because her mother was nearby, Shan Wanjing remained silent. Upon seeing Madame Dongming of the Dongming sect arrive, Ren Mimi immediately stood up and offered her seat to the Dongming sect. With two of her followers, she cautiously stepped aside. Without Shen Fei's permission, Ren Mimi didn't dare leave. Of course, she was also deeply interested in what the others were about to say. If you want me to look up to you, you have to be worthy of my respect. How can a sect founded by two worthless people like Xianzeng and Dini deserve my respect? To be respected by our Taoist Xianzong, you must meet one condition, Shen Fei said with a sardonic smile. Fortunately, although he hadn't finished reading the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, he had gathered some relevant information out of curiosity about the four great books, which he could use now. While strictly speaking, Xianzeng and Dini weren't exactly worthless. After all, they were the founders of a sect and had even created the Siheng sword canon, which was included in the four great books. Shen Fei, for his future plans, naturally had to belittle them to the utmost. If this were the case with the Taoist or demonic sects, perhaps one or two void-breaking masters would emerge to oppose him. Unfortunately, Siheng Jingzhe and Jingnian Zhenelun have not produced a void-breaking master since their founding. They were hyped up as void-breaking masters within their respective sects, but in reality, they were merely forced into a state of deep seclusion. Not everyone in this state of seclusion is the Supreme Master Ling Donglei. Shi Fixun, thanks to a spiritual romance with Su Xiling, achieved the state of sword heart enlightenment. While her aptitude is impressive, she still lags behind Duan Mulin and Qin Mingai Ao. Shen Fei's only admiration for Siheng Jingzhe is the beautiful women they produce, nearly all of whom have connections to influential figures of various eras. It's undeniable that Siheng Jingzhe is exceptionally skilled in public relations. In modern society, it would undoubtedly be a top-tier PR firm. Shen Fei's revelation shocked everyone present. With the exception of Dongming Madame Shan Mixin, it was their first time hearing about the founder of Siheng Jingzhe and the Pure Minds Zen sect. After a long silence, Shan Mixin suddenly spoke. I wonder what the conditions are. Du Fuwei, Shen Luan, Cao Zhuang, Su Xiling, and the others couldn't help but look at Shen Fei. It's simple. The sect must have at least one master of the void-shattering technique. Is the void-shattering technique a realm above Grandmaster? Cao Zhuang asked immediately. Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling already knew about Grandmaster, but even Du Fuwei had only a vague understanding of the void-shattering technique. Yes, the Grandmaster's next step is to shatter the void. Or, to put it another way, it's called ascension in broad daylight, Shen Fei said softly. Ascension in broad daylight, wouldn't that make one an immortal? Su Xiling exclaimed in surprise. Su Xiling, you have to remember one thing, that is, the so-called immortals are just people with stronger strength. The same goes for the so-called Buddhas. Now that he is here, Su Xiling, such an outstanding Taoist seedling, naturally cannot be led into Buddhism by Shi Fixun and others. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728, Death of Xiang Gaishan, and the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism is a long-standing one. Regardless, Shen Fei is considered a disciple of the Xianzong sect of Taoism, so naturally they must consider the Taoist cause. They couldn't allow such a talented disciple to be snatched away by other sects. Given Su Xialing's character and savvy, if Shi Fixun hadn't tricked him into becoming a monk guardian, he would have had a very high chance of breaking through the void. This isn't to say Cao Zhuang is incapable, but rather that their paths diverge. In this world, the Taoist sect's lack of recognition is entirely due to Ning Gaoqi. After all, He holds the reputation of being the foremost Taoist figure and the Central Plains' greatest expert. With no one to replace him, the Taoist sect, no matter how resentful, would be unlikely to completely renege on him. While they couldn't completely renege on Ning Daoki, it would have prevented Ning Daoki from truly experiencing the Taoist's true depths. For example, Ning Daoki would have been denied the opportunity to fully grasp the Huangshan Dafa. Brother Shen, have you ever seen an immortal? Just as Su Xiling, Cao Zhang, Du Fuwei, and the others were stunned by Shen Fei's cryptic revelation, Cao Zhang quickly recovered. With a roll of his eyes, he suddenly asked. This question immediately drew everyone's attention to Shen Fei. You'll know the answer to this question later. Shen Fei gave Cao Zhang a meaningful smile. Immortals were nothing. He'd even seen gods, the Candle Dragon, and Zhu Mang. But it was a difficult topic to broach right now. It wasn't a question of belief or disbelief, but rather Shen Fei's fear of revealing too high a level. If Sihun Jingzhe and Jingnian Chanel retreated, he'd be in trouble if he tried to attack them. Sihun Jingzhe, if you dig deeper, you'll find this sect is a complete bully. They strike hard when they can, but timidly when they can't. Perhaps because they've won over the Central Plains First Lord, they act with impunity. Their arrogance is evident in the phrase Emperor chosen on behalf of heaven. However, if you look at the Sihun Jingzhe in the Legend of the Borderlands, you'll find they have a very low presence. There's no way around it. The Borderlands era was filled with powerful demonic sects. Mu Qingliu and Shi's Hixun were practically on par with each other. This was Shi's Hixun in his prime, not Shi's Hixun in his schizophrenia. Furthermore, the two sects of the demonic sect during that era were unified, unlike the current era, when they are divided. Furthermore, Mu Qingliu was stronger back then, unlike the current era, where, aside from Shi's Hixun and Zhu Yuan, the others are significantly weaker. Therefore, it was crucial to demonstrate some strength without making Sihun Jingzhe and other factions feel overwhelmed. Only in this way could they continue their plan. After all, this was a plan they'd been planning for over 20 years, dating back to the time of Li Shimin's death. How could they abandon it over a single setback? In fact, if Su Xiling and Cao Zhang hadn't been involved in the internal struggle within the Li clan in the original novel, the people of Sihun Jingzhe, including Ning Daoki, would have certainly intervened personally. Otherwise, if the demon sect had truly taken advantage, wouldn't they have been inconsolable? It was Shuanglong's intervention that prevented the Buddhist sect from taking action, making them appear to be indifferent to the world. While this statement may be a bit extreme, it's true. For example, the Taoist sect is extremely cautious about the ordination of its disciples. Meanwhile, the Buddhist sect claims to save everyone, wishing everyone in the world could become a monk. There's a term for a Buddhist kingdom on earth, but there's never been a Taoist kingdom on earth. If we look at the birthplace of Buddhism during this period, Sindhu, we'll see that Buddhism did have ambitions to transform the Central Plains into something like that. Unfortunately, the Central Plains was filled with countless powerful and exceptional individuals, far surpassing the mere power of Shinto. It was impossible for the Buddhist sect to wield the supreme power of the smaller states and tribes in Shinto or beyond. Even Li Shimin, who rose to power through the Sihun Jingzhe and Jingnian Zen monasteries, immediately began to restrict the power of Buddhism after becoming emperor. Alright, you haven't even reached the level of a grandmaster yet. Don't dwell on this matter, it won't do you any good, Shen Fei continued, watching Cao Zhang ponder his previous words. Then, Brother Shen, have you already reached the level of a grandmaster? Cao Zhang asked again, a question not only from Cao Zhang but also from everyone else present. As I said before, you'll know the answer to that question later. Shen Fei neither denied nor admitted whether he was a grandmaster, leaving it up to individual opinion. However, judging by his appearance, most people wouldn't consider him a grandmaster. After all, at this time, the twin dragons hadn't yet revealed their true strength, and it was hard to imagine someone so young reaching grandmaster status. Alright, let's get back to the previous topic. Shen Fei immediately changed the subject. Are you talking about immortals? Cao Zhang demanded hastily. The Taoist Xianzong, Shen Fei looked at Cao Zhang and shook his head slightly. Upon realizing he was harmless, Cao Zhang immediately returned to his usual self. He was determined to spread the Taoist Xianzong's reputation today. What he had said before was just the beginning, much more needed to be done. He chose the Taoist Xianzong over the Yin-Yang school or other schools of thought, such as Gigu Zonghen, because many of the schools of thought had changed their ways and become demonic sects during this period. Secondly, He wanted to take the opportunity to connect with the Daoists of this world and leverage their power. Don't assume that the Daoists, as described in the original novel, only have Ning Daoki, and that they lack other powerful figures. The fact that they don't have any other powerful figures doesn't mean they lack strength. After all, they have produced figures who have broken the void, and Ning Daoki was also trained by the Daoists. The status of Laoguan Dao in Daoism during this period was comparable to that of Sihan Jingzhe and Jingnian Zen in Buddhism. Unifying the world is impossible for a single person, no matter how powerful, especially since Shen Fei is determined to minimize the damage inflicted on ordinary people by the rebel forces of this era. Young Master Zhang, just as Cao Zhang was about to continue speaking, Su Xiling beside him tugged at his arm and shook his head. Let's get back to the point. The reason why our Taoist Xianzong isn't well known in the martial arts world is because we're a hidden sect that generally doesn't reveal its identity. Brother Shen, why are you revealing your identity now? Cao Zhang immediately asked curiously. This wasn't just Cao Zhang's concern, it was also shared by Shen Luan, Du Fuwei, and the others. However, they wouldn't ask directly like Cao Zhang did. Young Master Zhang, Su Xiling couldn't help but frown. Cao Zhang's words had already hinted at provocation. You'll understand once I'm done. Now just listen to me quietly, okay, my young Master Zhang. Shen Fei naturally wouldn't get angry at Cao Zhang's interruption, he wasn't the type to be so petty. Brother Shen, you can just call me Xiao Zhang. I can't bear the title of Zhuang Xiao, why not? You, Cao Zhang, are just of a lower birth. If we were of the same birth, would you consider yourself inferior to those disciples from aristocratic families? Of course not. If we were of the same birth, I, Cao Zhang, would definitely be miles ahead of them. Cao Zhang's expression immediately brightened, and he shouted with a look of pride. Even Su Ziling's face turned serious. That's right, Zhang Xiao, let me ask you a question. What do you think of the demon sect? Are they good or evil? Shen Fei was about to continue filing in the background of the Taoist Xianzong, but after seeing the expressions of Cao Zhang and Su Xiling, he suddenly asked. Before you asked, I would definitely think they were evil, but since you asked, I think there must be something hidden. Cao Zhang's eyes rolled, and he immediately answered. Cao Zhang was really impressive. Now he didn't even call Shen Fei by his last name, just called him brother. You're quite clever. After hearing Cao Zhang's words, Shen Fei smiled and shook his head slightly, then spoke. Yes, I'm here to tell you something. Don't just follow the crowd. In the eyes of many people, the demon sect is evil and the reputable sect is righteous. But in reality, this world never distinguishes between good and evil, there is only good and evil. There are also kind people among the demon sect, and there are also many evil people among the reputable sect. Brother, since they are called the demon sect, I think even if there are kind people among them, they are only a minority. The evil ones make up the majority, otherwise they wouldn't be called the demon sect, Cao Zhang said thoughtfully. Cao Zhang and Su Xiling were no fools. It would be difficult to fool them. That's true, but some things need to be viewed from a different perspective. It's perfectly normal to see two completely opposite results from the same perspective. Some things can't be judged superficially, we must see the underlying essence. The Buddhist sects of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, whether it was the Sihan Jingzhe or the Jingnian Zen sect, were generally very upright, a stark contrast to the unbridled demonic sects. But if you carefully consider the Jingnian Zen sect's architecture, not to mention the tricolored glazed tiles, just the small bronze hall alone reveals its sheer extravagance, considering copper was a valuable commodity back then. Why did Shen Fei target the Buddhist sect? Did he dislike them? Of course not. He had no problem with any sect. The reason he targeted them was because they were insatiable and amassed wealth, making them even more unpleasant than the aristocratic families. Many aristocratic families of this era were similar to Buddhists, but they had one advantage: they at least participated in production and adhered to certain laws, whereas Buddhists were completely inactive and disregarded the law. In this era, Buddhists held immense power. For example, if a person committed a crime, they could be pardoned by becoming a monk. The reasoning was simple: by abstaining from food and chanting Buddhist scriptures, they were atonement for their sins. This was simply ridiculous. It was precisely because of this that emperors throughout history were extremely wary of Buddhists, and there were even several attempts to destroy Buddhism. Shen Fei naturally wouldn't resort to annihilation. After all, a sect couldn't be completely wiped out. Just look at how Confucianism was promoted and all other schools of thought were eliminated, yet all other schools of thought continued to exist. However, in this world, establishing a tourism bureau, similar to the one he had planned in under one person, was one of his plans. Don't Buddhists occupy the vast majority of the vast land? So, develop it. These things aren't something we should discuss now. I'll explain them slowly later. Now, continuing with our previous topic, I believe you all know about the demon sect, but you probably don't know much about its origins, Shen Fei continued. What you're saying doesn't seem to have anything to do with the Taoist Xianzong. Shan Mixin's daughter, Shan Wanjing, seemed a bit impatient and interrupted Shen Fei, prompting Shan Mixin to pull her aside. Don't worry, you'll soon find out if there's any connection. Shen Fei wasn't even particularly angry about Cao Zhang, let alone a beauty like Shan Wanjing. Thinking of such a beautiful woman seemingly marrying an unknown individual, Shen Fei felt it was best to let them die. Shan Mixin alone knew a little about the demon sect's specific origins. No one else present, including Shenlong and Du Fuwei, knew. The so-called demon sect was originally called the Holy Sect. It was formed by the coalition of the hundreds of schools of thought that were deposed. However, over the years, their legacy has long been lost. The demon sect's two factions, the Six Paths, actually bear some resemblance to the various schools of thought. For example, the Bushan Pavilion, if placed in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, would undoubtedly have been an assassin. During the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, the term assassin wasn't a derogatory term, it was considered one of the various schools of thought. The records of the Grand Historian even contains biographies of assassins. As for my Taoist Xianzong, we've existed since the pre-Qin era. We practiced in seclusion for a long time. However, our predecessor, Zhuangzi, came to the conclusion that Confucianism should be the only doctrine and that the 100 schools of thought should be abolished. He negotiated with the leaders of the various schools of thought, and the inheritance of all the schools of thought was subsequently transferred to the Taoist Xianzong. In other words, I possess the complete inheritance of all the schools of thought. Shen Fei wasn't lying. After all, he truly possessed this inheritance, but it originated in the Qin dynasty. The mention of a hidden sect from the pre-Qin era caused everyone present to fall silent once again, as they all internalized this earth-shattering news. I remember that Mr. Zhuangzi and Mr. Dong Zhongshu weren't from the same era, Shen Luoyan said, after a moment's contemplation, looking at Shen Fei. The reason I've come out of seclusion this time is actually very simple, to witness the evil Emperor Xiang Yushin shattering of the void, another earth-shattering statement. If the pre-Qin era, and Zhuangzi, seemed too distant and unrealistic, then the evil Emperor Xiang Yushin was something completely different. You mean, His Excellency the evil Emperor shattered the void not long ago? Du Fuwei suddenly said with a serious expression. Yes, whether it's the first evil Emperor Zibo, the current evil Emperor Xiang Yushin, the sword immortal Yan Fei, or the heavenly master Sun En, the disciples of the Taoist Xianzong witnessed their shattering of the void. Of course, this was a lie, but even if it were, Shen Fei wasn't afraid of being exposed, unless those who had shattered the void came back. It had to be said that using these true and false news to elicit mixed reactions from Shen Luoyan, Du Fuwei, and the others gave Shen Fei a rare pleasure. It was also a rare kind of mischievous pleasure in his heart. Of course, witnessing the evil Emperor Xiang Yushin shatter the void is only one of my goals. The other is to end the chaos of this era. Regarding Scar of Sky, I hadn't thought of it before, but it seems there are two versions. I haven't seen much of the TV series, so I'm not sure how it compares to the game. I wonder if writing about the TV version would be better. Also, the chapter titles are really too difficult. Chapter 729, The World in Turbulence, Part 1. There's a saying that goes, the poor take care of themselves, while the rich help the world. I can barely be considered a rich man now, so naturally I have to do something to benefit the world. This was Shen Fei's heartfelt words, just like what he did at the beginning of the pirate world. If his strength wasn't enough to overthrow Ning Daoqi and Sihan Jingzhe, he certainly wouldn't have made such a grand move at first, but would have grown quietly. Then, when the opportunity arose, ambushed Ning Daoqi and the others. Ning Daoqi's spiritual cultivation and erratic whereabouts might have made him difficult to ambush, but the pure Nianzhen sect was different. Did I let you go? Just as Du Fuwei, Shen Luoyan, Shan Mixin, and the others were pondering and digesting Shen Fei's previous words, Xiang Jiyue, who had always seemed so obedient, suddenly rushed behind them. Shen Fei's attitude made it clear that he would not let them go, and he couldn't count on Du Fuwei and the others present to help. Xiang Jiyui had no choice but to fend for himself. In this situation, even if Xiang Yushin was his son, Xiang Jiyui couldn't care less. Xiang Yushin was injured, and even if he hadn't, his mediocre martial arts skills would have made it impossible for him to escape. Xiang Yushin was no martial arts prodigy to begin with, and he had been secretly manipulated by the demon sect, causing his meridians to become paralyzed and subject to periodic attacks. It was only later, with Kaozhong and Su Xiling collaborating to use the Chang Shengju, eternal life secret, that his pain was alleviated. However, due to subsequent falling out between the two parties, Xiang Yushin's condition was not fully healed. As Xiang Jiyui made his move, Shen Fei noticed. Suddenly, two green vines emerged from his right hand, which was resting on the card table. They rushed towards Xiang Jiyui and Xiang Yushin one after another. Xiang Jiyui had only made it about 5 meters when the vines entangled his feet and rapidly spread throughout his body. In a moment, Xiang Jiyui was transformed into a green dumpling. As for Xiang Yushin, he didn't even have time to react before he was completely transformed into a green dumpling. Brother Shen, what kind of martial arts is this? It's amazing. Shen Fei looked at the Xiangyushin father and son, tangled like dumplings, and couldn't help but reach out and touch the green vines extending from his right hand. The world of twin dragons of Tang Dynasty has its own unique martial arts techniques. For example, ice, fire, and flame can be created, but these are primarily based on the properties of Zhenki. For example, Kaozhong's Zhenki is yin, while Su Xiling's is yang. The combination of the two creates yin and yang. However, the green vines created by the 10,000 leaves flying flower flow don't fall into the category of Shu. Under one person, Kin's Moon, and even Storm Riders all have practitioners of Shu, but in Twin Dragons of Tang Dynasty, there are only fragmented traditions. Of course, strictly speaking, martial arts are not separate. For example, in Dragon and Tiger Mountain, under one person, most people practice both martial arts and Shu. Unless they specialize in the art of Kimen, there's no strict distinction between the two. Just like the 5 elders of the Yin-Yang school, can you call them sorcerers? According to the classification of under one person, they certainly aren't, because sorcerers must possess inner vision. This is a technique. Meeting Kaozhong's curious gaze, Shen Fei softly explained. Do you know the meaning of martial arts? Without waiting for Kaozhong to speak, Shen Fei continued, martial arts, martial arts. Wu is martial arts, and Shu is sorcery. So-called Shu is the fundamental principle of this world. The entire world is composed of the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Harnessing the power of these 5 elements is a technique. As Shen Fei spoke, he gently raised his right hand, and the vines that had spread across Xiang Yushin and Xiang Jiyui instantly dissipated into thin air. Of course, the vines on Xiang Yushin and his son remained. Then, Shen Fei raised his right palm, and as he spoke, the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth emerged from each of his 5 fingers. Such a scene, unlike anything seen before, instantly captured the attention of everyone present. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. As he spoke, the 5 elements on Shen Fei's fingers began to transform, eventually transforming into a small green tree. A moment later, the tree blossomed with exceptionally beautiful cherry blossoms. It's undeniable that the Wanai Fiho flow is truly impressive in terms of prestige, especially when it comes to beautiful women. Shan Wanjing and Shan Luan both had a dazed look in their eyes, though Shan Mixin was relatively calm. If Tu Fuyi had any lingering doubts about Shen Fei's earlier mention of the Taoist Xianzong, they vanished after witnessing the technique he displayed. Alright, enough about today. I have some matters to attend to. Please be at your disposal, Shen Fei said, appearing instantly before the Xiangyushin father and son, who had been wrapped like dumplings. He then carried them away from the casino floor. Next, all the major powers in the world prepared to welcome the Taoist Xianzong. Shen Fei's words to them were intended to leverage their influence and spread the word of the Taoist Xianzong. To achieve prestige, one must possess prestige, and the Taoist Xianzong undoubtedly held the greatest prestige. My 2 good children, it seems we'll have to meet again next time. Shortly after Shen Fei left, Du Fuyi stood up, glanced at Kaozhong and Su Xiling, and immediately left. The sudden emergence of such a mysterious force was a significant shock to the major powers in the Central Plains, and Du Fuyi had to return to discuss matters with his companions. The same thing happened to Shen Luoyan. After Du Fuyi left, Shen Luoyan immediately led her men away. Then, the Dongming sect left with Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling. In a blink of an eye, only Ren Mimi and her group remained in the casino hall. We have no grudges against each other. If you want to dominate the world, we can definitely cooperate. In an uninhabited valley outside Pengcheng, Xiang Yushin spoke as soon as Shen Fei released his father and son. Having listened to everything, Xiang Yushin naturally understood that Shen Fei's goal was to unify the world, and to unify the world, he would definitely need support. The Xiang family, part of the Bailing Gang, is one of the 8 gangs and 10 associations. Their influence in this world is naturally not weak. Otherwise, Xiao Zin wouldn't have leveraged the Bailing Gang's power to become a major righteous army, even going so far as to claim the title of emperor. The Xiang family is incredibly wealthy, incredibly wealthy. They are the white gloves of the demon sect. This is why the Xiang family, despite their meager martial arts, holds such a special position within the Bailing Gang. The key to world domination is, of course, wealth. You trash don't deserve to cooperate with me. Don't worry, the entire Xiang family will soon be buried with you. You probably don't know what the Xiang family relies on. If you want to destroy the Xiang family, don't even think about it. Xiang Yushin, perhaps realizing his fate was inevitable, suddenly hardened his resolve. You're just the demon sect's white gloves? Do you really think the demon sect can't survive without you? While the Xiang clan's status within the demon sect is certainly special, that's about it. For the sect's top brass, disobedience is a matter of sheer execution. They won't waste time on you. Perhaps your Xiang clan's deployments across the land are very secretive. The average person doesn't know your arrangements, making it difficult to exterminate you. In the original novel, even though the twin dragons were constantly pursuing the Xiang clan, they still managed to reappear during the peak of the sun and moon. But this time, they wouldn't have the chance. Don't think you can keep secrets from me. Even if you die, I can still pull your souls from the underworld. No one can keep secrets from me. Enjoy the rest of this. Given this rare opportunity, Shen Fei naturally wouldn't let Xiang Yushin die easily. He placed a bloody skull handprint on Xiang Yushin's chest, causing his internal organs and blood to burn with agony until he finally died. Well, how does it feel to see your own corpse with your own eyes? Xiang Yushin, dead, looked at the corpse lying on the ground before him and couldn't help but let out a chilling scream. At that moment, Xiang Yushin was filled with fear and deep regret, but unfortunately, it was too late. Don't worry, father and son. Soon, your family will be reunited. The Xiang family was indeed very clever. Perhaps it was because of the cunning rabbit's habit of having 3 burrows. Long ago, some of the Xiang family's descendants changed their names and appeared in different forms. This is also why, in the original novel, even the Grandmaster Shuanglong didn't exterminate them. Afterwards, Shen Fei ignored the 2 men's pleas for mercy, collected their souls, and then seized the bodies of Xiang Yushin and his son and returned to Pengcheng. Pengcheng had a Xiang family stronghold, so it was natural that it needed to be thoroughly cleansed. Bailing? I'll leave it to you. Rescue everyone there, and maybe even train a few talented individuals. The Bailing Gang's headquarters were in Bailing. Since Yang Guang wasn't dead yet, they naturally refrained from open rebellion. Due to the distance, Shen Fei didn't go there himself, but instead sent 4 would-escape clones to take action. He wanted to make the Bailing Gang and the Xiang family famous as quickly as possible, while also showcasing the Taoist Xianzhuang's strength to the world. He wasn't alone. Just like when Shi Fixun was roaming the martial arts world, why so few people attacked her? Her master-level martial arts skills were one thing, but she had the support of Seihun Jingzhe, Ning Daoqi, the Jingnian Zen sect, and most of the White Path. Attacking her would be like stirring up a hornet's nest. Even with the unbridled strength of the demon sect, they didn't seem to gather forces to besiege Shi Fixun. Even Zhu Yuan couldn't attack her, only Kan could. Poor Xiao Xing, who had founded Dalian and served as emperor for several years, was forced to step down before he could even officially raise his flag. With Shen Fei's current strength, a single wood-release shadow clone could easily take out Ning Daoqi, let alone the Bailing Gang. Shen Fei also took this opportunity to gain control of the Bailing Gang's territory. Of course, this control was only a rough one, sufficient to maintain order and prevent chaos. Shen Fei had already made plans for unifying the world, and with sufficient strength, he naturally didn't need to gradually develop a rebel army. Although he wanted to prevent the suffering of China in this world, Shen Fei would not put the cart before the horse. His goal was the vast sea of stars. With his strength in just one world, he only needed to set goals, make plans, and recruit the right people to control the overall direction. This is quite similar to Cao Zhang of the Young Marshal's army in the original novel. As the leader of a rebel army, Cao Zhang spent most of his time away from his own territory, instead roaming around, battling the demon sect and the Turks. All of his forces to date have essentially operated in this manner. The same is true of Stark's Stark group. Stark barely has a hand in the operations of the group, leaving Pepper Potts largely in charge. But can we say Stark is unimportant? Without Stark's inventions, there wouldn't be a Stark group. The Balin gang has abducted numerous children, some too young and perhaps unable to return home. They're all potential candidates for training. It's not impossible to establish 100 birds in this world. Luoyang, 100 birds, and the Shadow Secret Guards could replicate Qin Shi Huang's operations. Of course, this is all for the future. Now, after destroying the Xiong family stronghold in Pengcheng and dispatching his 4 would-release shadow clones, Shen Fei went to find Shen Luyan. What is military advisor Shen thinking about? In a small town's only inn's guest room, Shen Luyan sat at the table, lost in thought. Shen Fei's voice suddenly rang out, startling her so much that she drew her dagger. It's you. Young Master Shen's problem is solved. Seeing it was Shen Fei, Shen Luyan immediately sheathed her sword. It's just the Balin gang. Military advisor Shen will hear they've vanished in a few days. I came here today to bring you something, Shen Fei said, pulling out 2 talismans and placing them in front of Shen Luyan. What are these? Shen Luyan stared at the talismans in confusion. She knew about talismans. After all, there were Taoists in this world, but because this world didn't practice talismans, they didn't have any special uses. They were basically useless except for fooling the lowest class of people. This is something to save your life? Given Li Mi's personality, if he doubts you, he might even consider killing you. You're a talent I value, and you can't die like this. As Shen Fei spoke, another talisman appeared in his hand. He continued, this is very simple to use. To use it, just input your key. As he spoke, the talisman in Shen Fei's hand vanished in a flash of light. Simultaneously, a golden protective shield appeared around Shen Luyan's body. This is the Vajra talisman. It adds a protective shield that lasts for about an incense stick of time, enough to withstand a few attacks from Ning Daoqi, Shen Fei said, lightly flicking the golden light around Shen Luyan's body with his finger. This is the divine travel talisman. Combined with the Vajra talisman, even if Ning Daoqi were to pursue you, you'd have a chance to escape. Shen Fei carefully considered his plan to recruit Shen Luyan. To ensure its completeness, he brought the talisman to him. This meant that Shen Luyan hadn't joined him, otherwise it wouldn't be a talisman, but a magical weapon crafted by the Divine Machine 100 refinements. Why me? Shen Luyan felt a golden shield appear around her, her expression puzzled. Because you're unique. If anything were to happen to you, the world would be much less glorious. In fact, when Shen Fei first saw Shen Luyan, his recruitment was intended to embarrass Li Mi. Whether he succeeded or failed, he had nothing to lose. Chapter 730, The World in Turbulence, Part 2. Unique. This is truly flattering. I'm not saying this to recruit you, it's truly from the bottom of my heart. Shen Fei stood up, opened a window, and gazed at the bright moon hanging in the sky. It was late at night, when everyone was asleep. Although you, Shen Luyan, are not the best in terms of beauty or martial arts, Shen Fei's words made Shen Luyan frown. Although Shen Luyan was aware of this situation, she would naturally not be happy if someone said this to her. Shen Fei's words were of course not nonsense. In terms of appearance, Shen Luyan was a rare beauty, but she was still a little far from the top. Even Shan Wanjing was prettier than her. What else needed to be said about Shuangziuxin, Shi Fixun, and Kan Kan? Needless to say, when it comes to martial arts, Shen Luyan is at best a congenital master. However, Shi Fixun, Kan Kan, Shuangziuxin, and Du Yufeng are all grandmasters. Song Yazi and Shan Wanjing are only slightly behind, but this difference is only compared to Shi Fixun and Kan Kan. If compared to Shen Luyan, they are still superior in pure martial arts. Of the 4 major clans, the Du Yu clan is the weakest because none of their young generation are grandmasters. Du Yufeng's strength surpasses most, but she's a woman, and marrying into a family in the future wouldn't allow her to lead the Du Yu clan. Looking at the other 3 clans, there are more than one young grandmaster. The three brothers Li Shimin of the Li clan are all grandmasters. Of course, this is just grandmaster level strength. Their actual combat effectiveness depends on the specific situation. As the saying goes, a monarch shouldn't stand beneath a fortress. Just look at Li Shimin, he has almost no experience in actual combat. Of course, this is understandable. The current Li Shimin is somewhat like Fusu and Huhai, practicing martial arts to strengthen their bodies. If they were forced to engage in actual combat, the situation would be incredibly dangerous. But you have one thing that those others can't match. You can be said to be the first woman in this era to truly lead an army and participate in the struggle for the world. This was something Shen Fei discovered after compiling the information he knew about Shi Fixun, Kun Kan, and other figures in this world. While Shi Fixun and Kun Kan participated in the struggle for the world, as did Song Yezi, Du Yufeng, and others, they were all behind the scenes. The only one who has truly participated in the battlefield is Shen Luyan. In this male-dominated era, this is extremely rare and precious. Don't underestimate Shi Fixun's noble status as the heir of Sihun Jingzhe. If the time comes for sacrifice, she will definitely be the first to be sacrificed by Sihun Jingzhe, just like Bizhuxin did back then. The idea of feeding the demon with one's own body is just a nice-sounding phrase. This is similar to the Qin dynasty's yin-yang school's Dongjin Yanfei, despite her peerless beauty. In reality, the same is true for canon. The demon sect is even more ruthless than Sihun Jingzhe. Even though their attitude toward the demon sect is somewhat better than Sihun Jingzhe's, their true nature cannot be ignored. Just look at what happened to Shan Mixin back then. Speaking of which, the demon sect is still somewhat pitiful. Back then, Zhu Yuan lost to Bizhuxin, and Canon's generation also seemed to lose to Shi Fixun by a margin. The reason for this is because Su Xiling ultimately chose Shi Qingxun, not Shi Fixun. Fortunately, Canon won everything back through her apprentice. Even though Duan Muling is said to be even more talented than Shi Fixun, she can only sigh helplessly. In this male-dominated world, especially during the era of scrambles for supremacy, when women's advancement on the battlefield was virtually impossible, Shen Luoyan's current fame was truly remarkable. Throughout Chinese history, female generals were incredibly rare, so rare that even Hui Mulan had to disguise herself as a man. This was the real reason Shen Fei had come so late at night. You should be well aware that no matter how high your reputation is, neither Li Mi nor anyone else can truly value you. Li Mi favors you now only because of the circumstances. Once he gains power, you will surely gradually withdraw from the political arena, ultimately confined to a home to take care of your husband and children. For most women, this is probably considered a form of happiness, but Shen Luoyan, are you sure this is what you wish for? Later in the novel, despite a reluctance, Shen Luoyan eventually married Su Shiji, and the titles military advisor Shen and beautiful military advisor were no longer used. Of course, this is just my speculation. After all, while I know some things about you, I can't possibly know your specific intentions. If you ultimately wish to live a happy life with a husband and children, then I'll pretend I never came today, and those two talismans will serve as my apology. If you don't want that kind of life, then come to me. I'm sure that in this world, I'm the only one who can give you the stage to showcase your talents. Indeed, only he, not even Li Shimin, could do it. It couldn't be helped, given the sheer number of talented people around him, Feng Mududuan, Zhangsen Wuji, Yu Qijing, Li Jing, and so many more. With that, Shen Fei vanished in an instant, leaving Shen Luoyan to decide what to do next. Su Shiji, Li Ji, I'm so sorry. Floating in midair, Shen Fei recalled Shen Luoyan's future husband in the original novel and couldn't help but sigh softly. This figure with 3 names was no ordinary figure. In military terms, he was second only to Li Jing. At this point, if Shen Fei tried to recruit him, there was a very high chance of success. If he used Shen Luoyan, the chances were 100%, as he was very fond of her. For both Li Mi and Li Shimin, Su Shiji was far more important than Shen Luoyan. Using Shen Luoyan to win over Su Shiji was a very cost-effective strategy, and it could also be used to limit him. However, for Shen Fei, Shen Luoyan was undoubtedly more important than Su Shiji, and he disdained using a woman to win over others. As he had previously told Shen Luoyan, if she chose the same path as in the original novel, he wouldn't mind. While he valued Shen Luoyan, he wouldn't abandon her. If that didn't work out, he could just go to Deccan and call over Yuan Yan. If that didn't work out, he could also bring in Mo Yak, Bai Feng, or even Han Fei. As for military matters, Dakan still had the idol Li Mu. The thought of Li Mu, one of the four great generals of the Warring States period, versus Li Jing and Li Shimin is quite captivating, though of course this is just Shen Fei's idle imagination. In terms of strength, once he develops, even without personally taking action, he would be enough to crush the world. Given the vast difference in power, even a non-famous general could easily defeat Li Jing. Mi Gong, Shen Luoyan muttered softly after Shen Fei left, picking up the two talismans he left behind. Shen Luoyan was deeply loyal to Li Mi. In the original novel, even after Li Mi's defeat and surrender to the Li clan, he reluctantly sought a comeback, and Shen Luoyan still tried to remind him and save his life. Back then, Shen Luoyan had no choice, but now things were different. Shen Fei had given her a choice. As for how she would choose, it was up to her. It's really lively here. Wishan Lake, under the bright moonlight, should have been a peaceful scene, shimmering and reflecting the moonlight. But now, it was ablaze with flames and the cries of battle. Dozens of ships of varying sizes were besieging a single, ornately decorated ship. The Heisha gang and the Yuan clan attacked the Dongming sect. It turns out they were after the account books. After leaving Shen Luoyan, Shen Fei rushed to the Dongming sect. He had already scouted the Dongming sect's whereabouts, but his arrival was unexpectedly fortuitous. Shen Fei did not participate in the attack. While the Dongming clan was smaller than the Heisha gang combined with the Yuan clan, their strength was far superior, especially Madame Dongming, who single-handedly fought two formidable Grandmaster-level masters with a swift movement of her long sleeves. From the icy energy that occasionally emanated from one of the men's fists, it was clear he was a master of the Yuan clan. Their inherited icy energy was renowned throughout the martial arts world. The other, unsurprisingly, was likely the leader of the Heisha gang. As the leader of one of the 8 gangs and 10 associations, mastery was a prerequisite. Those two guys are incredibly lucky. The Changshengju is truly powerful. Shen Fei quickly shifted his attention from Shan Mixin to Shuanglong. Relying on the innate Zhanqi cultivated in the unique Changsheng realm, the two stole the account books while the Dongming sect's men were engaged, swimming underwater to the other side of the lake. There, a completely darkened boat belonged to the Li clan. Li Shimin and Li Zuning were aboard. Shortly after Cao Zhong and Su Xiling boarded, the boat quietly departed Wishan Lake under cover of darkness. Those two little bastards, I won't let them off this time. Aboard the Piaoxiang, Xiang Wanjing was furious after learning from the old man guarding the account books that Cao Zhong and Su Xiling had stolen them. The Dongming sect's search for Shuanglong had no ulterior motive, but primarily to express gratitude for his warning during their first encounter with the Heisha gang and the Yuan clan. Although Shan Mixin came from the demonic sect, she had now completely renounced it. The Dongming sect she founded was known for its clear distinction between favor and resentment, avenging grievances and avenging grievances. The immortality secret, truly worthy of its name, Shan Mixin, however, wasn't overly angry. The account books might be extremely important to the Li and Yuan clan, but they weren't particularly crucial to the Dongming sect. Instead, she was more concerned with how Shuanglong had snatched the books from Shuanglong. Although Shuanglong had held back, the disparity in power remained. Yanguang was still alive. While the 4 major clans were secretly active, none of them had openly rebelled. After all, they were no fools. The first bird to stick its head out gets hammered. The account book, however, was a means of framing their opponents. It was a bit ridiculous. The Yuan clan attacked the Dongming clan, but they also secretly did business with them, with records of weapons purchases. Of the 4 major clans, only the Dugu clan had little business with the Dongming clan. Strictly speaking, the Yuan and Li clans had the same goal this time. Li Shimin was lucky to have encountered the Shuanglongs. Otherwise, they would have taken advantage of the Yuan clan and the Heisha gang to intervene. In comparison, the Yuan clan was unlucky, having lost more than they gained. However, Shen Fei's intervention this time led to Xiang Gaishan's early demise, making it difficult for the Shuanglongs to use the account book to deal with the Yuan clan. Strictly speaking, they probably had no chance. Yanguang was the emperor, after all. Even though the entire world was practically in rebellion, he remained the nominal ruler of the Central Plains, a figure rarely seen by ordinary people. I'm going to capture them and retrieve the account books. Shan Mixin didn't care, but Shan Wanjing was deeply concerned. She was about to lead her men in pursuit of Cao Zhong and the others, but just then a maid arrived with news that Shen Fei of the Taoist Xianzong had requested an audience. This immediately made Shan Wanjing forget about the immediate pursuit of Cao Zhong and the others. Sir, what are your instructions for the Dongming sect? I forgot to tell you that the Dongming sect will not participate in the struggle for supremacy. As a sect whose primary source of income was weapons trafficking, the Dongming sect naturally didn't need to take sides. However, just because the Dongming sect didn't want to, didn't mean others wouldn't want to win them over. After all, if they gained Dongming sect's support, they could obtain a large amount of weapons. After all, they couldn't expect their soldiers to fight unarmed. The same was true at Pegasus Ranch. The Central Plains was short of horses, and if they wanted to form a cavalry, Pegasus Ranch's war horses were crucial. Neutrality represented a competition of wealth. But now was the only time it mattered. Once Shen Fei launched his attack, Pegasus Ranch's status would likely decline significantly. How about we talk privately? Shen Fei glanced around the cabin, focusing on the men. He suddenly whispered, although the Dongming sect was founded by Shan Mixin, the Shang family of Ryukyu Island holds considerable prestige within the sect. Didn't you see that Shan Wanjing's fiancé is from the Shang family? Okay, Shan Mixin pondered for a moment before gently nodding. Although Shan Wanjing was somewhat dissatisfied, she still left the cabin. If you have anything to say, you can talk about it. Shan Mixin immediately spoke after the two of them were left in the cabin. Do you want to kill Bian Bufu? Shen Fei suddenly asked. What did you say? Shan Mixin, whose expression had been calm, suddenly changed upon hearing Bian Bufu's name. If the Dongming sect surrenders to me, I can help you eliminate Bian Bufu. I'm sorry, but I must be responsible to the Dongming sect. Shan Mixin pondered for a long moment before shaking her head and rejecting Shen Fei's proposal. A dozen years ago, Shan Mixin would have absolutely disdainfully eliminated Bian Bufu at all costs, but the situation was different now. While Shan Mixin dreamed of eliminating Bian Bufu, she also had to consider her daughter and the Dongming sect. Taking sides in the struggle for supremacy was not a good idea for the Dongming sect, far away on the Ryukyu Islands. You seem to have misunderstood one thing. I asked the Dongming sect to join me, not for the purpose of vying for supremacy in the Central Plains. For me, vying for supremacy in the Central Plains is not a problem at all. I am doing this for the future. When I have unified the Central Plains, whether it's Gagaruya, the Turks, or even distant Persia, they will all be under the rule of the Central Plains. My goal is to unify the world. Just as Shan Mixin was looking at Shen Fei as if he were a madman, her expression froze when she saw something suddenly emerge from Shen Fei's body. A black dragon suddenly burst out from Shen Fei's body. A moment later, the entire sky above the cabin was filled with a black dragon. Chapter 731, The World in Turbulence, Part 2. Who are you? Gazing at the black dragon circling in the sky, its scales clearly visible, Shan Mixin remained silent for a long moment before suppressing her shock and addressing Shen Fei. Even so, her voice trembled slightly. This was a real dragon, a divine dragon, holding extraordinary significance in China. In modern times, this might have been less so, but in this era, it was arguable that if Shen Fei openly summoned this dragon, Sihun Jingzhe's plan to choose an emperor on behalf of the heavens would be abandoned immediately, even if Sihun Jingzhe were unwilling to do so. Shen Fei was the true emperor on behalf of the heavens. Of course, Shen Fei couldn't do that. While it would quickly unify the Central Plains, the problems he would face would be even more troublesome. Just look at Yang Guang's current situation to understand the consequences. All of Yang Guang's plans concerned the nation and the people, but they only resulted in chaos. Even if Shen Fei wasn't afraid of chaos, unlike Yang Guang, he didn't have a plan to restore order. Wouldn't that have led to the current situation? If that was the case, why not just start? Who am I? Shen Fei asked, standing up. With a wave of his right hand, the two men and the dragon vanished from the room, reappearing in the sky above the Piaoxiang. The black dragon, originally only a dozen meters long, suddenly expanded to several hundred meters. Shen Fei and Shan Mixin, perched on its body, soared high into the sky, reaching nearly 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Even Shan Mixin, a master of the Grandmaster level, had never seen such a thing before, and she fell to her knees in shock. I didn't lie to you before. I am indeed a member of the Taoist Xianzong, but this Taoist Xianzong doesn't belong to this world. Are you from the immortal realm? Because this world, with its concept of shattered void, is quite receptive to otherworldly realms? Shan Mixin exclaimed in shock as Shen Fei finished speaking. For ordinary people, shattering the void is like ascending to heaven in broad daylight. It's perfectly normal for Shen Mixin to call this the immortal realm. You could say that. Shen Fei didn't deny Shen Mixin's statement. After all, explaining it clearly was too difficult. Since you possess such power, unifying the world would be a piece of cake. Shen Mixin, after her initial panic, gradually regained her composure. Gazing at the hundreds-meter-long dragon in the moonlight, she couldn't help but speak. If only the dragon were revealed, the four great sects, the demon sect, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the pure minds Zen sect would surely submit. Even Gagaruya and the Turks would be nothing in the face of this dragon. Sword Master Fu Kalen and Martial Master Bijuan would likely be defeated with just a single claw. I don't want to unify the world or become some emperor, Shen Fei said, standing atop the dragon's head, gazing up at the bright moon in the night sky. His expression was grave. What he needed to do was forge a national soul. In Qin's moon, this wasn't necessary, as the Central Plains was the strongest during that era. Even the Yan state could face the Xiongnu with impunity. But in this era, there's an innate fear of the Turks. Many believe the Central Plains can't defeat them and must compromise, including those led by S.H.I.E.L.D. Shi Fixin alludes to this point repeatedly in the original novel. She repeatedly uses this to threaten Su Xiling and Caozhong, urging them to abandon their ambitions for world domination. If they challenge Li Shimin for supremacy, the Turks could exploit their weakness and wreak havoc. This is utter bullshit. If that were the case, wouldn't Li Shimin have been better off surrendering to Caozhong? After all, Li Shimin had no record against the Turks, but Caozhong, Su Xiling, and Ba Fenghan had once held their own against Ji Li's Golden Wolf army for a whole day and a night. This situation didn't change until modern times. Those enemies that were once considered invincible by some weak-kneed people eventually fail. We'll discuss this issue later. What is your choice now? Of course, this was something that Shen Mixin couldn't discuss with Shen Mixin. The main issue now was the Dongming sect's stance. The Dongming sect is willing to be loyal to you, my lord. Faced with Shen Fei, who had displayed such strength, Shen Mixin didn't hesitate at all this time. She was about to kneel down, but the next moment, Shen Fei used his key to support her. Don't worry, the Dongming sect doesn't need to get involved in the affairs of the Central Plains. What I need you to do is to investigate the information of various countries overseas, the most important of which is the sea routes. Now that he has come to this world, it is natural that he will be the one to usher in the age of discovery. By the way, do you need my intervention within the Dongming sect? I know you're not the one who has the final say. If the Dongming sect were ruled solely by Shen Mixin, then Shan Wanjing's marriage proposal wouldn't be necessary. Shen Mixin, worthy of her demonic origins, even if she saw herself as a victim, was also the reason she immediately submitted. After all, in the demonic sect, the strong reigned supreme, and the one with the biggest fists reigned supreme. Most beauties of this era were forced to choose their own fate, though some faced greater restrictions than others. Even Song Yazi and Shang Xiuxin of Pegasus Ranch were no exception. Song Yazi certainly had no fondness for Li Mi-sun, but for the sake of the Song family, a marriage proposal was necessary. Even though Song had once told her that he wouldn't force her unless she was pleased, as the legitimate daughter of the Song family, she still held responsibilities to the family. Likewise, Shang Xiuxin, who in the original novel nearly married Li Jiancheng and became one of his concubines. Pegasus Ranch could remain neutral during periods of chaos, but once the situation became clear, it had to take sides. Shan Wanjing's marriage was perfectly natural. This is a big problem. If possible, Shan Mixin would naturally want to have the final say in the Dongming sect, but reality forced her to compromise. Her power wasn't strong enough to completely control the Dongming sect, but now with Shen Fei's intervention, everything was different. It's just a small matter. To Shen Fei, it was indeed a small matter. After the two returned to the Pyongyang, Shen Fei immediately captured all the Shang family members on board. Of course, Shen Fei didn't kill them, he simply restrained them and handed them over to Shen Mixin. The sudden change didn't affect the normal operation of the Pyongyang. This time, the Shang family had been completely annihilated, and the people on Ryukyu Island posed little threat to Shen Mixin. After all, this is a world where strength is respected. The Shang family that followed Shen Mixin to the Central Plains this time had a Grandmaster and 4 innate masters. Without them, the Shang family only had one Grandmaster-level patriarch left in the Ryukyu Islands, but this person's strength was far inferior to Shen Mixin's. Within the Dongming sect, there were two branches, the male Shuang family and the female Shan family. Of course, This Shen family was not Shen Mixin's family, but was mainly composed of women Shen Mixin had taken in. In this war-torn era, there were too many orphans and widows. It was precisely because of this that the Shen family branch of the Dongming sect was very loyal to Shen Mixin. Therefore, they had no problem with Shen Mixin's joining Shen Fei. Only Shan Wanjing wanted to say something, but faced with her mother's serious face, Shan Wanjing finally compromised. Have you ever considered starting other businesses, like women's clothing? Shen Fei had a good impression of Shan Mixin. To be frank, Shan Mixin's actions were far superior to Shi Fixin's, who only talked about peace in the world but didn't take any concrete action. This wasn't just Shen Fei's rant out of frustration with Shi Fixin, it was the truth. Throughout the novel, Shi Fixin, aside from her battle with Kankan and her pursuit of Shi Zixin, had done anything concrete. She'd simply taken the Heshibi and talked about choosing the emperor on behalf of heaven. She'd also talked about monks being free from all four elements. And then, Lu Quan personally took action against Cao Zhang, but after realizing his strength was beyond his expectations, he was forced to withdraw, even going so far as to justify his actions. Cao Zhang later gained the upper hand, not only because he invited Ning Daoqi to fight, but also because Shi Fixin personally engaged in combat with him. Women's clothing. Shan Mixin looked at Shen Fei in confusion. Although weapons are profitable, this is only during troubled times. If peace reigns, the weapons business will struggle. Clothing, however, is a different story. Shen Fei then brought up some later concepts, particularly women's underwear, such as bras, and other unique women's clothing. Although Shan Wanjing blushed slightly, Shan Mixin nodded thoughtfully. Even Shen Fei hadn't anticipated that his words would lead to the birth of the world's first women's clothing chain. Li Shimin is inquiring about the Taoist Xianzong. Don't worry about him. He's just a member of the Li clan. I'll handle it. And here's for you, Shen Fei said, producing 10 Zhenren pills and 2 Juxin pills, explaining their effects. Upon hearing about the Juxin pills' benefits, Shan Mixin's eyes lit up. Her martial arts had almost reached their peak, and further advancement would be extremely difficult. The Juxin pills would be just the thing to boost her strength even further. While Grandmaster status represents a sublimation of spiritual and mental strength, making it difficult for ordinary people to achieve, this doesn't mean it's impossible to overcome this barrier. With sufficient gathering immortal pills, even if one doesn't reach that level, the sheer amount of true ki alone is enough to reach Grandmaster status. The only problem is perhaps the inability to shatter the void. In the world of twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, the best thing for Shen Fei is that his reserves of true person pills and gathering immortal pills are no longer just candy, but strategic resources. With a Shen and Cauldron, he can now refine gathering immortal pills in the same way as true person pills, and because of their enhanced effectiveness, a single gathering immortal pill can elevate a person to Grandmaster status. If he so desired, creating 100 or 80 Grandmasters would be no problem. Even if these Grandmasters couldn't contain a genuine Grandmaster, they might face a 3-on-1 or even 5-on-1 defeat. But that's enough. If 5 isn't enough, then 10 or 20 are. Of course, Grandmasters like Shi Zixin, who are unafraid of group attacks, are another matter. Let's put it this way, with the same number of Grandmasters, Shen Fei could crush the independent Ning Daoqi, but he'd definitely let down the evil King Shi Zixin. Of course, even if he didn't care about the gathering immortal pills, he couldn't give Shan Mixin a large number all at once. He gave her 2, with the other one going to Shan Wanjing. Thank you, sir, you're welcome. You deserve it. And don't worry about the previous issue with Bai and Bufu. I'll take care of it for you. Next, it's time to deal with the demon sect. Sir, how are you going to deal with the demon sect? Upon hearing the word demon sect, Shan Mixin immediately put away the pills. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Don't worry, I won't kill Ziyuan. The demon sect is quite powerful, and we can conquer them, thank you, sir." Although Shan Mixin was filled with hatred for Ziyuan, she was her mother after all. "Well, it's time for me to go," Shen Fei said, nodding to Shan Mixin before disappearing from the Piaoxiang. The Dongming sect's plans were now just a sideshow for him. Cao Zhang, will become emperor. Cao Zhang, will conquer the world and establish an enduring legacy. On a deserted beach by the lake, Cao Zhang raised his steel knife high in his right hand and roared loudly at the lake. After several roars, Cao Zhang's expression finally softened. What a remarkable ambition. It looks like we'll be rivals from now on, Just as Su Xiling was about to comment on Cao Zhang's ambition, applause suddenly erupted, and a figure stepped out. It's Brother Shen. I was so scared. I thought someone from the Dongming sect was chasing us. The sudden voice startled both Cao Zhang and Su Xiling. Seeing it was Shen Fei, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I've already taken care of the Dongming sect. They won't pursue the matter. Really? Thank you, Brother Shen, you're welcome. I was actually planning to look for you guys, and I just happened to run into you. Shen Fei wasn't lying. Initially, he had indeed gone to the Dongming sect for the two of them. After all, compared to the Shuanglong sect, the Dongming sect's importance was secondary. Looking for us? So, Brother Shen has been following us, perhaps because Cao Zhang had always called Shen Fei brother, and now Su Xiling did the same. Cao Zhang let out a faint smile. Right. I thought I'd have to wait a little longer, but I didn't expect you to disembark from the Li clan's ship so quickly. Shen Fei's words brought a faint, embarrassed smile to Cao Zhang's face. If only Su Xiling had seen his previous actions, as a childhood friend, they wouldn't have been a big deal. But in Shen Fei's eyes, it was a bit embarrassing. Brother Shen, what do you want from us? Su Xiling suddenly asked. Indeed, there is something, but we'll talk about it later. Now, I have a question for Cao Zhang. Do you really want to be the emperor? Shen Fei's face was very serious when he said this. Brother Shen, it was just a joke just now. Isn't there a saying that one must have lofty ambitions? When you can't do it, it's better to make a concession. Cao Zhang looked at Shen Fei's serious eyes and immediately laughed, trying to fool him. After all, according to what Shen Fei said before, they were enemies fighting for supremacy in the world. If you can answer one question for me, I can support you to be the emperor. Shen Fei's expression was still serious. Brother, are you serious? Shen Fei's serious expression seemed to infect Cao Zhang. Of course, brother, please ask, if you become the emperor, will you send troops to destroy Gagurita? Chapter 732, World Turbulence, and Shen Fei's question immediately silenced both Cao Zhang and Su Xiling. They had no previous impression of Gagurita, but Fu Jun'er had saved them and become their mother. This alone made it difficult for Cao Zhang and Su Xiling to take action against Gagurita. Shen Fei also had a strong impression of Shuanglong and didn't want to waste their talent. Otherwise, he could have simply ignored them. With them around, Cao Zhang might even have a problem forming the young marshal's army. In other words, when has Shen Fei ever trained a protagonist? Whether it's Harry Potter, Naruto, or Luffy, they haven't had much contact. Why war? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to live in peace? While Cao Zhang was silent, Su Xiling sighed deeply. Why war? I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. Never mind that he wasn't a god. Even if he was, gods couldn't avoid war. Haven't you seen the constant war in Marvel's Asgard? But even you and Cao Zhang have your share of arguments and disagreements, let alone others. As the saying goes, one man has his own principles, 10 men have 10 principles, 100 men have 100 principles, 1,000 men have 1,000 principles. In this situation, even if you don't want to start a war, there are plenty who do. So, when others attack, will you fight back with all your might, or kneel down and surrender, letting them have their way? It's like when you were gangsters and someone bullied you, what would you do? Su Xiling immediately fell silent again. Of course, he would fight back with all his might. If he couldn't win, he would flee. Kneeling and begging for mercy without resistance was out of the question. Let's put that aside for now. What are your thoughts on Yang Guang? Do you think he was a tyrant or a wise ruler? Seeing Cao Zhang remain silent, Shen Fei immediately asked another question. Can Yang Guang be a wise ruler? Cao Zhang and Su Xiling stared at Shen Fei in disbelief. Most people would have answered that he was a tyrant, but Cao Zhang and Su Xiling were both incredibly intelligent and immediately discerned something in Shen Fei's tone. Why can't he be a wise ruler? Shen Fei asked with a smile. How is that possible? Yang Guang brought misery to the people of the country, while he himself was ambitious, incompetent, and spent his days indulging in debauchery and women. If such a man were a wise ruler, then there would be no such thing as a foolish ruler, Cao Zhang retorted immediately, and Su Xiling nodded in agreement. You all think that the current chaos in the world is solely Yang Guang's fault? But it's not your fault. You must have been denied the opportunity to learn. There were too many scoundrels like Cao Zhang and Su Xiling in this era, just like their friends in the Bamboo Flower Gang. While their friends were generally doing better than them in the Bamboo Flower Gang, Shuanglong was far more ambitious than most. Their friend's subsequent success was all thanks to Kaozhong. "Sit down, I'll teach you a lesson now," Shen Fei said, waving Shuanglong and Xianlong to sit on the beach. He then sat down himself, and a bamboo stick appeared in his right hand. Let's first discuss why Yang Guang launched 3 expeditions to Korea. This wasn't out of conceit, but rather a strategic vision. "Kaozhong, I can tell you clearly, no matter who unified China, conquering Korea was inevitable for any good emperor. Failure to do so would have proven them to be incompetent." Yang Guang had many reasons for conquering Korea, one of which was their repeated border incursions. Imagine the Central Plains as a gang, and Korea as another. If someone repeatedly attacked your gang's territory, what would you do? As he spoke, Shen Fei used a bamboo stick to draw a diagram on the beach for the 2 men. Of course, retaliate, Kaozhong and Su Ziling's faces froze. Coming from thug backgrounds, fighting for territory was commonplace, even pickpockets had their own territory. However, they kept this a secret. After all, according to Shen Fei, the war between the Central Plains and Korea was essentially a gang war magnified many times over. In fact, Yang Guang was a very capable and strategic emperor in the first half of his life. Whether it was his construction of the Grand Canal or his establishment of the imperial examination system, both benefited the present and future generations. Shen Fei said this as he drew a rough topographical map of the Central Plains, along with the Grand Canal, explaining to Shuanglong the significance of both the Grand Canal and the imperial examination system. Yang Guang was indeed a very strategic person, as evidenced by his decision to move the capital from Chang'an. Even Li Shimin couldn't match him in this respect. Chang'an is known as the ancient capital of 13 dynasties, which shows the extent of its influence. However, things are not always static. During the Han Dynasty, Chang'an was undoubtedly very important as a capital, but by the Sui and Tang dynasties, it was somewhat less important. To be frank, if Li Shimin had established a capital in Luoyang instead of Chang'an, the Tang dynasty might not have faced so many problems. Let's not talk about other aspects of Yang Guang, just the imperial examination. Disciples from aristocratic families have the right to criticize him, but you, those of you from the lowest social classes, have the least right to criticize him, because you provided a path for the lower classes to rise. Since you say Yang Guang is so powerful, then why is the world in chaos now? Kaozhong and Su Ziling were silent for a long time after listening to Shen Fei's analysis of Yang Guang before continuing. It's simple, because he offended all the aristocratic families at the top of the country. You know what the system was before the imperial examination? The 9-rank system, which said that there were no commoners in the upper ranks and no gentry in the lower ranks. Seeing that Kaozhong and Su Ziling didn't understand the meaning of no commoners and no gentry, Shen Fei further explained the meaning. In the legends of the frontier, the so-called gentry were not too arrogant. For those aristocratic families, the 9-rank system ensured their continued prosperity. Under these circumstances, the imperial examination system threatened their greatest interests. Therefore, during Yang Guang's campaign against Korea, these aristocratic families actively dragged their feet, offering little effort. Some even deliberately leaked military intelligence, hoping to see Yang Guang fail. Otherwise, how could Yang Guang's million-strong army fail 3 times in a row? Although Master Yijian Fu Kailan has left, the Central Plains is home to countless experts. The problem is where these experts are. As he spoke, Shen Fei suddenly mocked Ning Daoqi. While the grandmasters of other nations were fighting for their country, this grandmaster was engaging in a scheme to elect an emperor on behalf of the heavens, something planned 20 years ago. If this information leaked, it would be hard to ignore. Where's the grandmaster of the Central Plains? Kaozhong immediately thought of Ning Daoqi. Are you talking about the independent Ning Daoqi? He wasn't on the battlefield. At this, Shen Fei let out a cold smile, and Kaozhong and Su Ziling exchanged glances. There's a saying that dynasties last 100 years, and aristocratic families 1,000 years. For those aristocratic families, some will do anything to ensure their families enjoy prosperity and wealth for generations. Welding car doors shut and preventing anyone from getting in was the philosophy of most aristocratic families during the feudal era. However, they never considered that China wasn't the West. If a welded car door couldn't be opened, they'd just overturn the car. Okay, I'll continue this later. First, let me explain what it means to say that long divisions must reunite, and long reunions must divide. Shen Fei then gave Shuanglong a thorough lesson, emphasizing land, the economy, and other factors, explaining why the late dynasties were always in chaos. Because the population grew, and the aristocratic families controlled a vast majority of resources, the lowest class, unable to survive, naturally rose up in rebellion. Then, with the chaos and the massive deaths in the wars, resources were freed up, and peace reigned for a while, only to repeat the cycle. This is very similar to the 4 great ninja wars in the ninja world. With more ninja, missions naturally become fewer. They can't afford to support so many ninja. So what's next? War. With more ninja dead, missions naturally become plentiful. In the ninja world, for the ninja villages, these missions are seized through war. In reality, they have no idea. They were indeed seized, but not from other villages, but from the bodies of fallen ninja. Is there no way to end this cycle? Su Xiaoling suddenly spoke after a long silence. For Cao Zhang, conquering the world was just his hobby. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to say he'd give the throne to someone else after conquering it. Although Su Xiaoling had no interest in conquering the world, he was actually the most compassionate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been fooled by Shi Fixun into helping Li Shimin instead of his friend and brother, Cao Zhang, whom he had shared life and death with since childhood. Of course there is a way to end it, but it's extremely difficult to do. It's fair to say that no one else would do it except me. What is the way? Su Xiaoling demanded immediately. Actually, solving this problem is very simple. It all boils down to self-interest. For ordinary people, as long as they can survive, no one cares who the emperor is. Finally, Shen Fei mentioned the word taxation. There's a saying that a harsh government is more ferocious than a tiger. Actually, this doesn't apply to everyone, only to those who pay taxes. Those who don't pay don't care. To be frank, how much tax could peasants collect? The real tax burden came from aristocratic families, Buddhist sects, and other powerful groups. But in this era, these people weren't required to pay taxes. Even the audacious Cao Zhang and Su Xiaoling fell silent after understanding Shen Fei's meaning. This was truly insane, especially considering what Shen Fei had taught them. The imperial examination alone had already made Yang Guang a near-universal enemy. If all those aristocratic families were taxed, they would truly be enemies of the entire world. By the way, you should have met Li Shimin before, right? Do you know who gave him this name? I know. I heard him say that when he was 4 years old, a fortune teller came to his house and read his fortune. He said, when you reach the age of 20, you will be able to save the world and bring peace to the people. I said before that he has the fate of an emperor, Cao Zhang immediately said with a smile. That's right. He is indeed destined to be an emperor. This is a plan that was formulated by certain people 20 years ago. It is a plan to choose an emperor on behalf of heaven. The person who read his fortune is no ordinary person. It is the wandering Ning Daoqi. At this point, Shen Fei's expression was full of sarcasm. He didn't believe that if he told Shuanglong about this now, Shi Fixun and the others would be able to fool them. What would happen then would definitely be very interesting. Shen Fei came to teach the two of them, and he was curious to see the expressions of Shi Fixun, Sihan Jingzhe, Jingnianzhen sect and others at that time. What? Cao Zhang exclaimed immediately. Are you surprised? In fact, Shen Fei had no idea who read Li Shimin's fortune. It might not be Ning Daoqi, but Shen Fei naturally put the finger on Ning Daoqi. After all, he was the one who supported the plan of selecting the emperor on behalf of God. Even if he wanted to whitewash it, it would be impossible. Sihan Jingzhe, you know the sect, more than 20 years ago, they joined forces with Jingnianzhen, Ning Daoqi and some others to formulate the plan of selecting the emperor on behalf of God. It can be said that the chaos in the world now is caused by their deliberate arrangement, so that the person they choose would have the opportunity to become emperor. If the world was not in chaos, how could Li Shimin have the opportunity to become emperor? Why did they do this? Su Xiaoling's eyes changed in an instant. Do you know that Emperor Wu of Liang starved to death? In fact, there is a country called Xianzhou close to the Central Plains. Buddhism came from there. In Xianzhou, whether the emperor can ascend to the throne depends on kneeling to worship Buddhism. Shen Fei slowly told him about some of the situations in Buddhism that he knew, then looked at Su Xiaoling and continued, they want Buddhism to achieve the status of Xianzhou in the Central Plains, that is to say, they want to establish a so-called Buddhist kingdom on earth. Even if they want to starve the emperor to death, they can do it at will, choosing the emperor on behalf of God. What a big tone. Cao Zhang was also angry. As a person who is determined to fight for the world, this sentence was the most disgusting. Don't underestimate Sihan Jingzhe. Every generation of their disciples is a woman of unparalleled beauty. As long as a man sees them, few people will not fall at their feet. The wandering man Ning Daoki is like this, and there is also the Song Clan's Xiandao Song. When it comes to beauty tricks, no one in the world can compare to Sihan Jingzhe. You may not understand what I am saying now, but if you meet the current generation of Sihan Jingzhe's successor, Shi Fixun, you will understand why I said so. The so-called spoilers are fun for a while, and the more spoilers, the more fun it is. Brother Shen, the reason you tell us these things is to let us be careful of Shi Fixun? Su Xiling seemed to have reacted at this time. I'm just reminding you not to be fooled. I know you two are very smart, but in terms of knowledge, you are far behind. Shen Fei did not deny Su Xiling's words. After all, he used an open conspiracy. The same thing, from different angles, will have different results. Just like now, he told Su Xiling and the others about the luxury of Buddhism in advance. Once the two of them arrived at the Jingnian Zen temple and saw the situation there, they would definitely think of what he said today. Shi Fixun herself had no ill intentions, which Shen Fei could probably confirm, but it was hard to say about Fan Qinghu, Liaoquang, and Ning Daoki behind her. Shen Fei was now looking forward to seeing their expressions when they came back empty-handed. Chapter 733, The World in Trouble, Supplement. Okay, that's all I want to tell you. From now on, it's up to you to understand. Some things, no matter how much I say, you need to see them with your own eyes to know for sure. Knowing so much ahead of time, Shuanglong certainly wouldn't be fooled like in the original novel. It wasn't that Shen Fei didn't want to tell them, but rather that it would take too much time. Secondly, Shuanglong had lived in this era since childhood, and many things couldn't be learned overnight. Brother Shen, why are you telling us all this? You know, I'm going to be emperor, and we might even be enemies in the future. Shen Fei's words opened up a new world for Kaozhong and Su Xiling, and many things they had previously struggled with suddenly became clear. Why? Simple, because I like you too. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. This is a rare opportunity. The two of you should compete. Let me see your current strength, since Brother Shen is willing to teach you, young Master Ling. Come on, Kaozhong said, unfurling a steel blade and adopting the 10 bloody battle styles stance. Okay, Su Xiling responded immediately. Although Shen Fei had previously explained many things to the two, martial arts naturally held the greatest allure for them now. In fact, Shen Fei had misjudged Kaozhong once again. While Kaozhong's desire to dominate the world was strictly due to Li Zining, in reality, that desire wasn't strong at the moment. It could be said that Kaozhong now bore a striking resemblance to someone who uttered the slogan, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young and poor. Come to think of it, Su Xiling and Nai Feng do bear some resemblance. It's a shame Kaozhong and Bu Jingyan are so different. Kaozhong and Su Xiling both employed the same 10 bloody battle styles, yet they each executed them in 2 different styles. Su Xiling's 10 bloody battle styles, while supposedly a battlefield-like, murderous sword technique, wielded it with a sense of grace and freedom. Similarly, their Qinggong skills, while derived from the bird-crossing technique, had evolved into completely different styles due to their respective personalities. Even Yun Yuzhen, their bird-crossing instructor, might not have anticipated this. This is perhaps the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Ordinary people can only copy, but a genius's creations are imbued with their own unique style. Unfortunately, even if I gave them the Wind God Kick and the Cloud-Removing Palm, they wouldn't be able to defeat Moko Wulian. Alright, now your opponent is me. After roughly understanding the two men's current strength, Shen Fei immediately appeared between them and unleashed his Tai Chi technique. With a single pull, he sent the steel blades flying from their hands. Then, a Tai Chi aura unfolded, causing the two men's bodies to move involuntarily in sync with his movements. From previous observation, he already knew that Shuanglong currently possessed only the 10 blood battle styles. As for the bird-crossing technique, it was impossible to perform within the Tai Chi aura. Shen Fei could teach Shuanglong many martial arts, from the Sky Frost Fist, the Wind God Kick, the Cloud-Removing Palm, the Holy Spirit Sword technique, the 6 Cold Secrets, and so on, but in the end, Shen Fei chose Tai Chi, with its blend of hardness and softness, and its yin-yang transformations, is the most suitable martial art for Shuanglong right now. One hard, one soft, one yin, one yang, one cold, one hot, perfectly aligning with the yin-yang philosophy of Tai Chi. For example, Cao Zhuang's ki attributes to cold energy, making the Sky Frost Fist a natural fit for her. The same is true for Tai Chi. Don't assume Tai Chi can't generate cold energy. The unity of yin and yang isn't a myth. As for Su Xiaoling, needless to say, while he's more suited to Tai Chi than Cao Zhuang, his personality and character are inferior to those of a Taoist, a sheer waste of talent. To be blunt, if Su Xiaoling hadn't become a shaman guardian, he'd have had the opportunity to witness the Wongyuan Dafa, and thus, perhaps even shatter the void. What kind of martial art is this? It's so perverse, Cao Zhuang exclaimed in disbelief after being flung to the side of the beach by Shen Fei's Tai Chi aura and unable to get up for a long time. It wasn't that Shen Fei had dealt Cao Zhuang a heavy blow, but rather that the Tai Chi aura he had used had caused them to spin constantly, draining Cao Zhuang's energy and leaving him disoriented. Of course, Su Xiaoling was subjected to the same treatment. Tai Chi, the Book of Changes, has Tai Chi from the beginning. 2 yin and yang were born. From the 2 yin and yang, 4 images were born. From the 4 images, 8 trigrams were born. This is the beginning, and Tai Yi is also Tai Chi. What is Tai Chi? Tai Chi is the Tao. Alright, rest quickly. While we have time, I'll teach you this martial art. Seeing the two still lying on the ground, Shen Fei immediately called them to their feet. Alright, Cao Zhuang and Su Xiaoling immediately struggled to their feet, then began to press their palms together, practicing the Chang Shengju, eternal life secret, a recovery method they had accidentally discovered. The Chang Shengju possessed advantages in healing, recovery, and longevity that other martial arts lacked. By the time you thought you had severely injured them, they were actually already fully recovered. Shu Onglong had never witnessed such a unique energy, so he naturally threw himself into it wholeheartedly. Before his fight with Shen Fei, Shu Onglong's understanding of martial arts was based on who possessed the most profound true ki, completely unaware that true ki could be manipulated into an aura, capable of overwhelming one's own control. Previously, Shu Onglong felt trapped in Shen Fei's Tai Chi aura as if he were trapped in a whirlpool. Despite his valiant struggles, he was inevitably swept along. This was something Shu Onglong would only encounter later, when he reached a certain stage of development and encountered masters of the caliber of Kankan. Now, however, they were experiencing it in advance. The heavenly demon force field, in some ways, was somewhat similar to the Tai Chi aura. Two veteran masters of Pegasus Ranch, unfamiliar with this force field and unprepared, met their end at Kankan's hands, powerless and defenseless. Say, Master Ling, can you not hit me in the face? That's not my fault, you bump into me. Using the Tai Chi aura to counterattack, Shen Fei forced Shu Onglong into a fratricidal fight, which frustrated Shu Onglong greatly. However, the vast difference in strength between the two meant they had no way to resist. Brother Shen, do you have any other martial arts? I don't think Tai Chi is suitable for me, but it's very suitable for Master Ling. After roughly mastering Tai Chi, Cao Zhuang couldn't help but scratch his head. Master Zhuang, Su Xiaoling glared at Cao Zhuang. Not for you, perhaps, Shen Fei said, and punched Cao Zhuang in the chest. The powerful force sent Cao Zhuang flying dozens of meters before he landed heavily on the beach. The next moment, Cao Zhuang jumped up. Shen Fei's blow had seemed powerful, but it was actually a subtle move, and it didn't injure Cao Zhuang at all. Tai Chi is a martial art that combines both hardness and softness. I taught you soft power before, and now we're teaching you hard power. I think this suits me. You're truly worthy of being called Shu Onglong. Such talent, it's a shame it wasn't discovered sooner. 2 days later, in a small valley not far from the beach, Shen Fei nodded with a touch of emotion as he watched Su Xiaoling standing in a pond, his hands swirling and controlling the water. While Cao Zhuang couldn't achieve Su Xiaoling's level of skill, he was making just as rapid progress in Tai Chi's hard power. Of course, that didn't mean Cao Zhuang hadn't made any progress in his soft fists. The same was true for Su Xiaoling's hard fists. If such talent had been discovered earlier by a larger force, such as the demon sect, it would have been cultivated long ago. If Shi's Hixun had discovered it too earlier, there wouldn't have been any point for Yang Zuian and Hao Zibei. I understand what's going on. I'll handle it. You've had a hard time coming back. Go down and rest. After listening to Shenlorn's report, Li Mi, a member of the Wagon Army, waved his hand non-committally, signaling Shenlorn to go down. This gesture left Shenlorn slightly stunned before she finally agreed. Although Shenlorn had hurried as quickly as possible, by the time she returned, Li Mi's defection to the Turks and his plot against Zhirang had become almost universally known. After the news became public, Li Mi's Prussian public camp within the Wagon Fortress nearly came to blows with Zhirang's direct forces. Fortunately, both Li Mi and Zhirang understood that now was not the right time for internal strife, and both sides worked hard to restrain their men, preventing the situation from getting out of hand. However, due to the rift between the two sides, the Wagon army immediately split in two, no longer united as before, giving the Sui army a chance to catch its breath. Prior to this, the Wagon army was engaged in a battle with the Sui army to seize Xingluo Granary, the largest granary built by Emperor Yangguang during the Sui dynasty. It contained a vast storehouse of supplies. If the Wagon army captured this granary, it would guarantee them food security for nearly 10 years. This crucial battle was the reason why, in the original novel, despite being plotted against by Li Mi, Zhirang feigned indifference and continued with his previous plans. Zhirang's rise to the leadership of the Wagon army was a remarkable feat. He had originally planned to seize Xingluo Granary and then devise a plan to counter Li Mi. However, while his plan was sound, Li Mi outmaneuvered him, and he was defeated. However, the situation was different now. With the revelation of the plot against Zhirang and his defection to the Turks, the Wagon army split into two, distrusting each other and unable to unite against the Sui army. Even though Zhirang and Li Mi actually wanted to cooperate in their hearts, if they cooperated, who would take the lead in the attack on the Sui army would be a big problem. Both sides did not want to take the lead, and both were afraid that the other side would sit on the mountain and watch the tiger, or that the Oriole would be behind and shoot them in the back. So after several negotiations, the two sides failed to reach a consensus, and missed the opportunity, allowing the Sui army to regroup. Next, it was impossible to capture Xingluo Kang. In order to attack Xingluo Kang, Zhirang, Li Mi and others had been planning for more than half a year, showing weakness to the enemy and luring the Sui army to fight. Shen Luoyan's previous attack on Qin Shubao was all for the purpose of planning Xingluo Kang. But now, because of the missed opportunity, it's all over. Similarly, the Wagon army was finished. Li Mi, who was so powerful in the original novel, completely lost the opportunity to rise this time. A little bit of butterfly effect blew Li Mi away. Xingluo Kang is very important to the Wagon army. This is why Zhirang and Li Mi still wanted to cooperate even though they had already fallen out. Because as the Wagon army expanded, the pressure on logistics supply became greater and greater. If Xingluo Kang could not be captured, the Wagon army would sooner or later split. Neither Zhirang nor Li Mi wanted the Wagon army to split. They knew very well that this was their capital for conquering the world. Once it split, neither side would have a chance. In the original novel, if Zhirang did not want to die, there was actually a way. He could have directly withdrawn his troops and split the Wagon army. However, the enemy still had a chance in mind, so he did not take this last step. Then, because of the appearance of Shuanglong, Li Mi took action in advance, which led to Zhirang's death. However, even so, Li Mi had planted the seeds of defeat. In the original novel, Zhirang's daughter Zhi played a very important role in Li Mi's defeat in attacking Luoyang. Of course, all this has changed now. It was precisely because Li Mi now hated Shen Fei of the Taoist Xianzong that he lacked the power he held in the original novel. Otherwise, Shen Fei might have received the same killing order from Pushenguang that Shuanglong enjoyed in the original novel. Similarly, Shen Luoyan, who is highly regarded by Shen Fei, naturally fell out of favor with Li Mi. Little did Li Mi know that this time, he had truly resented the wrong person. The catastrophic events had nothing to do with Shen Fei. This was before telephones and dense communicators. Spreading the news throughout the land in just a few days was beyond the capabilities of Shen Fei. In reality, it was the demon sect that had perpetrated this. After Du Fuyi returned, he informed Fu Gangyao of the situation, who immediately contacted the demon sect, and then, Li Mi's tragedy unfolded. The demon sect's exaggeration of Li Mi's defection to the Turks was the result of the demon sect's exaggeration. Brother, these are the recent events. From the highest point of Songjia Mountain City, Earth Sword Song Zhi reported all the noteworthy events in the Central Plains to Song, the supreme ruler of the Song clan. Song, bent on reviving Han orthodoxy, may seem indifferent to worldly affairs, despite his seemingly unconcerned devotion to the Song family Mountain City. In reality, he's constantly concerned about events in the Central Plains. Waiting for his opportunity. Unable to raise his own sons, he's forced to choose a leader from across the country. Song has quite a few sons, 4 sons and 2 daughters, none of whom have achieved much? Song Shideo stands out among them. The hidden Taoist sect, from the pre-Qin era, is truly intriguing, Song said, a sudden, meaningful smile flickering across his face. Brother, what about Li Mi? Handle that yourself. Just as Earth Sword Song Zhi was about to inquire about Li Mi, Song vanished. Let's wait and see. It's a pity for Shideo, that kid. Alice, although the wagon army's situation is extremely dire, Song Zhi is determined to give Li Mi another chance. It's not that Song Zhi is overly optimistic about Li Mi, but rather that there are simply no better options for the righteous armies in the world right now. That's what the younger generation of the Song clan lacked. Song Zhi had originally been very optimistic about Song Shideo, but things had changed since the last smuggled salt shipment. After learning the whole story, Song Zhi was nearly furious. Even Song had a cold expression, and it stayed that way for several days. The Taoist Xianzong, perhaps we could contact them, Master. The Li clan has sent someone again, inside a small, yet elegant, and tranquil Taoist temple deep in the mountains. A young Taoist priest approached a pavilion in a bamboo forest on the back hillside and immediately addressed a middle-aged Taoist priest sitting in meditation. It's Shen Fei. Let them leave. Now is not the time to leave the mountain, Master. Didn't you say last time that the Li clan was destined to rule the world and that we should follow them down the mountain this time? The young Taoist priest, known as Shen Fei, looked puzzled. Chapter 734 Shi Kingsun, Part 1. Because the celestial phenomena have changed, the middle-aged Taoist said, then suddenly sighed deeply. He then immediately stood up and walked out of the pavilion. How is this possible? The young Taoist exclaimed in shock. Yes, how is this possible? By the way, has anything major happened recently? The middle-aged Taoist asked casually after calming down. Zhirang and Li Mi of the Wagon Fortress have fallen out, and now the Wagon Army is split in two. By the way, Master, does our Taoism have a hidden Xianzong? The young Taoist briefly described the recent changes in the Wagon Army and then asked. The hidden Xianzong of Taoism? What is this? The middle-aged Taoist looked at his disciple with confusion. The Li family sent someone to inquire about it. The young Taoist immediately told him everything he knew about the Taoist Xianzong. Pre-Qin era, how is this possible? Let's go, the middle-aged Taoist said, heading out of the bamboo forest. The young Taoist followed closely behind, and the two soon arrived at the Taoist temple's main hall. Master Yuan, a middle-aged man, contemplating the statues around him in the hall, immediately clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully upon seeing the middle-aged Taoist priest. So it's Master Li, the middle-aged Taoist priest said after exchanging greetings. I heard Shen Fei mention the Taoist Xianzong a while ago. I wonder what it's all about. My elder brother once asked me to ask you, Taoist priest, whether the Taoist Xianzong is true or not. The middle-aged man then proceeded to recount the story of the Taoist Xianzong in far greater detail than the young Taoist priest had previously described. And somehow, his words seemed to imply that the split in Wagon Village was also the fault of the Taoist Xianzong. Well, my Taoism has a long and rich history. To be honest, I'm not sure whether there really is a hidden Xianzong, the middle-aged Taoist priest said non-committally. Is that so? Then I wonder what Master Yuan's thoughts on this. The middle-aged man spoke, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged Taoist priest. The time is not right, the middle-aged Taoist priest said with an enigmatic smile. I see. Goodbye, the middle-aged man said, turning and leaving. Master, is this hidden Taoist sect truly from Ardeo? The young Taoist priest asked hurriedly after the middle-aged man had left. Where did this hidden Taoist sect come from? If it truly existed, do you think I wouldn't know about it? But this seems a little strange. Go pack up your things, and we'll go see senior son, perhaps he'll know something. Yes, Master, the young Taoist priest said, turning and leaving the hall immediately. Taoist sect, evil Emperor Xiong Yushin, pass on the order to have Kankan approach him. Taoist sect, evil Emperor Xiong Yushin, notify Fixun to have her approach him. While the Taoists were taking action regarding the Taoist sect, the demon sect and Sihan Jingzhe also launched their own actions. Interestingly, the orders issued by the leaders of these two sects were surprisingly similar, truly worthy of being old enemies. If Kankan and Shi Fixun are destined rivals, then Zhu Yuan and Fan King Hu are old enemies. The reason why they are not destined rivals is because Zhu Yuan's destined rival is not Fan King Hu, but Zhuxin. Speaking of which, it is a bit strange. According to the rules of He, there is only one person walking in the world in each generation, but for some reason, Fan King, who also appeared in Bizixen's era. You are not suitable for using a knife. You should practice sword. Tai Chi also has sword moves. Watching Su Xiaoling waving the steel knife in his hand again, Shen Fei couldn't bear it anymore. He directly took the steel knife in his hand and melted it into a steel sword. Strictly speaking, for Su Xiaoling, weapons don't matter. For him, his body is a weapon. In the original novel, Su Xiaoling hardly used weapons later. However, Shen Fei, perhaps reflecting on his own thoughts, felt that Su Xiaoling was much more impressive with a sword, and that the difference between Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword wasn't that great, though he'd forget about the Tai Chi sword. Alright, Tao Te Ching, you've memorized it. Now, we should leave this place, because Cao Zhuang and Su Xiaoling were both quick learners. Shen Fei considered it for a moment and decided to stay an extra day to teach Su Xiaoling the Tao Te Ching. While the Tao Te Ching wasn't exactly a secret, it was widely circulated even in this era. Unfortunately, Su Xiaoling, a thug, had no access to it. Now that Shen Fei had it, it was clear that Su Xiaoling had no chance of becoming a Dharma protector of the Samanus. The Tao Te Ching was profound, and the more insightful one became, the more they understood its terrifying truths. Su Xiaoling was so engrossed in it that he memorized it after just one reading. In contrast, Cao Zhuang felt drowsy after just the beginning. Let me show you how a temple operates first. As the saying goes, seeing is worse than seeing. After leaving the valley, Shen Fei didn't immediately leave Shuanglong, but instead headed straight to the nearest town to give them a first-hand look at the workings of Buddhism. With his fundamental understanding of Buddhism, Shen Fei wasn't afraid of any setbacks, or even encountering some enlightened monk that would change Shuanglong's view of the sect. He could easily find problems even at the Jingnian Zen monastery, let alone other temples. Buddhism was the greatest usurer of our time. The term pawn originated from the Buddhist treasury system. Even many Buddhist scriptures and canons contain passages about the endless treasury that yields endless interest, and its benefits are boundless. At that time, the 6 groups of people should sow and reap the benefits, either by taking or giving, by earning or mortgaging. This allowed monks to lend money with confidence, earning profits to support the 3 treasures of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Even in Journey to the West, when Tang Sanzeng journeyed to the Western paradise to obtain the true scriptures, he was required to make offerings, a truly amusing sight. These bald asses are truly despicable. After their investigation, Cao Zhuang and Su Xiaoling's faces turned gloomy. The temple's opulence was beside the point. The key was the overflowing gold, silver, and jewelry in its warehouses, and the staggering amount of land listed in the accounts. If Shen Fei hadn't stopped them, they might have stormed the temple and slaughtered the abbot. Sadly, they could only leave with faces of resignation, cursing angrily. The reason was simple: unless they exterminated the entire temple, killing just 1 or 2 abbots wouldn't solve the problem. After all, the temple system wouldn't change. Shen Fei wouldn't mind simply killing a single abbot, but for Cao Zhuang and Su Xiaoling, such a move was out of the question. Unless the Shuanglongs were in war or forced to do so, even if they killed someone, they would only kill their primary opponent, avoiding further consequences. It's frustrating, isn't it? I feel the same way, actually. Nothing has changed at all. After leaving the temple, Shen Fei and Shuanglong walked through the nearby villages. There were no rebel forces nearby, and overall, the situation was relatively peaceful. But that was only a generalization. A closer look would reveal many problems. Throughout China's 2,000 years of ancient feudal history, until modern times, the overall structure remained largely unchanged, and the same was true of technology. It was simply a cycle of dynasties. Even because Confucianism was the only doctrine, it was inferior to the various schools of thought during the Warring States period. It was a complete regression. Alright, let's stop talking about these unhappy things. Let's go to the city and have a good meal. If Shen Fei had said this before meeting him, Shuanglong would have been thrilled. Now, the two had only just left their gangster status, seeking nothing more than a good meal and a good drink. Just like how they had sold the Dongming sex account book to Li Shimin for just a few dozen taels of silver. Strictly speaking, that account book could easily fetch 1,000 taels of gold. On the second floor of the largest restaurant in Dongping County, Shen Fei and the other two sat by the windows. After the delicious food and wine arrived, Cao Zhuang and Su Xiaoling regained their composure and began to feast. There seemed to be quite a lot of people here, especially those from the Jianghu. From their window seat, the three could clearly see the pedestrians on the street below. Not only on the street, but even inside the restaurant itself, the majority were Jianghu people. Something must have happened. Look at me, waiter, Cao Zhang shouted. Brothels and restaurants are generally well informed, especially places like these where large crowds gather. Cao Zhang's method was simple, he simply paid the waiter for information. I didn't expect S.H.I.E.L.D to be here. From the waiter's words, the three quickly understood the reason for the presence of so many Jianghu people. It was because the world-renowned S.H.I.E.L.D was coming to celebrate Wang Tong's birthday. They were all hoping to take this opportunity to meet S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if they couldn't see her in person, hearing her renowned flute music would be worth the trip. S.H.I.E.L.D held a profound reputation in the Central Plains, so great that even Cao Zhang and Su Xiling, former thugs from Yangzhou, had heard of her. Equally renowned was Shang Zifang, known as the world's most talented woman, who later seemed to have fallen in love with Cao Zhang. In modern terms, S.H.I.E.L.D and Shang Zifang were superstars, undeterred by even the height of turmoil. S.H.I.E.L.D's fame overshadowed Wang Tong, who was also celebrating his birthday. Wang Tong was also a renowned figure, a great scholar and a master on par with the four great clan leaders. However, after achieving fame in his 30s, he abandoned martial arts for a scholarly pursuit, no longer teaching martial arts, but instead gathering disciples and lecturing. This change of heart was said to be related to events that occurred back then, and judging by his attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D, perhaps it had something to do with these Ilksen. Of course, this claim of martial arts prowess rivaling that of the heads of the four great clans doesn't necessarily refer to the four great clans, but strictly speaking, there are only three. Song of the Song clan isn't generally counted, just as there are 5 of the 4 heavenly kings. Of the heads of the 4 great clans, Song is a special case. I remember she possessed the immortal seal of the evil king Shi Zhixun, and 4 men were hunting her for the evil emperor's relic. She's quite lucky, knowing S.H.I.E.L.D was coming, Shen Fei naturally wouldn't miss it. Shu Onglong and the others also wanted to see her. Even if they weren't fans of S.H.I.E.L.D, the chance to see a superstar was something they naturally wanted to see. As a master martial artist and a great scholar, Wang Tong naturally lived in an extravagant residence. His residence was a vast mansion in the south of the city. This was likely due to the large number of visitors drawn to S.H.I.E.L.D's fame, and given that not everyone was worthy of admission to the palace, numerous tables and chairs were set up in the square outside the palace for those without access to rest and eat. After all, they were here for S.H.I.E.L.D's fame, so Wang Tong naturally wasn't stingy. A grand banquet was held, and it was a buffet. Please, 3 young masters, Shen Fei, accompanied by Shu Onglong, led by a palace servant, entered the palace directly. Even without an invitation, they were still welcome. Shen Fei was known for his exceptional demeanor. The servants he employed to greet guests were all highly discerning, and such people wouldn't be so blind as to ask for an invitation. It seems clothes are what matter to a person. Shu Onglong had also changed into a fitting outfit. Furthermore, due to the influence of the Changshengju, Shu Onglong's aura was naturally unmatched by ordinary people. Wang Shichen, the Luoyuan governor, it seems I'm truly lucky. Seeing Wang Shichen among the 3 people sitting in the center of the hall, Shen Fei immediately smiled. He knew some information about Wang Shichen, such as his connections to the Great Mingzun sect. Of course, Shen Fei wasn't particularly concerned about this. Since he was here, the Great Mingzun sect was nothing to him, he would be dealt with sooner or later. The key was Wang Shichen's position as the governor of Luoyuan. In Shen Fei's earlier plan, Luoyuan's geographical location was crucial. Like Chang'an, it had served as the capital of numerous dynasties. It could be argued that in this era, Luoyuan's geographical advantage was second only to Chang'an, but considering the future, its geographical advantage would surpass Chang'an. Wang Shichen was an idiot, possessing Luoyuan, a significant advantage, yet ultimately losing it completely. However, this was a boon for Shen Fei, as he could now defend him without hesitation. Luoyuan was Shen Fei's chosen capital. His tone resembled Cao Zhuang's in the original novel, developing the situation step by step. Wouldn't it be better to start right there? Not to mention the upcoming Sihan Jingzhe's chosen emperor and the pure Nianzhen sect, both of which were based in Luoyuan. The other 2 people sitting with Wang Shichen were naturally the host, Wang Tong. Next to him was the Huangshan hermit, Yang Ziyi, a contemporary of Ning Daoqi and a renowned master. It's you 2 little bastards. I finally found you. Just as Shen Fei was keeping an eye on Wang Shiqing and the others, several people suddenly appeared and surrounded the three of them. Leading them was a young, somewhat unruly girl, her eyes glaring angrily at Cao Zhong and Su Xiling. "You have quite a few enemies," Shen Fei said helplessly, glancing at Shuanglong. Shuanglong was also speechless. They had never expected to encounter such an unruly girl here. "How did you offend her to make her so angry?" Shen Fei glanced at the unruly girl's heaving chest and then asked curiously. "It's not our fault. It happened when we were with Dad. After all, we saved her back then, despite their hostile relationship with Du Fuwei, perhaps because they were used to calling him that." Su Xiling was more tolerant, while Cao Zhong kept calling him Dad. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735 Shi Kingsun, Part 2. A spoiled, unruly woman. Shen Fei shook his head helplessly as he watched the men gather around him, ready to attack. This place, Wang Tong's residence, was also Wang Tong's birthday, and Shi Kingsun's sudden appearance was a clear sign of disrespect for Wang Tong. It would be fine if their power was greater than Wang Tong's, but it was clear they couldn't overpower him. The reason was simple: if they truly were that powerful, they would surely be treated like honored guests by Wang Tong. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei stepped aside, allowing Cao Zhong and Su Xiling to pass. Since this was Shuanglong's problem, it was Shuanglong's responsibility to handle it. Meanwhile, Shuanglong was eager to try his hand. The two, newly trained in Tai Chi, were eager to test their skills. The last time Shuanglong encountered the unruly woman, they had just been captured by Du Fuwei. Despite possessing the longevity secret, their strength struggled to even defeat a few thugs. Bang, bang, bang. Using Tai Chi techniques, Cao Zhong and Su Xiling used their momentum to counter the opponents, easily repelling the several who charged forward. Shuanglong, mindful of the situation, refrained from using heavy force. However, this result only served to further sully the unruly woman's expression. Behind her, a young man, seemingly elegant, immediately stepped forward, his right hand condensing into a claw, and struck out at Cao Zhong. His movements, timing, and power were utterly incomparable to those of the previous attackers. Seeing the young man grasp his arm, Su Xiling groaned softly, his right arm trembling slightly, causing the young man to groan. The right hand that had grasped Su Xiling's arm immediately released it. Simultaneously, Su Xiling's right hand grasped his arm and pulled it forward, causing the young man to stumble and involuntarily step back several steps before finally regaining his balance. How is that possible? The young man stared at Su Xiling in disbelief. As someone who had seen Shuanglong before, he found this particularly difficult to accept. The previous time they met, Shuanglong had shown no real strength at all. Yet, in just a short while, he could easily defeat him. Such a difference was unacceptable to the young man. The next moment, the young man immediately seized the long sword from the hand behind him. Just as he was about to draw his sword and strike Shuanglong, an elderly voice interrupted him. "What are you doing? Do you know where this is?" As he spoke, a calm and composed elder slowly approached. Shen Fei and the other two were in a corner of the courtyard, a less conspicuous spot from which they could observe the others in the hall and courtyard. This was precisely why, despite Shuanglong's previous fight with the other, the noise had been relatively quiet, avoiding any notice. "After the little ones, here comes the old ones," Cao Zhong muttered softly as he watched the approaching elder. Although his voice was low, the powerful individuals present naturally overheard his mutterings. "You," the old man approached, glaring fiercely at the young man who was about to draw his sword. Then, upon seeing Cao Zhong and Su Xiling, he froze involuntarily. The old man remembered Cao Zhong and Su Xiling. After all, they had nearly caused a conflict with Du Fuwei. For a veteran with so many years in the martial arts world, that was one of the few major crises he had ever faced. "Where is this place? How can you be so reckless?" Upon seeing Shuanglong, the old man glanced around, presumably checking to see if Du Fuwei was nearby, before reprimanding the young man and the unruly woman. The old man was naturally annoyed with Shuanglong and the two, but he had far more experience than the young man and the unruly woman, and knew that even if he wanted to fight, it wouldn't be possible in Wang Tong's residence. "What happened?" Just as the old man was about to speak, Wang Tong and the others in the hall noticed a disturbance. After all, they were Grandmaster-level masters. Previously, Shuanglong and the unruly woman hadn't noticed them because they were quiet and far away, but now that the old man had approached, Wang Tong and the others naturally hadn't failed to notice. "Old Wang, it's nothing, just some youngsters messing around." After Wang Tong spoke, the old man led the unruly woman and the young man toward the hall. Shen Fei and Shuanglong followed suit. After all, they had come solely for Shi Kingsun, not to cause trouble. "Is that so?" Wang Tong nodded gently after hearing the old man's words, but said nothing more. Then, "Two young brothers, would you mind coming over for a chat?" Just as the group was about to disperse, Wang Shichen, who was sitting next to Wang Tong, saw Shuanglong and his eyes lit up. He immediately spoke to the two men, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Wang Shichen was no ordinary man. He was the governor of Luoyang and a renowned expert at court. Even in an era when the Sui dynasty seemed precarious, he could not be ignored. After all, the Sui dynasty had not yet completely collapsed. Cao Zhong and Su Xiling couldn't help but glance at Shen Fei. They were extremely wary of Wang Shichen. After all, he was a high-ranking official of the Sui dynasty, and Shuanglong had long been wanted by Yuan Huaji. As fellow Sui dynasty officials, who knew if Wang Shichen and Yuan Huaji had any connections? Of course, Shuanglong was overthinking this. Wang Shichen and Yuan Huaji had a very bad relationship. The Yuan clan had previously sought the position of Luoyang governor, but Wang Shichen ultimately took the position, so one can imagine the tension between the two. Shen Fei wasn't the only one who valued Luoyang's geographical importance. Of the four great clans, with the exception of the Song clan, which lacked opportunities due to its southern location, the other three clans all coveted Luoyang. However, Yang Guang was no fool. He certainly wouldn't hand over such a crucial position to one of the other four clans, let alone the four major clans, or even to a lesser clan. Wang Shichen naturally had no idea why Yuan Hui was seeking the twin dragons, but since he was so eager, he must have a reason, and Wang Shichen naturally wanted to exploit it. Although rumors had already spread that two small-time thugs in Yongzhou held the secret of Yang Gong's treasure, most people had never met Cao Zhong and Su Xiling, so they naturally didn't know that the two men before them were the famous twin dragons. Wang Shichen's sudden words caused Wang Tong and Yu Yangzi to look at Cao Zhong and Su Xiling with curiosity. Just as Shen Fei was about to speak to Wang Shichen, he heard several screams coming from the direction of the gate. Then, several figures flew into the air and landed heavily in the courtyard. A closer look revealed that they were all dressed as servants in the royal palace. Instantly, all eyes in the courtyard, previously focused on Cao Zhong and Su Xiling, turned toward the main gate. Many wondered, how dare someone come knocking at such a time like this? Shuanglong and the other man slipped into the crowd, taking advantage of the chaos. Wang Shichen's attention seemed to be diverted, and he wasn't paying attention to Shuanglong. However, Shen Fei noticed that Wang Shichen was still secretly watching Shuanglong. Who dares to act so recklessly here? The next moment, a large man in blue leaped into the courtyard, while others helped those who had fallen down. A cold snort was heard, and then a man and a woman leisurely emerged from the main gate. The man was tall and handsome, his face slightly narrow but defined, like a marble statue. His skin was fairer and smoother than a woman's, yet he didn't look effeminate at all. Instead, his piercing gaze imbued him with a domineering, masculine charm. However, judging by their attire, they looked more like those from the outer reaches of the Great Wall than those from the Central Plains. Similarly, the women around them were dressed in foreign attire. Despite this, their figures and features were captivatingly beautiful. In terms of sheer beauty, they were even comparable to Shan Wanjing. Both the man and woman looked very young, perhaps in their 20s. "Is that you?" The blue-clad man paused for a moment at the woman's beauty, but then she immediately remembered her duty and rushed towards the young man, fists clenched. Unfortunately, as quickly as they had gone, they returned. Although the young man had a knife and a sword hanging from each waist, he made no use of his weapons against a blue-clad man. He met his punches directly, then sent him flying with a kick. This scene startled the surrounding crowd. They didn't recognize the person coming, but the person who had attacked them was well known to many of the onlookers, who were quite famous in the martial arts world. However, they were unable to block a single blow. "That beauty looks a bit like a woman," Cao Zhong whispered in Su Xiling's ear upon seeing the young woman. Su Xiling nodded slightly, indicating he'd noticed as well. So she's Fu Kailan's disciple? I have to say Fu Kailan has excellent taste. Cao Zhang's words immediately revealed the identity of the young woman to Shen Fei. Fu Kailan had 3 young female disciples, each a rare beauty. As expected, heroes emerge young. What's your relationship with the Turkic Bijuan? Yang Zai, who had been sitting still, suddenly stood up from his seat and walked into the courtyard. Beside him stood Wang Tong and Wang Shichen. So it's Yang Zai, the Huangshan hermit. No wonder you have such a keen eye. However, not only do I have no connection to Bijuan, I'm someone he wants to kill. The young man's eyes flashed upon seeing Yang Zai, and he immediately recognized her. These words immediately startled the surrounding crowd. Who is Wu Zun Bijuan? He was one of the 3 great masters of the world. The young man's words clearly implied that Bijuan wanted to kill him, but was unable to do so. What a boast! What qualifies you to let Bijuan take your life? A feminine voice suddenly echoed from the crowd, its tone revealing its displeasure at the young man's previous words. Surviving Bijuan's pursuit represented a certain kind of qualification, something not everyone possessed. Just like Luffy and his companions, who had clearly escaped Big Mom's pursuit on Cake Island, some saw Luffy as the cause of such chaos that even Big Mom couldn't stop him, earning him the title of 5th Emperor. That's unnecessary to explain, the young man said, his demeanor utterly arrogant, without even glancing at the speaker. So it's Ba Fenghan. The 3 great masters of the future generation are here. Besides Shuanglong, Ba Fenghan was the future 3 great masters of the world. Luckily, I remember this guy. He doesn't seem Turkic, and he has no interest in national-level conflict. Otherwise, I might have let him down. After reviewing the intelligence on Ba Fenghan, Shen Fei began to wait and see. In the future, the entire world, even the entire planet, would belong to him. He certainly wouldn't be in a position to ignore Ba Fenghan. Your Excellency has just entered the room and already injured someone. Although I haven't used violence in years, I am forced to do so. Tell me your name. Wang Tong was a little annoyed and decided to take action himself. Today wasn't his birthday party, and Shi Kingsun had come to celebrate his birthday. Wang Tong's men would not tolerate any disruption. I am Ba Fenghan. After hearing that everyone was here, I came to see Shi Kingsun, Ba Fenghan said, glancing at the beautiful woman beside him, and directly stated his purpose. Even though the Central Plains, the Turks, and Goguryeo were currently at odds, this did not affect the reputation of Shi Kingsun, Shang Zifang, and the others. Didn't you see that when Shang Zifang went to the outer frontier, Ji Li Khan personally sent people to protect her? Ba Fenghan's words instantly enraged everyone present, including the beautiful woman in white beside him. Wang Tong was even tempted to attack, but Yang Zai stopped him. He then moved toward the center of the courtyard, his barrier reaching about 5 meters in front of Ba Fenghan. As Yang Zai's right hand slowly rested on the hilt of his sword, the temperature in the courtyard suddenly dropped. A chilling murderous aura permeated the air, causing those around him to involuntarily step back several steps before feeling a bit better. On Ba Fenghan's side, the beautiful woman in white immediately dodged to the side, leaving him in the center of the courtyard. Facing Yang Zai's captivating presence, Ba Fenghan seemed oblivious. Then, Ba Fenghan's clothes fluttered without a breeze, and a powerful aura emanated from him, instantly dispelling the murderous aura emanating from Yang Zai. The powerful confrontation between Yang Zai and Ba Fenghan captured the attention of everyone present, including Shuanglong, Wang Tong, and Wang Shichen. Yang Zai was a master of the older generation, but Ba Fenghan could actually stand up to him. Add to that his youth, and it was impossible not to attract attention. By comparison, the gap between Shuanglong and Ba Fenghan was quite large. It could be said that even if the two of them joined forces, they were no match for Ba Fenghan, and that was even with her guidance. In the original novel, the gap between the two was even greater. However, Shuanglong's martial arts skills were constantly evolving. Although the gap was significant now, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up. Of course, if Shen Fei gave Shuanglong the Immortal Gathering Pill, the True Person Pill, and the Blood Bodhi, his progress would be even faster. Are they here? Shen Fei paid no attention to the impending fight between Ba Fenghan and Yang Zai. After all, to him, the two were nothing more than a mere tussle between novices. He remained focused on his surroundings, using his observation haki to quickly detect someone hiding nearby. Judging by their ability to conceal their presence, he immediately guessed it was Shi Kingsun. Many people focused on Shi Kingsun's flute skills, unaware that Shi Qingxun's own martial arts were among the best, rivaling even Shi Feixun and Kong Kan. Chapter 736 Shi Qingxun, Part 2. Who was Shi Qingxun? She was the daughter of the evil king Shi Haixun and Bizixun, the most accomplished heir of the previous generation of Sihan Jingzhe. With her connections to Buddhism, she arguably held the highest rank in both Buddhist and Taoist traditions. Furthermore, what was lesser known was Shi Qingxun's exceptional medical skills. Just as Shen Fei was pondering Shi Qingxun's situation, he suddenly heard a roar. It turned out that Ba Fenghan and Ouyang Zhi had already engaged in combat. With Ouyang Zhi as his opponent, Ba Fenghan naturally lost his composure. With his sword in his left hand and his left, he engaged Ouyang Zhi in a relentless, unpretentious exchange of blows. The result was a slight stagger in Ouyang Zhi's upper body, while Ba Fenghan took 2 steps back. However, the retreating Ba Fenghan immediately moved, circling Ouyang Zhi's sight and striking him squarely in the face with his right longsword. Ouyang Zhi snorted coldly, unleashing his renowned mastery, the sinking sand sword technique, to meet the attack. His sinking sand sword technique was powerful and profound. As it unfolded, Ba Fenghan, though at a disadvantage, relied on his exceptional footwork to swirl around Ouyang Zhi, rendering him temporarily powerless. The clash of swords clashed relentlessly, and as the battle continued, Ouyang Zhi's murderous intent grew. Ba Fenghan was a foreigner, and so young, he might become a threat to the Central Plains in the future. If he hadn't encountered him before, it would have been fine. Since he had, Ouyang Zhi didn't mind taking advantage of this opportunity to eliminate a potential threat. The exchange between the two men left Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling watching with rapt delight. This was their first time witnessing a true Grandmaster-level battle. Although they had seen Du Fuyi in action before, due to the opponent's weakness, Du Fuyi hadn't been able to display his true strength. As the two clashed with sword energy, the fine marble floor of the courtyard seemed to turn into a spiderweb, pockmarked with sword marks. The courtyard at the back would likely require major renovations. Ba Fenghan is quite clever. In pure cultivation, Ba Fenghan certainly couldn't match Ouyang Zhi, who had practiced for decades longer. However, battles are never judged by cultivation alone. With his lack of cultivation, Ba Fenghan used his footwork to counter Ouyang Zhi. While Ouyang Zhi understood the situation, it seemed impossible to quickly decipher Ba Fenghan's footwork. The battle would inevitably remain stalemated. Now it became a matter of who could hold out the longest, waiting for the moment when the other's strength was exhausted, creating an opportunity for a counterattack. Although Ouyang Zhi was significantly more powerful than Ba Fenghan held a significant age advantage, making it difficult to predict who would prevail. "Brother Shen, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Cao Zhuang asked quietly, leaning over to Shen Fei after the battle had stalemated for a while. "Probably a mutually assured loss," Shen Fei whispered. As Shen Fei spoke, Ouyang Zhi, perhaps realizing that now was no longer a solution and preparing to deal with Ba Fenghan even at the risk of injury, suddenly rang out in the air, echoing a strange flute. The flute's melody was marvelous, its rhythmic rhythms fading and appearing amidst the clash of swords. Its brilliance lay in its lack of a fixed rhythm, as if it were a spontaneous improvisation. Yet, it blended incredibly seamlessly with the clashing of swords. The rhythmic transitions between notes and phrases seamlessly conveyed through the flute's melodious melody. The wondrous sound of the flute seemed to instantly obliterate the life or death struggle before them, focusing instead on the flute itself. Even Ba Fenghan and Ouyang Zhi, fighting each other, slowed their movement slightly, ultimately regretting their decision and halting. Remarkably impressive, in the Qin dynasty, Shen Fei had some understanding of musical rhythm. After all, in that era, the Qin was a compulsory subject for many. Men like Han Fei, Gai Nai, Wei Zhuang, and even Fusu all achieved proficiency far beyond the average. Even so, his flute music still pales in comparison to Shi Qingxun's previous flute performance. Perhaps the only comparable performance was Nanayu's heartstrings. Shi Qingxun's flute music wasn't just ordinary, it could be considered a form of musical mastery. Never mind, never mind. After hearing Miss Shi's flute, I'm afraid I'll never hear such wonderful music again. Qingxun's flute skills not only inherit your mother's true teachings, but even surpass hers. Wang Tong is in awe. The sudden flute music brought a deep sigh to Wang Tong's face. Tears welled in his eyes when he mentioned Shi Qingxun's mother, revealing that he must have harbored a special affection for Bizixun. It was likely this connection that led him to abandon his military career and pursue literature. Since the immortal King Sun has arrived, why don't you come in and show me how much you resemble Zixun? Yang Zi had also let go of his murderous intent towards Ba Fenghan. His eyes revealed a strong tenderness, suggesting he too had once admired Zixun. Sihan Jingzi is truly remarkable. Seeing the expressions of Wen Tong and Yang Zi, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly once again at the allure of the Sihan Jingzi heir. In comparison, Shi Fixun seemed a bit less impressive. At least Cao Zhuang didn't have any feelings for her. If Cao Zhuang also had feelings for Shi Fixun, perhaps a fight between two dragons over a single woman would ensue. Of course, a closer look at Cao Zhuang and Su Ziling's relationship would make this highly unlikely. If I could only see your beautiful face, I, Ba Fenghan, would die without regrets, Ba Fenghan shouted. This time, due to his previous actions, no one mocked him. It's better not to meet. King Sun has come here to fulfill my mother's will, to play a song for you two. Now that this is done, I'm leaving. A sweet, gentle voice emanated from the eaves of a nearby building. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a beautiful figure before it vanished. The next moment, Ba Fenghan and the woman in white swooped towards the eaves where King Sun had disappeared, their figures vanishing as well. Only then did everyone react, many expressing a sense of loss. Shen Fei grabbed Shuanglong by the shoulders and, following Ba Fenghan and the woman in white, disappeared from the palace. Originally, Shen Fei hadn't wanted to take Shuanglong with him, but considering that Wang Shichen might have been targeting them and that the two men were now putting a strain on him, he brought them out. Well, it's time for us to part ways. See you in Luoyang. After leaving Shuanglong on the side of the road, Shen Fei left a few words for the two men before disappearing from their presence. The twin dragons had their own paths to follow, so Shen Fei naturally couldn't stay with them forever. Even if he hadn't encountered King Sun this time, he would have left immediately. Bang! After leaving the twin dragons, Shen Fei immediately summoned a shadow clone and said to him, Wang Shichen is in your care, got it? Go chase your beauty, the shadow clone waved casually. I'm not chasing beauty, I'm doing business. The evil King Shi Haxun was a key figure Shen Fei was planning to recruit, so it was only natural for him to help King Sun solve some of her problems. Sure enough, there's a gap between Ba Fenghan and that person right now and King Sun. Although Ba Fenghan and the woman in white were fast, they didn't seem to be as good as King Sun in terms of Qinggong. Even though they tried their best to track her, they could only barely keep up. If they continued, they would sooner or later lose her. You two, that's enough. Shen Fei immediately appeared in front of the two, blocking their way. Get out of the way, busy chasing King Sun. Ba Fenghan snorted coldly upon seeing the sudden appearance. His aura surged, and he drew his sword from his waist with his right hand, thrusting it directly into Shen Fei's chest. This strike was filled with murderous intent. You should get out of the way. Facing Ba Fenghan's murderous blow, Shen Fei gently raised his right hand. As Ba Fenghan stared in shock and disbelief, he clamped the tip of the sword between his index and middle fingers. Then, with a slight flick of his right hand, Ba Fenghan and his sword were sent careening backwards. The woman in white, who was speeding alongside Ba Fenghan, took several steps back upon seeing this. Her expression mirrored Ba Fenghan's, as she stared at Shen Fei with surprise and confusion. She was well aware of Ba Fenghan's strength, having come so far with him, and precisely because of this, she was, strictly speaking, even more shocked than Ba Fenghan himself. Even her master, Master Yijian, Fu Keilin, might not have been able to pull off what she had just done. Even so, she didn't consider Shen Fei's prowess to be that of a grandmaster. After all, there were only 3 grandmasters in the world, and that was universally acknowledged. As for Song, the people of the Central Plains knew his strength, but in Goguryeo, perhaps only Fu Keilin truly understood Song's power. Of the 3 grandmasters, Fu Keilin in Goguryeo and Bijuan in Turkic descent were practically deified. The ascension of the Goryeo king and the Turkic Khan required their approval. Only Ningdaoki lacked such status, and of course, he probably wouldn't have dared to entertain such a notion. In Goguryeo and Turkic descent, Fu Keilin and Bijuan held such positions because of their sheer power. In the Central Plains, consider this, not to mention Heavenly Blade Song, even within the Taoist and Buddhist sects alone, there were those who rivaled grandmasters, such as the 4 great monks and the master of the mantra, who taught Su Ziling the 9-character mantra. As for the Taoist sect, there were naturally hidden figures too. To the deified Fu Keilin, The woman in white naturally wouldn't believe that the seemingly young Shen Fei possessed the strength of a grandmaster. She felt that Shen Fei must have used some trickery just now. Of course, even so, she remained deeply wary. Impossible. Ba Fenghan, who had fallen to the ground, immediately leaped to his feet, sword and blade drawn, charging at Shen Fei once more. With Bijuan as his target, Ba Fenghan refused to believe he'd been defeated, even with the facts before his eyes. After all, he was determined to challenge Bijuan. Ba Fenghan, at this point, couldn't clearly grasp the gap between him and Bijuan. Grandmaster and Grandmaster might only differ by a single word, but the difference in strength was qualitative. Most Grandmasters couldn't withstand a Grandmaster's attack, with the exception of the evil King Shi-Hexuan and the rising Shuanglong. Nothing is impossible. The reason you think it's impossible is because you've seen too little. Remember, there are always people who are better than you. There are always things beyond your reach. Facing the onrushing Ba Fenghan, Shen Fei flicked his right hand twice, and the sword in Ba Fenghan's hand instantly flew out, flying over 10 meters away. The sword's release left Ba Fenghan looking momentarily distraught. In all his years, Ba Fenghan had never faced such a devastating blow. Is this the art of swordplay? Nothing more than that. Ba Fenghan's dismay prompted the white-clad woman to attack. With the hum of a longsword being unsheathed, the next moment the white-clad woman thrust her sword towards Shen Fei. While it appeared simple, the subsequent variations were endless. This was the art of swordplay, where the opponent is as skilled as the chess player. Anticipate the enemy's moves and strike back. Unfortunately, this only applies to a battle of equal strength. If the gap between the two sides were too great, as Shen Fei had done, a flick of his left hand would have similarly sent the white-clad woman's sword flying. After all, she was a beauty comparable to Shan Wanjing, so Shen Fei was a little hesitant to kill her directly. Have you stopped? Although Shen Fei and Ba Fenghan were fighting, he was still sensing Shi Qingxun's movements with his observation haki. After all, for him, Shi Qingxun's affairs were the most important. Ba Fenghan and the woman in white were just coincidental encounters. Don't be too arrogant in the Central Plains, or you'll get eaten, Shen Fei said, ignoring the two people who had become silent due to excessive shock, and rushed directly towards Shi Qingxun. Miss Shi is really elegant. When Shen Fei arrived beside Shi Qingxun, she was sitting by a crystal-clear stream, quietly watching everything in front of her. It's you who has been following me. Shi Qingxun didn't seem surprised by Shen Fei's appearance. When she turned around and looked at Shen Fei, her face was very calm. The moment she turned around, Shen Fei immediately saw Shi Qingxun's face clearly. A flawless face, with an exquisitely beautiful aura. Compared to her, even Shan Wanjing, Shang Xiuxin, and the woman in white seemed somewhat flawed. Of course, Shi Qingxun had a problem. Her flawless face was punctuated by a prominent, ungainly nose. Anyone else would have been deeply disappointed to see Shi Qingxun like this, but Shen Fei knew it was fake. Yes, Miss Shi, please forgive me. I followed you because I have a question in my mind, Shen Fei said, walking over to a rock across from Shi Qingxun and sitting down. Question? Shi Qingxun asked softly. Yes, so are Shi Qingxun and Shi Feixun the same person? Shen Fei asked, raising a question he had occasionally encountered in his past life. Although Shi Feixun and Shi Qingxun were always described as two different people in the book, they never seemed to appear at the same time, even in the same place. After all, given Sihun Jingzhe's style, Shen Fei couldn't believe they hadn't exploited the daughter of the evil king, Shi-Hexuan. Others believed that Sihun Jingzhe, as the leader of the White Path, should act honorably, but Shen Fei considered that nonsense. If they truly acted honorably, they would have chosen an emperor on behalf of heaven. Shen Fei's previous suspicions that Sihun Jingzhe and the pure Nianzhen sect were deliberately disrupting the world weren't just wild speculations, but based on facts. After all, they had already chosen Li Shimin 20 years prior. What if the Sui dynasty hadn't fallen into chaos? Would that choice have been in vain? Just like the third Hokage, many things didn't stand up to scrutiny. Shi Qingxun was stunned. Even as clever as she was, she hadn't expected someone to ask such a question. Chapter 737 Shi Qingxun, and haha, Miss Qingxun, it was just a joke. I hope you don't mind. Mr. Lu Miaozi asked me to say hello to you. Before Shi Qingxun could answer his question, Shen Fei spoke again. Shen Fei didn't quite believe that Shi Qingxun and Shi Feixun were the same person. He had asked that question just for fun and to see Shi Qingxun's reaction. His stunned, surprised expression was quite amusing. While, strictly speaking, Se-Hun Jingzhe could pull off the maneuvers he had speculated about, like someone plotting to pit twins against each other, it all depended on the evil King S.H.I.E.L.D's intentions. If Se-Hun Jingzhe dared to pull that off, and S.H.I.E.L.D got angry, the Se-Hun Jingzhe group would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Even if Ning Daoqi was there, so what? Ning Daoqi had hunted S.H.I.E.L.D 3 times, and S.H.I.E.L.D had managed to survive. Unlike Cao Zhang, those 3 attempts were truly aimed at killing S.H.I.E.L.D. Even putting aside the issue of S.H.I.E.L.D, S.H.I.E.L.D might not be willing to allow S.H.I.E.L.D to become a disciple of Se-Hun Jingzhe. While others might not know about Se-Hun Jingzhe, how could S.H.I.E.L.D, as a contemporary traveler, not know? Given S.H.I.E.L.D's extensive network of friends, there were many willing to help her, such as the former Tyrant Blade Yushan, Lu Meiozi, and even Song. In fact, after arriving in the world of Shuanglong and reviewing the information he had gathered, Shen Fei began to question the true cause of S.H.I.E.L.D's death. The original novel states that S.H.I.E.L.D's death was caused by exhausting herself trying to decipher S.H.I.E.L.D's immortal seal, raising a significant question: why did S.H.I.E.L.D want to decipher the immortal seal? First, it's certain that S.H.I.E.L.D's marriage to S.H.I.E.L.D wasn't a sacrifice to feed the demon, but rather a genuine love and affection for him. S.H.I.E.L.D's attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D mirrored that of the other. S.H.I.E.L.D's memories of S.H.I.E.L.D clearly indicate their genuine feelings. The claim of feeding the demon with one's own body was merely a self-serving gimmick by Se-Hun Jingzhe. Because S.H.I.E.L.D desired peace, S.H.I.E.L.D transformed into Peiju, splitting the Turks and governing the country, and instigating Yang Guang's 3 expeditions to Gagaria. Those led by Se-Hun Jingzhe pinned the blame for the Sui dynasty's demise on S.H.I.E.L.D, primarily for this reason. Without Yang Guang's 3 expeditions to Gagaria, the Sui dynasty would surely have avoided the chaos. However, the problem was that the Gagaria invasion strategy was sound. In S.H.I.E.L.D's plan, a single attack on Gagaria would have been enough to destroy it. The 3 expeditions were completely accidental, and responsibility shouldn't be placed on S.H.I.E.L.D. If there was any blame to be placed, it should be placed on the Buddhist community and the aristocratic families. Furthermore, there was another problem: S.H.I.E.L.D was absent during the 3 expeditions to Gagaria. While his martial arts skills weren't at the level of a grandmaster, he could have easily held back the Yijin master, Fu Kailan. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't intervene, leading to Yang Guang's 3 defeats. There's definitely a problem here. After all, the conquest of Garia was S.H.I.E.L.D's plan, so he couldn't have refrained from taking action, unless he was completely unable to do so at the time. The answer to this question can be heard from S.H.I.E.L.D himself. How could S.H.I.E.L.D, who loved each other so much, secretly plot to crack the immortal seal to defeat S.H.I.E.L.D? Even if she truly desired the immortal seal, there was no need to crack it. She could have simply asked S.H.I.E.L.D directly. S.H.I.E.L.D already possessed the immortal seal and even showed it to S.H.I.E.L.D, suggesting that S.H.I.E.L.D didn't hold it in high regard. Of course, Se-Hun Jingzhe has another theory regarding S.H.I.E.L.D's death. S.H.I.E.L.D deliberately showed it to S.H.I.E.L.D to kill her and complete his own demonic power. However, S.H.I.E.L.D's immortal seal wasn't the cuckolded Dao heart demonic method practiced by the later sorcerer Pangban. It didn't require such ruthlessness. If that were true, S.H.I.E.L.D wouldn't have suffered from schizophrenia, preventing him from reaching the Grandmaster level for another decade or 2. With S.H.I.E.L.D's talent, advancement to Grandmaster should have been a natural progression. However, due to S.H.I.E.L.D's death, he has been denied the opportunity to achieve this. Shen Fei couldn't help but speculate that S.H.I.E.L.D's death was a plot orchestrated by Se-Hun Jingzhe and others to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D from reaching Grandmaster status. Ning Daoqi couldn't handle S.H.I.E.L.D before he reached Grandmaster status. Once he achieved Grandmaster status, Ning Daoqi, the Central Plains' foremost Grandmaster, would undoubtedly have to step down. Even among Grandmasters, there are significant differences in strength. S.H.I.E.L.D could rival Ning Daoqi even before reaching Grandmaster status, so once he achieved it, he would undoubtedly be the world's foremost Grandmaster. Even with S.H.I.E.L.D's constraints, those within Se-Hun Jingzhe were inevitably tempted to believe that S.H.I.E.L.D would re-emerge and unify the demon sect, not to mention Se-Hun Jingzhe's plan to select the emperor on behalf of heaven. Given the consistent behavior of Se-Hun Jingzhe, Jing Nianzhen, and others, even S.H.I.E.L.D didn't believe they could be so ruthless. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D was the heir of Se-Hun Jingzhe. This was likely why, upon hearing of Bzixun's death, S.H.I.E.L.D had no doubt that he was the culprit, much like Su Xialing's unconditional belief in S.H.I.E.L D's words. However, Shen Fei had no such thoughts. The reason was simple. In his view, S.H.I.E.L D wasn't some righteous martial arts sect, but a group of politicians. For politicians, any move, no matter how unethical, would be permissible if it offered a profit. Combining all of this with S.H.I.E.L D's plan to select the emperor on behalf of heaven revealed a great deal. From Li Shimon's efforts to save the people to the discovery of the S.H.I.E.L D, it all suggested that S.H.I.E.L had a pre-planned plan. While Shen Fei's speculation about Bzixun wasn't certain, even if it was false, Shen Fei would make it true. Just like accusing Zhongguo of being the mastermind behind the human trafficking ring, Zhongguo couldn't defend himself. Similarly, S.H.I.E.L couldn't prove they weren't responsible for Bzixun's death. That alone was enough. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even a smear, because it was a real possibility, wasn't it? Senior Lu Miaozi, S.H.I.E.L asked, a bit puzzled, after hearing Shen Fei's words. Yes, he told me something about you a while ago. Since we've met today, I came to say hello and to help Miss King-sun with her troubles. Gaining King-sun's trust wasn't easy. In the original novel, Su Xialing gained King-sun's trust so easily because Lu Miaozi had once told her about the twin dragons. My troubles, yes, those 4 disciples of Xiong Yushan, the evil Emperor Xiong Yushan was arguably the least likely to be a disciple of the demon sect, as he had little to do with the sect's affairs. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have unified the sect long ago. In fact, if it weren't for the sect's strict rules regarding inheritance, he probably wouldn't even have accepted a disciple. Xiong Yushan, after all, was cultivating the Dao heart-seeding demonic Dao of the demon sect, having inherited the sect's legacy. Even if Xiong Yushan wasn't devoted to the sect, he still had to fulfill his obligations regarding the inheritance. However, Xiong Yushan was very clever, imposing strict constraints on his 4 disciples. Mr. Lu Miaozi has now entrusted me with the handling of the evil emperor's relic. The real relic is within Yanggong's treasure. Seeing the lingering suspicion in King-sun's expression, Shen Fei continued. Is that so? How is Mr. Lu doing now? King-sun's expression calmed down, likely believing Shen Fei's words. After all, she knew the evil emperor's relic in her possession was fake, and Xiong Yushan's 4 disciples were pursuing her, with only Lu Miaozi remaining. Even Shi-Haxun was unaware of this, otherwise how could these 4 have the opportunity to cause trouble for his daughter? He would have dealt with them long ago. Shi-Haxun held his daughter in high regard. If it weren't for this connection, Su Xialing would have been killed by him long ago. Miss King-sun, rest assured. I've healed all of Mr. Lu's injuries from Zuyuan. You? King-sun immediately looked at Shen Fei in surprise. As a master of medicine, she was well aware of Lu Miaozi's condition. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Miaozi's days were numbered. Technically speaking, there were many people who could have treated Lu Miaozi's injuries, but Lu Miaozi, out of respect, avoided seeking help from those individuals. To him, dying was preferable to seeking help from those individuals. One of those individuals was the evil king, Shi-Haxun. If King-sun had approached him, he would undoubtedly have agreed. However, for Lu Miaozi, that was simply unacceptable. After all, he hadn't even approached Ning Daoqi, Song, or even the Daoists, so why would he seek help from the man who had murdered Bzixun and was his romantic rival? Indeed, Lu Miaozi and Shi-Haxun were rivals in love, but Lu Miaozi's crush was on Zuyuan. In Lu Miaozi's time, Zuyuan was the equivalent of Kankan today, naturally possessing numerous admirers. However, like Kankan, Zuyuan lost out to S.H.I.E.L in this respect. Yes, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Shen Fei of the Taoist Hidden Heaven sect. Nice to meet Miss King-sun, Shen Fei said, formally introducing himself. Taoist Hidden Heaven sect, King-sun looked puzzled. Although her martial arts skills were among the best in this world, her personality kept her from paying much attention to worldly affairs. Miss King-sun, can you lure those 4 here quickly? We can eliminate them quickly so you can rest assured. Yes, but it's definitely too late today. No problem, I don't mind waiting a few more days, little bitch. I finally caught up with you. 4 days later, Shen Fei and King-sun sat quietly on a mountain peak. Not far behind them, 4 figures of varying appearances blocked the path down the mountain. The visitors were from the 4 major demon sects, the Nixing sect, the Overlord Valley, the Red Hand sect, and the charming sect. They were Ding Jiazhang, Zhou Liaotan, Jin Huanzan, and Yunaya Ajuan, the Daoxing Nishi. Of course, these 4 sects were actually created by them. They all originally belonged to the Ziji sect. The demon sects were more than just the 2 factions and the 6 paths. There were also numerous branches and subsects, all founded by the elders of the demon sects. Xiang Yushan really knows how to recruit disciples, and look at their appearances. Looking at the 4 people, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly. Of the 4, aside from the good-looking woman Jin Huanzhan, the other 3 were rather unattractive. Looking at Fu Kailan and Sihan Jingzhe, their disciples were each more beautiful than the last. Hand over the things, or you and your lover will die here today. The speaker was the perverse Yunaya Owan. He carried a gleaming golden, one-legged bronze figure on his back, a sign of his eccentricity. After all, most people wouldn't choose a one-legged bronze figure as a weapon. As he spoke, he had already lifted the figure upside down in his right hand. The hundreds of pounds weighed like nothing in his hand. He was indeed one of the 8 great masters of the evil faction 20 years ago, albeit at the bottom. However, Shen Fei scoffed at the ranking of the so-called 8 great masters of the evil faction. It was a complete scam, and only a low-ranking individual like Yunaya Owan would consider being on the list of privilege. Zhu Yuan was ranked first among the 8 great masters of the evil faction, with the evil king S.H.I.E.L.D just a hair behind in second place. This alone revealed just how skewed the ranking was, especially considering it was from 20 years ago and hadn't been updated since. Shen Fei was even thinking about whether he should draw up a list of heaven, earth and man in the future, to list all the Xianshan, grandmasters and grandmasters. As for those below the Xianshan, sorry, there is no need to rank them. In 20 years, the martial arts world is almost ready for a new generation. People like Kan Kan, Yang Zuian and Hao Zibei can be said to be no weaker than Yunaya Ajuan. Brother Yu, they are now birds in a cage with nowhere to escape. Why rush them? Seeing Yunaya Ajuan about to make a move, Jin Huanzhan on the side suddenly said to Yunaya Ajuan with a coquettish smile. It must be said that they are indeed people from the demon sect. They haven't even got the things yet, but they are about to have an internal conflict. They are indeed birds in a cage, but it's hard to say who is the bird in the cage. Do you want this? Shen Fei said, and took out a golden strange crystal in his left hand. Looking at the strange golden crystal in Shen Fei's hand, a flicker of greed flashed across the 4 men's eyes. It was undeniable that Xiang Yushan hid too much in his teachings. As his disciples, they didn't even know the true nature of the evil emperor's relic, even less knowledgeable than S.H.I.E.L.D and Zhu Yuan. I'm sorry, this is fake, Shen Fei said, gently squeezing it with his left hand. The golden crystal immediately disintegrated into gold dust, dispersing with the wind. Originally, Shen Fei could have used this fake evil emperor's relic to shake the 4 men apart, forcing them to fight amongst themselves. This was also one of Shi Kingsun's original plans to deal with the 4. However, Shen Fei didn't need such a hassle. In fact, Shi Kingsun had originally planned to take Shen Fei to the evil emperor temple, where Lu Miaozi's former traps lay, making it easier to deal with the 4 men. In the original novel, Shi Kingsun and Su Xiling used this trap to eliminate one of them. However, Shen Fei didn't need to do that. After Shi Kingsun noticed Shen Fei's grandmaster level strength, she abandoned her previous plan. Little pretty boy, you're courting death, the perverse Yunaya Ajuan, upon hearing Shen Fei's words, immediately flew into rage and swung the unicorn bronze statue at him. Chapter 738, Kyankian, Part 1. I say, do I look so much like a gigolo? Being called a gigolo by Yunaya Ajuan made Shen Fei speechless. He couldn't help but ask Shi Kingsun on the side. As he spoke, the Hanguan sword appeared in the palm of his right hand. As he spoke, dozens of sword lights flashed in the air. This is, Yunaya Ajuan, who was waving the one-legged bronze man, suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. He lowered his head and found that the huge one-legged bronze man only had the one-legged part in his hand. The other parts were neatly divided into dozens of pieces and arranged on the ground not far in front of him. This scene made Yunaya Ajuan's face change drastically. In an instant, Yunaya Ajuan threw the only remaining bronze foot in his hand to Shen Fei, and turned around quickly to escape. At this moment, Yunaya Ajuan even forgot his usual harsh words. As one of the 8 great masters of the demon sect, Yunaya Ajuan's martial arts skills were at the bottom of the heap, but his grandmaster's strength was undeniable. Even against Shi-Hixun, it was impossible for him to instantly transform his one-legged bronze statue into that state. With such terrifying power, even a moment's hesitation could mean life-threatening danger. In this crucial moment, there was no room for harsh words. It wasn't just Yunlai Ajuan. After witnessing Shen Fei's prowess, Ding Jiazhong, Zhou Liaotan, and Jin Huantan turned and fled with speeds even faster than Yunlai Ajuan. These 4 disciples of the Ziji sect were exceptional in their cunning and treachery. They had held back, allowing Yunlai Ajuan to take the initiative, simply to test the strength of Shen Fei and Shi-Hixun. Of course, Yunlai Ajuan wasn't a good player either, but he was confident that he was stronger than Ding Jiazhong and the other 2, which was why he dared to take the initiative. However, what the 4 of them never anticipated was that Shen Fei's strength was far beyond their wildest dreams. If you want to leave, ask me. Shen Fei wouldn't let the 4 escape before his eyes. He raised his left hand, and the next moment, green vines erupted from beneath the 4 fleeing men, entangling their feet. They then spread rapidly over their bodies, transforming them into green dumplings, much like the Xiangaiishan father and son. After all, this was happening in front of Shi-Hixun, so Shen Fei naturally didn't want to make things too bloody. Alright, it's done. Looking at the 4 men struggling on the ground, Shen Fei turned to Shi-Hixun, smiling and nodding. Shi-Hixun, standing nearby, watched in astonishment. Although she'd known Shen Fei was powerful, the ease with which he'd subdued 4 renowned villains was beyond her imagination. By the way, you haven't answered my question yet. Do I really look like a gigolo? Seeing Shi-Hixun, who remained silent in surprise, Shen Fei asked again. I do, Shi-Hixun said, sizing him up and down. I do, she said, her voice etched. Ah, Shen Fei looked at Shi-Hixun speechlessly. Although he had asked the question out of boredom, he had never expected Shi-Hixun to answer like that. That's a shame. I could have relied on my looks, but I have to rely on my strength, Shen Fei said with a smile. Okay, now that things are settled here, it's time for me to leave. With that, Shen Fei tied Yunlai Ajuan and the other 3 together, then nodded gently to Shi-Hixun before jumping directly off the mountain. Although walking side by side with a beauty like Shi-Hixun was a very pleasing thing, there is a saying that beauty is a feast for the eyes, and Shi-Hixun was a beauty of that level. However, he had his own things to do after all. Dealing with Yunlai Ajuan and the others from the Ziji sect was just a side job. Firstly, it was for the Dao Heart Demon cultivation technique, a martial art he had long heard of, and secondly, it was naturally to eliminate harm for the people. Just as there's a saying in the pirate world, a pirate is a pirate, the same can be said about the demon sect. While much of the demon sect's reputation is tarnished by the so-called righteous, it's largely due to their own ethos. Not everyone in the demon sect shares the noble aspirations of Shi-Hixun, Zhu Yuan, and Kan Kan. The demon sect is often filled with unscrupulous individuals like Yunlai Ajuan, Ding Jiazhong, and Bian Bufu. Given the opportunity, Shen Fei would naturally show no mercy to these individuals. The only ones he could show mercy to were Shi-Hixun, Kan Kan, and Zhu Yuan, though Zhu Yuan was fortunate to be Kan Kan's master. They're hiding in the Turkic territory beyond the Great Wall. That's quite far. Never mind, let's go there. The reason Yunlai Ajuan and the other 4 hadn't been well known in the Central Plains for over 20 years was partly due to the evil Emperor Xiang Yushin's orders and partly because they were outside the Great Wall. Under normal circumstances, obtaining the Dao Heart Demon cultivation technique would take at least a month to reach there and back. However, for Shen Fei, using his sword control, the journey took less than a day. Speaking of which, I do know quite a few people here in the Great Wall. After successfully obtaining the Dao Heart Demon cultivation technique, Shen Fei glanced around, shook his head slightly, and flew back to the Central Plains. He didn't seize the opportunity to eliminate those who had taken down the sect, for example, Bijuan, Ji Li, Tu Li, and the Great Mingzun cult. This was a national conflict. Even if he could single-handedly pacify the Eastern and Western Turks and Gagaruya, he wouldn't have done such a thing. After all, governing a country couldn't be done by one person. Shen Fei did intend to deal with the Great Mingzun cult directly, but the problem was that he had no idea where they were, and searching for them would undoubtedly take considerable time. What a remarkable skill. Han Bai has such good luck. Looking at the Dao Heart Demon cultivation technique in his hand, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. This martial art was incredibly powerful. Mastering it to perfection could even shatter the void, but the problem was that it was quite dangerous and required a long time. Xiang Yushin had been stuck from the Borderland Legend era to this era not because he didn't want to shatter the void, but rather because it wasn't until this era that his Dao Heart Demon cultivation technique reached its full potential. There were 3 ways to successfully cultivate the Dao Heart Demon cultivation technique. The first was the most orthodox, used by both Xiang Yushin and Long Ying. However, Long Ying had much better luck than Xiang Yushin, allowing him to achieve perfection in a short time, while Xiang Yushin could only rely on the slow grind of time. The second method involved borrowing a furnace. Pang Ban was a ruthless individual, no, more of a werewolf. Perhaps, but Shen Fei would never have been able to do that. As for the third possibility, it's a windfall. The demon cultivator sacrificed himself to complete the cauldron. That's why Shen Fei envied Han Bai, who had suddenly transformed from an ordinary person into a master with the potential to break it. Of course, it was only a possibility. In reality, given Han Bai's personality and behavior, there was a high probability that he wouldn't stand a chance. Even so, it was still quite impressive. Throughout the series by Anhong, Twin Dragons, Fu Wei, and even the prosperous Tang trilogy, Han Bai faced the fewest dangers. Meanwhile, Twin Dragons faced countless dangers along the way to reach that point. I'm sorry, Pang Ban, but you should thank me too. At least this time, the green grassland won't appear above your head. If it does, from Pang Ban's acquisition of the Dao Heart Demon cultivation technique, it's reasonable to assume that the secret manual eventually fell into the hands of Zhao, one of the 8 great masters of the demon sect and currently a member of DTZ. But now, he has no chance. After briefly examining the Dao Heart Demon cultivation technique, Shen Fei collected it. Although he couldn't practice it, it was still a remarkable skill and a valuable collector's item. After obtaining the Dao Heart Demon cultivation technique, Yu Naojun and the other 4 were rendered useless and were immediately disposed of by Shen Fei. However, in recognition of their provision of the Dao Heart Demon cultivation technique, Shen Fei gave them a proper burial. Shuanglong is clashing with the Heisha gang. As Shen Fei headed towards Yangzhou, he heard reports of Shuanglong at a hotel in a nearby town. For unknown reasons, Shuanglong and the Jukan gang had joined forces and engaged the Heisha gang in a fierce battle on the water, resulting in heavy losses. It's fair to say that since their encounter with Shuanglong, the Yuan clan and the Heisha gang have been facing setbacks, suffering a series of setbacks. This battle put the Heisha gang, once ranked among the 8 gangs and 10 associations, in danger of being expelled from the fold. These 2 are quite famous, Shen Fei chuckled after gaining a closer look at the situation. This incident had nothing to do with Shuanglong, it was the Heisha gang, or more accurately, the Yuan clan, who were attempting to take over the Jukan gang. The Jukan gang has always been in the business of intelligence within the Jianghu. Intelligence is crucial, especially in an era of fierce competition for supremacy. Anyone aiming for the highest position will be targeted. Furthermore, the Jukan gang's allegiance to the Dugu clan, which is at odds with the Yuan clan, offers a win-win situation for the Yuan clan. They happened to encounter the Twin Dragons. Under Shen Fei's guidance, their martial arts skills advanced dramatically. Together, they nearly defeated the Dragon King, Han Gaishan. Shen Fei was also responsible for this. It was he who eliminated the Xiangaishan father and son and destroyed the Bailing clan, leaving Yun Yeshan's Jukan gang without a backing. This, in turn, led to the Yuan clan's targeting. In the original novel, Yun Yeshan defected to Xiao Xian of the Bailing clan. This split the Jukan gang, with a majority joining Cao Zhang's young marshal's forces. In this era of fierce competition, reputation is crucial. Consider the Li clan, even before the uprising began. They attracted numerous talented individuals, including Li Jing, due to their strong reputation. Looking at Du Fui's Jianghui army, Li Jing had originally joined him, but he'd fired him the moment he'd arrived. Are these 2 guys smuggling salt again? Shen Fei wondered why Shuanglong happened to be caught in the midst of the fierce battle on the water. He could only guess that Shuanglong was smuggling salt and had stumbled upon it. Shuanglong, or more accurately, Cao Zhang, had 2 obsessions. The first was visiting brothels, a dream Cao Zhang had harbored since his days as a thug. The second was smuggling S.H.I.E.L.D, a plan they'd devised after acquiring the longevity secret. But just as their visits to brothels had always been unsuccessful, the same was true with their smuggling of salt. Speaking of smuggling S.H.I.E.L.D, it seems the Song clan has always been involved in it. These aristocratic families are truly undermining the government. Smuggling salt was incredibly profitable, and the Heisha gang's former strength stemmed from their focus on this business. As they advanced toward Yangzhou, Shen Fei encountered a vast number of refugees, a scene so tragic that he could only sigh inwardly. These people fled primarily because Du Fuyi's army had captured Liang, while Li Zheng's forces had also taken Hailing, and Shen Faxing had occupied Piling, practically encircling Yangguang and Yangzhou. The people began fleeing only when a major battle seemed imminent. Neither the Jianghui army nor the Sui army, now in Yangzhou, were good men. Regardless of who won or lost, the common people would suffer in the end. As the saying goes, a bandit's passing is like combing, a soldier's passing is like combing, and an official's passing is like shaving, so, unless there was no chance to escape, everyone who could did. When prosperity prevails, the people suffer. When decline prevails, the people suffer. Help, young master, help. Unable to bear the sight of the refugees, Shen Fei avoided the main roads and took less crowded paths. As he passed a small forest, a stunningly beautiful woman in a yellow dress, barefoot, suddenly emerged from it. Little beauty, why are you running away? I'll take you to paradise. Behind her, 7 or 8 bandits, each with a sinister smile on their faces and armed with swords, spears, and clubs, leisurely pursued the yellow-clad beauty. This is truly interesting. Acting should be more professional, isn't it? Shen Fei sighed inwardly as he watched the yellow-clad beauty, tugging at his arm with a pitiful, endearing expression. Although Shen Fei had never seen the person before, upon seeing their bare, white, spotless feet, he immediately recognized them. In the entire world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, only one person wore no shoes, the fallen spirit, Canon. Honestly, Canon's expression at that moment was incredibly endearing. Most people, upon seeing such a beauty, would likely lose their minds. Even if someone noticed something was amiss, they would find an excuse to explain it away. After all, with so many people chasing after him, it's perfectly normal for his shoes to slip away. But the fact that his bare feet remained spotless on this dusty dirt road was a major problem. Only those obsessed with lust would fail to notice such a flaw. The problem is, this world is full of obsessed people. Young master, she shouted, watching Shen Fei stare at his feet. Hiding behind him. Kankan's eyes flashed a cold glint, but then she regained her previous, pitiful demeanor. With Kankan's intelligence, how could she not know there was something wrong with her feet? But the problem was, even if she knew, she wouldn't change. Even in the original novel, when Kankan deceived the owner of some mountain villa, the situation remained the same. Don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine. I'll protect you, Shen Fei said, gently patting Kankan's hand as it clung to him and offering her a gentle smile. You're just a gigolo. Protect yourself first, said the leading bandit, wielding his dagger towards Shen Fei's head. Am I really that much of a gigolo? Shen Fei, who had never been treated as a gigolo in so many worlds, felt even more depressed at being treated as one twice in this world. As he spoke, a sword appeared in his right hand, and with one strike, he severed the bandit's dagger, severing his neck in the process. Chapter 739, Kyankian, Part 2. Brother, avenge me. Seeing the foremost bandit fall, the bandits behind, far from being frightened, seemed to be ignited with a fierce aura. They shouted and rushed towards Shen Fei, looking as if they were going to tear him into pieces. Ah, Shen Fei sighed softly. The light of the Hangguang sword flashed in the air several times, and the rushing bandits stopped. A moment later, a trace of blood appeared on the necks of all of them, and then they all fell down. Shen Fei was naturally not polite to these bandits who took pleasure in robbery and murder. As the saying goes, in troubled times, severe punishments must be used. In this chaotic era, bandits, and pirates ran rampant, and countless ordinary people suffered from this. The most notorious bandits today are the 4 great bandits. Their combined strength rivals that of a righteous army, and as a result, they have brought great suffering to the people. They are even more impunity than Du Fuyi's Jianghui army. Du Fuyi's hopes are slim, but he still harbors the ambition of unifying the country, a goal the 4 great bandits harbor no such ambitions. Furthermore, among these bandits, there are numerous foreigners, seizing the opportunity to plunder. The Teal, Kitten, Tubo, and Guerrilla, among others, have all sent troops to sow chaos in the Central Plains. Naturally, these foreigners desire the most chaos in the Central Plains. After all, a powerful Central Plains empire poses a formidable threat to the nations beyond the Great Wall. Shen Fei would naturally be ungracious towards these individuals if he encountered them, unlike his treatment of Ba Fenghun. Even after Shen Fei incorporated the grasslands into his empire, Ba Fenghun remained largely indifferent, unless Shen Fei was exercising tyranny. As for the white-clad woman, Fu Kailan's disciple who was with Ba Fenghun, Shen Fei hadn't previously refrained from killing her because of her looks. He wasn't someone who could stand the sight of a beautiful woman, nor was he someone who sought to collect every beautiful woman in the world for his harem. The main reason he didn't kill her was because of Shuanglong. Even if he could explain the situation, given Shuanglong's personality, even if he didn't fall out with Shen Fei, they would likely remain separate. Shen Fei had his own plans for Shuanglong, and it wasn't worth creating a rift between them over a mere white-clad woman. While he could have killed Ba Fenghun as well to silence him, Shen Fei generally avoided overt schemes when they could have been carried out openly, as conspiracies always come to light. Shuanglong was Shen Fei's chosen future leader of the Six Gates. Losing 2 future chief constables for a white-clad woman would have been a huge loss. With a precedent of Yingzhang's development plan, there's plenty of room for reference in how to develop this era. After all, while the 2 eras were quite different, the social systems and other aspects remained largely unchanged. The fact that 2 grandmasters became the chief constables of the Six Gates is a positive development, both for the deterrent power inherent in their abilities and their membership in the Six Gates. It's important to understand that cultivating a grandmaster isn't easy. Shen Fei, with his resources, reality pills, gathering immortal pills, blood bodhis, could mass-produce even grandmasters, but reaching the grandmaster level is a different matter entirely. This involves talent and character, not simply having resources to achieve it. Otherwise, none of the 4 great sects would have had more than 1 grandmaster, and the demon sect wouldn't even have 1, let alone 2 who achieved grandmaster status at such a young age. Even though Shi Feixun and Kaianqian had the potential to become grandmasters, in the original novel, neither achieved it until Li Shimin unified the country. Even if they did, it would have taken at least 10 years. This is the difference. Thank you so much for saving my life, sir. I have no way to repay you, I can only repay you with my body. After Shen Fei killed all the bandits, Canon immediately saluted Shen Fei with a look of surprise, and said words of gratitude. However, after Shen Fei took over her words, Canon's face immediately froze. Just a joke. Looking at Canon's stiff face, Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh. It was rare for Canon to run to him, so of course he had to take the opportunity to tease her. You know, usually when a hero saves a beautiful woman, there are 2 results, and these 2 results depend on the hero's appearance. As Shen Fei spoke, he swung the Hanguang sword and dug a large pit on a slope in the grove. He threw all the bodies of the bandits into it. Then a ball of fire emerged from the Hanguang sword, igniting the large pit. There are 2 possible outcomes. One is that the hero is a handsome and dashing man like me. The common outcome is that I have no way to repay him and can only pledge my love to him. At this point, Shen Fei turned and glanced at Kan beside him. Sir, what about the other outcome? Kan asked after a moment's pause, noticing Shen Fei didn't continue. The other outcome is that the hero is extremely unattractive. The common outcome is that I have no way to repay him and can only serve him as a slave in my next life. So, which outcome are you? Shen Fei said, his gaze fixed on Kan with a meaningful smile. Sir, that's quite interesting. Isn't there a third option? As clever as Kan was, she immediately understood the subtext of Shen Fei's words, but she also reacted quickly and changed the subject. This is reality, isn't it? After the bandits' bodies were cremated, Shen Fei immediately covered them with earth and erected a blank wooden tombstone. Okay, it was just a joke, young lady, don't take it to heart. I haven't even asked you for your name yet. My name is Kan. Nice to meet you, sir. Kan immediately bowed again. My name is Shen Fei. Miss Kan, do you have any relatives nearby? It's not very safe out here in the wilderness. Since Kan wanted to play, Shen Fei naturally accompanied her. My family is poor. We originally fled here from Yuangzhou, but we got separated due to the chaos along the way. Fortunately, we met you here, otherwise I would have been doomed. As Kan spoke, a few tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Judging from her expression, Kan's performance was very good, worthy of being a movie star, but it seemed as if she had completely ignored external factors. Not to mention her spotless bare feet, even the yellow dress she wore showed no connection to her family's poverty. Even though Shen Fei had no knowledge of clothing, He could tell from the material that it was not something that ordinary people could afford. I see. So, what are Miss Kankan's plans now? Do you have a safe place to go? Shen Fei gave a proper, pitiful expression. To be honest, sir, I have nowhere to go now. If you don't mind, I am willing to serve you as a slave, Kankan said, wiping a tear from her eye. Her clear eyes looked extremely pitiful. Look, isn't the third option out? But why not choose the first one, young master? You are joking. How can I, a humble girl, who is incompetent and untalented, be worthy of you? It is my honor to be your slave. Well, if you insist on this, I don't mind. I don't think anyone would be unwilling to have such a beauty as a maid. But what about your family? Aren't you going to look for them? I'm sorry, young master. To be honest, I actually ran away. My parents died early, and I was raised by my uncle's family. They were planning to sell me to a brothel. When she said this, Kankan immediately sobbed. Although she didn't say the rest of the words, any normal person could understand the meaning of her words. Now I am homeless, and I only ask you to take me in. Well, in that case, it seems I have no choice but to take you in. Let's go. With that, Shen Fei took the lead and walked forward. After being stunned for a moment, Kankan immediately followed him, and the tears she had sobbed before immediately disappeared without a trace. Shen Fei knew that Kankan had her own agenda in coming to him, but that didn't matter anymore. After all, he was already looking for someone from the demon sect, and Kankan's arrival saved him a lot of trouble. Dealing with the demon sect was easier than dealing with the so-called righteous people of Sihon. He could joke around with Kankan before, but when he was with Shi-King-sun, that wasn't easy. The demon sect's strength and influence were a huge asset to Shen Fei, but of course, that required unification to prevent internal conflict within the demon sect. For example, the rebel forces controlled by the demon sect could easily have formed a powerful force if they had united. Instead, the demon sect operated independently, controlling several separate factions, each of which was in conflict with the others. Sir, what are you doing here? Kanon asked, puzzled, looking at the clothing store before her. Even though the situation near Yangzhou was extremely dangerous, with so many fleeing, there were still some who hadn't left, so naturally some shops were still open. To buy you shoes, of course. I have to say, your uncle is incredibly hard on you, not even buying you a pair of shoes. Thank you, sir. Kanon's brow furrowed at the thought of buying her shoes, but she forced a forced smile as she thanked Shen Fei. Kanon then, despite her discomfort, put on the shoes Shen Fei had bought her. From her expression and gestures, Shen Fei could tell she was probably not used to wearing shoes. Shen Fei loved to see Kanon's expression of displeasure, yet forced to endure it. Get me some hot water. I need to wash my feet, he instructed Kanon immediately after returning to his room after dinner at an inn. Yes, despite looking unhappy, Kanon finally managed to hold back and went out to get some hot water. What are you looking at? Hurry up and wash my feet, Shen Fei said as he lifted his feet, motioning Kanon to help him take off his shoes and socks. That young master, Kanon's lowered eyes flashed with a cold light. As Zhu Yuan's disciple and the next generation successor of the Yinka sect, when had Kanon ever been treated like this? At this moment, Kanon no longer cared about the purpose and could not help but take action. Okay. It was just a joke. Don't mind it. You're tired today too. Go back and rest. Seeing that Kanon was about to take action, Shen Fei immediately spoke to comfort her. He didn't want to fall out with Kanon just yet. Yes, young master, Shen Fei's words immediately made Kanon feel relieved. She hurried back to her room. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that she would not be able to hold back again. In reality, both of them were well aware of some of the issues. She'd already had a premonition when Shen Fei had stared at her bare feet. It wasn't that she wasn't aware of her problems, but long-standing habits and a strong confidence in her appearance had made her overlook them. In fact, in the original novel, aside from Shuang Long, who felt wary upon first meeting her, most others were captivated by her appearance. Young master, what are you doing in Yangzhou? On the road the next day, Kaianqian casually asked Shen Fei about his purpose. Yangzhou was now the focus of all the major powers in the Central Plains, all awaiting the fall of Yang Guang, the nominal ruler of the world. Only with his death would the world officially enter an era of strife among warlords. The Li clan, for example, was waiting for Yang Guang's demise to enter the fray, citing righteousness as a pretext. Many of the other major factions were also waiting for his demise to claim the throne. To Shen Fei, Simply claiming the title of king or emperor without actually achieving unification was nothing more than a joke. However, for some, the title of king or emperor held a different meaning. Consider Wang Shiqing in the original novel. Shortly after Yang Guang's death, he initially promoted a puppet from the Yang family to be king, but soon after, he eagerly proclaimed himself king. Furthermore, during his battle with Li Shimin, he was clearly at a disadvantage, yet he couldn't wait to proclaim himself emperor. To Shen Fei, and some others, Wang Shiqing was the height of mental incompetence. But from Wang Shiqing's personal perspective, the story was different. Not only Wang Shiqing, but even Dao Jian, known for his commoner origins, and Cao Zhang promised to wait for him to conquer the empire before becoming emperor. However, once they achieved a little power, they became complacent and ultimately perished at the hands of Li Shimin. Go see Yang Guang. I have something I want to discuss with him. Shen Fei made no secret of his purpose to Kai Qian. Young master, why do you want to see the tyrant? After a brief silence, Kan continued. A tyrant? In my eyes, Yang Guang wasn't a tyrant, but a rare and good emperor. Throughout history, few emperors could compare to him. Yang Guang wasn't exactly the greatest emperor of all time, but that title was meant to be compared to Yin Zheng, not some self-proclaimed greatest emperor of all time. Just by instituting the imperial examination system, even if it wasn't fully implemented, Yang Guang was already a wise and benevolent ruler. To be frank, if Yang Guang hadn't instituted it, the 9-rank system would have continued. If it had continued for hundreds of years, the people would have suffered for centuries more. It's even possible that the system's long existence would have led to the formation of a so-called caste system. Of course, this is just speculation. Realistically, it's simply impossible. After all, unlike some other countries, China has a long and rich cultural heritage. Even during Yin Zheng's time, there was the slogan, "Our kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different races born of different species." Under this tradition, no one could remain supreme forever. But even so, Yang Guang's contribution cannot be denied. Chapter 740, The Cruel Yang Guang and the Blood-Vomiting Sihan Jingzhe, Part 1. Young master, you actually think Yang Guang is a wise ruler? Kan's voice unconsciously rose. In this era, whether in the righteous or demonic ways, Yang Guang had only one opinion, a tyrant. Similarly, Shi's Hixuan single-handedly destroyed the Sui dynasty, and the demonic sect held the same view. Why not a wise ruler? Do you think the current chaos in the world is solely Yang Guang's fault? It's said that the emperor's word is final, supreme, and he can do whatever he wants. However, in reality, this is simply impossible. Not even Yin Zheng could do it. Isn't it true? If Yang Guang hadn't spent so much money and effort to build the Grand Canal and invaded Korea 3 times, resulting in countless casualties, how could the world have become like this? Ha ha ha, that's really funny. Shen Fei burst into laughter after hearing Kan's words. Strictly speaking, Yang Guang's construction of the Grand Canal did result in numerous casualties. He made the same mistake as Yin Zheng. Excessive impatience, aiming to achieve goals that would have taken at least 10 or 20 years to accomplish in the shortest possible time. This certainly caused considerable public resentment, a fact even Shen Fei acknowledged. No one is perfect, even saints have their own desires and aspirations. Shen Fei never treats others or himself as saints. However, there is absolutely no problem with conquering Goguryeo. Unlike personal interactions, there is no room for mercy between nations. If they don't attack Goguryeo now, should they wait until it becomes powerful enough to attack? It would be like splitting the Eastern and Western Turks. If they don't divide them, will they be forced to unite and establish a single Turkic empire? To put it bluntly, a combined Eastern and Western Turks would be comparable to the Xiongnu Empire of the past. Consider how many years it took the Han Dynasty to conquer the Wolf's Lair. Why would they have to force both sides into battle formations and recreate the warfare of the Warring States period when they could have achieved this with a single strategy? The most amusing part of this was the group led by Sihan Jingzhe. They considered Shi's Hixuan's division of the Eastern and Western Turks a crime, as this had resulted in heavy casualties for both Eastern and Western Turks. Similarly, Yang Guang's 3 campaigns against Goguryeo had inflicted heavy casualties on Goguryeo, with countless Goguryeo civilians perishing in the wars. The southern group of Sihan Jingzhe were known for their compassionate attitude towards both the Turks and Goguryeo, but they never mentioned the countless casualties suffered by the people of the Central Plains during these events. While enjoying the offerings, power, and honors of the Central Plains people, their hearts were completely turned to the outside world. Every time Shen Fei thought of this, a powerful murderous intent welled up within him, a reckless desire to destroy Sihan Jingzhe and the people of the Jingnianzhen sect. However, in the end, his pre-planned plan allowed Shen Fei to suppress his murderous intent. Killing them outright would have been too easy for them. Waiting until the plan was complete was the best option. Although Qianqian is clever, she's still not as good as Wu Zhao, the sun and moon in the sky. Shen Fei cherished the only female emperor in history. Although his arrival had ended her chance to become an empress, Shen Fei didn't want to waste her talent. Even though it was a little too early to consider it now. Have you ever considered why Yang Guang dug the Grand Canal and why he invaded Korea? After all, the other party was Qianqian, so Shen Fei directly used the same excuse he had used against Zhu Englong, but concealed the details of Sihan Jingzhe's plan to choose an emperor on behalf of the heavens. Originally, informing the demon sect of this plan was a perfect opportunity to kill with a Boro knife. As long as the demon sect believed what he said, they would definitely attack Li Shimin. With a deliberate plan, if the demon sect gathered enough experts, they had a very good chance of success, even if Li Shimin was protected by Buddhist masters. The people of Sihan Jingzhe had placed such a huge stake on Li Shimin, so they naturally didn't want him to be in danger. Having Buddhist masters protecting him was perfectly natural. Li Shimin, please don't blame me. This is a battle for world domination. Even killing brothers is perfectly normal. Shen Fei kept silent because he was thinking of his upcoming meeting with Yang Guang. He knew some things could be accomplished with Yang Guang's help, and he was afraid some people would be very pleased. The mere thought of this situation brightened Shen Fei's mood. Speaking of which, no matter who unifies the world in the future, with a foundation laid by Yang Guang, anyone who isn't too foolish will become a wise ruler. Shen Fei sighed softly. The Han dynasty, inheriting the grace of the previous dynasty, was no exception. Without the foundation laid by Qin Shi Huang for unification, the Han dynasty wouldn't have been so successful. Well, these matters are not something a mere servant like you should be concerned about. We should leave. Yangzhou is almost here. Yang Guang was still useful, and Shen Fei certainly didn't want him to die like this. Even if he did, he had to give him what he wanted. Yes, young master, we've finally arrived. Gazing at the massive, towering city wall stretching tens of feet in front of him, Shen Fei felt a wave of emotion. This was the tallest city wall he had ever seen in this world. The only walls that could surpass this were those of Luoyang and Chang'an. There was no other way. The military power in this world was incredibly high. If the city walls were built too low, they would be useless. To prevent the high-flying martial arts masters from freely entering and exiting the city, the walls had to be built even taller. Only the most powerful of the grandmasters could scale such heights. Those less powerful could only gaze at the wall in despair, waiting for the gates to open. I need to see Yang Guang. You rest here first. Upon arriving in Yangzhou, Shen Fei found an inn in Letconconst. He then headed towards the Jiangdu Imperial Palace in Yangzhou. Even Shen Fei's emotions fluctuated as he thought about his upcoming meeting with Yang Guang. Beauty, beauty, where are you? Despite the tight security of the palace, even a grandmaster would have found it difficult to quietly appear before Yang Guang without alerting anyone. However, for Shen Fei, this was no problem. However, upon first glimpsing Yang Guang, Shen Fei felt a slight disappointment. Yang Guang was inside the palace, playing hide-and-seek with a group of beautiful women. Most of these women were half-dressed. Just looking at them, it was hard to imagine that the entire city of Yangzhou was in a state of semi-chaos, with even Yu Wensi preparing to flee. This must be due to the immense blow, the despair, so he gave up on himself. It's hard to imagine Yang Guang now being the emperor who had dug the Grand Canal and launched 3 expeditions to Korea. Digging the Grand Canal might sound simple, a mere 5 words, but actually carrying it out was incredibly difficult. After all, it wasn't a blind excavation, it required connecting waterways from various locations. Furthermore, the impact of the Grand Canal on the local environment had to be considered, something that required thorough prior research. This was somewhat similar to when Yingzheng built this Hangzhou Canal, except that Yang Guang seemed even more impetuous than Yingzheng. Furthermore, the fact that the Grand Canal's construction was led by a member of the Yuan clan likely contributed to the catastrophic situation. It's undeniable that aristocratic families are known for their wealth of talent. Yu Shiji, the imperial secretary, and Fei Yun, the imperial censor, are 2 idiots. While Yang Guang was enjoying himself, Someone briefed him on the current state of affairs. The summary was that while there were a few rebellious individuals, the world was generally peaceful, and Yang Guang believed it. Now that Yangzhou was practically under siege, if Yang Guang died, these two treacherous officials would be doomed, and no one would want to employ them. Prince of Jin, speaking of which, this throne seems to be a place where rebels are often successful, and many have succeeded. Shen Fei didn't bother Yang Guang at this moment. There were too many people around, and if they were all subdued, there would be a huge commotion. He could only wait until Yang Guang's presence was less frequent. While looking for Yang Guang, Shen Fei couldn't help but recall Yang Guang's experience. Yang Guang was the second son of Emperor Wen of Sui, Yang Jian, and was granted the title of Prince of Jin. The title of Prince of Jin was quite interesting, having been held by many throughout history, such as the man in front of him, Li Shimin's ninth son, Li Zhi, and Zha Guanggai. Finally, the opportunity has arrived. Just as Yang Guang finally tired of playing and was about to bathe and change clothes, Shen Fei seized the opportunity, creating two shadow clones to guard outside and directly approach Yang Guang. "Who are you?" "Protect the Emperor, protect the Emperor." Yang Guang panicked at the sudden appearance of Shen Fei, seemingly forgetting that he was also a master-level expert. He simply tried to flee the room in a state of panic. In this world of twin dragons, those in power are all masters. With abundant resources and considerable talent, becoming a grandmaster is perfectly normal. "Your Majesty, there's no need to shout. Those outside can't hear you." Shen Fei shook his head helplessly as he watched Yang Guang struggle to open the door, unable to do so. He hadn't tampered with the door. With Yang Guang's current strength, even if it had diminished considerably after years of indulgence, he wouldn't be unable to open it. He could easily have shattered it with a single punch. "Are you here to assassinate me?" Seeing that Shen Fei didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, Yang Guang leaned against the door and spoke cautiously. "No, I simply came to meet the great Emperor, Yang Guang, who dared to dig the canal, launch 3 expeditions to Korea, and institute the imperial examinations." Although meeting him in person was quite disappointing, Shen Fei's words caused Yang Guang's face to harden, and he remained silent for a long time. "I've come today to see your Majesty, and I also have a question for you. Given your power back then, how could you have allowed the empire to fall to such ruin? Given the Sui dynasty's strength, even if the 3 expeditions to Korea had failed, Yang Guang still had a chance to turn things around. After all, he still commanded hundreds of thousands of troops. Even now, if Yang Guang wanted to, he could still make a move. For example, if he left Yangzhou for Luoyang, with his prestige, he could easily seize the military power from Wang Shichen. After all, Wang Shichen wasn't from an aristocratic family in the Central Plains. The empire has fallen to such ruin. How could those guys have already reached Yangzhou? Yang Guang's expression changed completely, as if the man who had fled in panic wasn't him at all. After adjusting his dragon robe, he walked to the table with his head held high and sat down. "Your Majesty, do you seem to understand the current situation?" Yang Guang's sudden change surprised Shen Fei. "Even you can easily come before me. I guess this is the only possible scenario," Yang Guang said with a sardonic smile. "Since your Majesty knows all this, why don't you try to do something?" "Do something? Haha, what can I do? They just want a puppet emperor. Unfortunately, I won't do what they want. Even if the world is in chaos and the Sui dynasty is destroyed in my hands like Qin Ershi, I will drag them down with me." "Ho ha ho ha!" Yang Guang suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh, his laughter filled with madness. "Your Majesty is truly ruthless." Yang Guang's words made Shen Fei gasp. He had previously assumed that Yang Guang had given up because he couldn't withstand the blow. Not everyone has such a strong will. For example, Stark, when he couldn't cure the palladium poisoning in his chest, gave up on himself. He never imagined that all of this was Yang Guang's plan. From Yang Guang's words, it became clear that as long as he could protect the interests of the aristocratic families, his throne would be absolutely secure, and the Sui dynasty would never fall in the second generation. However, this would mean the continuation of the 9-rank system, making the imperial examination system a joke. Faced with such a situation, most emperors would have undoubtedly compromised. After all, one was a matter of life and death, the other was merely the interests of the aristocratic families. Furthermore, the Yang family was once part of the aristocratic families, one of the 4 great aristocratic families, once the 5 great aristocratic families. It was only after the Yang family became part of the imperial family that they disappeared from the aristocratic family hierarchy. Alright, you've seen what you're supposed to see. Come and kill me and plunge the entire world into chaos, Yang Guang said, sitting upright and closing his eyes, as if mentally preparing for the impending outcome. From the beginning to the end, he had never believed that Shen Fei was not out to kill him. When a common man's anger spills blood 3 feet, when an emperor's anger rages, millions of corpses are scattered, this truly was a massacre of millions. Yang Guang's mere inaction had led to this outcome. This was the terror of ancient emperors. Since your majesty has foreseen your own fate, I wonder if your majesty dares to try something bigger. Shen Fei wasn't sure how to evaluate Yang Guang's actions, but Yang Guang's character saved Shen Fei a lot of trouble when it came to his plan. Bigger. Yang Guang's eyes opened involuntarily upon hearing Shen Fei's words. Yes, bigger. When this happens, I guarantee that Ning Daoqi will be the first to kill your majesty. Ning Daoqi. The mention of Ning Daoqi made Yang Guang's face turn extremely grim. It wasn't that he hadn't sought Ning Daoqi's help during his 3 expeditions to Korea. After all, they had a master swordsman named Fu Keilin, but Ning Daoqi had always refused. If Ning Daoqi had intervened, things wouldn't have turned out like this. It's not that I look down on her, but Ning Daoqi, would he dare to kill me? Yang Guang sneered. This is not because Yang Guang is arrogant, but the fact. If Ning Daoqi really dares to kill Yang Guang, then Ning Daoqi will definitely not live long. I am afraid that the first person to attack him will be Xiandao Song. Chapter 741, The Cruel Yang Guang and the Blood-Vomiting Sihan Jingzhe, Part 2. There were many who could have dared to kill Yang Guang. Others might have been hailed as heroes, but Ning Daoqi certainly couldn't. As the Central Plains' foremost Grandmaster, killing the Emperor would be blatant betrayal. Not only would Heavenly Blade Song, but even the Taoist sect wouldn't let him off. The Central Plains was different from the Turks and Goguryeo. In those 2 countries, the Grandmaster could even decide the throne, but that wouldn't work in the Central Plains. There were simply too many masters in the Central Plains, and while Grandmasters held them in high esteem, it wasn't to the same degree of deification as in the Turks and Goguryeo. There were too many factions in the Central Plains capable of killing Ning Daoqi. Song could do it alone, and there were also the demon sect of Shi-Hixun, Zhu Yuan, and Kan Kan, along with other masters from the demon sect, joined forces and found the right opportunity. They could also eliminate Ning Daoqi. Then there's the Taoist sect, and then there's the Buddhist sect. Ning Daoqi doesn't have Shi-Hixun's ability to withstand a large group attack, and even if Shi-Hixun were truly surrounded, he wouldn't be able to escape. In the original novel, Li Yuan had a chance to detain Shi-Hixun, but unfortunately, he took action himself, allowing Shi-Hixun to use his identity to trick others into escaping easily. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. While this may be a sign of fear, it's sometimes also meant to allow his subordinates to perform better and avoid unnecessary concerns. He doesn't dare to kill your majesty, isn't that better? I think your majesty must be eager to kill him. Shen Fei's words immediately chilled Yang Guang's face. If anyone were to name the person Yang Guang hated the most, Ning Daoqi was definitely one of them. Whenever he thought of Ning Daoqi, he would recall the time when he was assassinated by Fu Keilin during the Goguryeo expedition and fled in disgrace. It was precisely because of Fu Keilin's assassination that the army's morale plummeted, leading to the failure of the 3 Goguryeo campaigns. Fu Keilin was also deified by Goguryeo. Unfortunately, even Yang Guang, the emperor, had no way to deal with Ning Daoqi. Do you have a plan to deal with Ning Daoqi? Yang Guang quickly regained his composure and asked directly. Yes, we can completely destroy his reputation. Your Majesty, don't you think simply killing him would be too easy for him? Regardless of Ning Daoqi's true intentions, Shen Fei would not let him off simply based on his actions. Destroy his reputation? Just you? Yang Guang glared at Shen Fei with sarcasm. Many people wanted to deal with Ning Daoqi, such as the demon sect, who wished him dead, but for all these years, Ning Daoqi remained the greatest grandmaster in the Central Plains. Of course I can't do it, but as long as your majesty cooperates, then there's no chance of failure. Shen Fei was being modest, of course, but since he was facing Yang Guang, a bit of modesty was natural. I cooperate. Yang Guang looked at Shen Fei with suspicion. Indeed, all your majesty needs to do is issue an imperial decree ordering the arrest of Ning Daoqi. As for the charge, it's, of course, treason. For example, The reason your majesty's 3 expeditions to Guerrilla failed was because Ning Daoqi had an affair with Fu Cailin, which ultimately led to your defeat. The implication of Shen Fei's words made Yang Guang's pupils shrink, and he gave Shen Fei a deep look. Even though Yang Guang was incredibly intelligent, he would rather see chaos reign in exchange for a major reshuffle of power than submit to the power of the aristocratic families. But even so, he had never considered this. With his intelligence, Yang Guang quickly understood the significance of the imperial decree. It was clear that once it was issued, Ning Daoqi would be in deep trouble, and of course, his death was certain. While Ning Daoqi couldn't kill Yang Guang personally, he wasn't alone. He represented a powerful faction, not just Buddhism, but also Taoism, where many followed him. After all, he was the greatest grandmaster in the Central Plains. Your Majesty, do you dare to do it? Shen Fei looked at the silent Yang Guang and said calmly. Interesting, really interesting. I never thought of this before. Yang Guang suddenly laughed out loud. Shen Fei's words opened a new door for Yang Guang. Yang Guang dared to use his own country to drag those noble families to be buried with him. Naturally, he would not care if doing so would completely destroy Ning Daoqi. To put it bluntly, he was about to die. There was nothing to care about at all. Even if this imperial edict was issued, not many people believed it. It would be a stain on Ning Daoqi himself. If it was not handled properly, it might even affect Ning Daoqi's cultivation. The realm of the Grandmaster is mainly reflected in the mind. Once there is a problem with the mind, it means a flaw has appeared. Your Majesty, are you satisfied with this? Just a mere Ning Daoqi, are you satisfied with it? Shen Fei looked at Yang Guang with a smile. What do you mean? Yang Guang asked. Your Majesty, I suppose you haven't forgotten what I said before. Would you dare to go even further? Take, for example, Sihan Jingzhe and the pure Nian Zen sect. Seeing Yang Guang fall silent after his words, Shen Fei continued, come to think, when I called them traitors, I wasn't just talking nonsense. Conspiracies will always be exposed. As the saying goes, the net of heaven is vast and nothing escapes the narrow. Therefore, when Shen Fei acts, he generally avoids conspiracies, but rather employs overt schemes, just like what he did against the Navy in the pirate world. Simply accusing Ning Daoqi, Sihan Jingzhe, and the pure Nian Zen sect of colluding with foreign powers is simply unfounded. Given the reputations of Ning Daoqi, Sihan Jingzhe, and the others in the Jianghu, most people would certainly not believe it. After all, they have always cultivated their reputations. Unless someone, like Shen Fei, has a comprehensive perspective, it's hard to believe they harbor ulterior motives. Haven't you seen how powerful Shuanglong was? They were ultimately fooled. Therefore, the best option is to have truth within the falsehood, and falsehood within the truth. This is what is most difficult to discern. Your Majesty, do you know that Sihan Jingzhe had already started the plan to select the emperor on behalf of God 20 years ago? That person is Li Shimin, the second son of the Li family. Even the name Li Shimin was chosen by Ning Daoqi, which means saving the world and the people. They chose the new emperor candidate 20 years ago. Do you still think that your expedition to Guerrilla can succeed? Shen Fei slowly told Sihan Jingzhe's plan to select the emperor on behalf of God. Strictly speaking, from this point of view, it is almost certain that Sihan Jingzhe and others are colluding with foreign countries. This is something they can't explain no matter what. Selecting the emperor on behalf of God, I see, they are really brave. Yang Guang, whose expression had regained its composure, suddenly struck the table before him with a powerful punch. The immense energy shattered the table into dozens of pieces, scattering them all around him. Even though Yang Guang's martial arts skills had declined significantly due to years of indulgence, he was still a grandmaster after all. A mere table, even one made of bronze, could not withstand a single blow from him. For an emperor, the most intolerable thing was being manipulated by others. The saying kings, princes, generals, and ministers are of different races was widely believed in the Central Plains. In the original novel, even Cao Zhang and Su Xiling were initially displeased upon hearing that Sihan Jingzhe had chosen the emperor on behalf of heaven. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, Yang Guang's wrath stemmed from another factor. She had been chosen by Sihan Jingzhe to represent heaven as the emperor. Yang Guang wasn't the crown prince back then, so naturally, he needed outside help to ascend to the throne. The forces led by Sihan Jingzhe approached him. After all, for Sihan Jingzhe to maximize its benefits, it was naturally impossible to approach the crown prince. The crown prince was the natural heir to the throne, So why would he need you to choose an emperor on his behalf? After all, providing timely assistance is completely different from simply adding icing on the cake. Unfortunately, Yang Guang ultimately abandoned Sihun Jingzhe and chose the demonic sect, specifically Shi-Zhixuan. Strictly speaking, Emperor Wen of Sui, Yang Jian, also relied on Sihun Jingzhe to ascend to power. It couldn't be helped. The Buddhist sect was powerful, and to promote its slogans, they built more temples and tended to meddle in worldly affairs. Unlike the Taoist sect, which mostly stayed within its own temples and generally stayed out of worldly disputes, Yang Guang unexpectedly broke his agreement with the Buddhist sect after ascending to power, restricting its expansion. Under these circumstances, they turned their attention to Yang Guang. Any emperor with ambitions is naturally wary of Buddhism. Even cooperation is merely a temporary measure. Once the throne is secured, they naturally refuse to be restricted. The lesson of Emperor Wu of lying is not far away. Even in the era of great changes, Sihun Jingzhe was still an object of vigilance, and even the Jingnian Zen sect moved away from Luoyang. This was probably because during the prosperous Tang trilogy, Wu Zhao, a disciple of Kankan, was too terrifying, forcing them to retreat. It must be said that Kankan was very powerful. Even though she lost the battle with Shi-Zhixuan, her disciples completely took the field back. One of her disciples even became the leader of the Jingnian Zen sect. It really lived up to the saying, 3 years and 3 years. It's really a big deal, but I like it. Yang Guang understood Shen Fei's meaning in an instant. This was simply the best protection for Sihun Jingzhe and the others. Even if no one believed in the matter of colluding with foreign countries, Sihun Jingzhe also suffered heavy losses this time. Because their biggest chess piece, Li Shimin, was exposed. In this situation, there was no need for the demon sect to even make a move. Li Shimin was in trouble just from within the Li family. In the original novel, although Sihun Jingzhe shouted the slogan of selecting the emperor on behalf of heaven, it did not announce the specific candidates to the outside world. In other words, they examined all those who were qualified to become the emperor, so when the emperor was selected in Luoyang, basically all the major forces went. These people had no idea that these people were just supporting roles used by Sihun Jingzhe to set off Li Shimin. Speaking of which, Shuangguang and Ba Feng'an later ate the S.H.I.E.L.D, which really helped Li Shimin and Sihun Jingzhe a lot. Otherwise, if Sihun Jingzhe really gave the S.H.I.E.L.D to Li Shimin, it would be a lot of fun. Shen Fei even suspected that Sihun Jingzhe had the idea of letting the S.H.I.E.L.D be stolen, but they did not expect that the S.H.I.E.L.D would be eaten by Shuangguang and others in the end. After all, Li Shimin was only the second son of the Li family at that time. Once he got the S.H.I.E.L.D, he would be the target of public criticism. What do you want? After making a decision, Yang Guang immediately asked. As an emperor, he did not believe that Shen Fei told him so much without any desires. I want Luoyang City. Shen Fei was not polite and directly stated his purpose. For Shen Fei, it was very important to get the imperial edict from Yang Guang and to get the ruling power of Luoyang legitimately. Some things are two different concepts, especially in the Central Plains. Luoyang, is this not enough? Yang Guang looked at Shen Fei and suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. In Yang Guang's mind, he already considered Shen Fei one of the contenders for the throne. He had told him so much so that he could foresee a formidable opponent. After all, with the support of Sihun Jingzhe, Ning Daoqi, and other righteous men, Li Shimin was extremely powerful. How about adding the heads of Ning Daoqi, Fu Keilin, and Bijuan? Shen Fei said after a moment's silence, then raised his stake. Originally, only Ning Daoqi and Fu Keilin would have been enough. After all, Yang Guang held the greatest hatred for them. However, since they were the three great masters, Shen Fei included Bijuan as a filler to round up the number. Deal. Yang Guang immediately smiled and nodded. No contract was signed between the two parties, as there was no need for one. Then, Your Majesty, let's discuss the details. If things are handled well, perhaps Your Majesty will have the opportunity to personally avenge Ning Daoqi. Okay, what's the matter? Why does Your Majesty suddenly want to attend court? The next day, a large number of officials gathered in the imperial palace of Jiangdu. Since Yang Guang failed in his 3 expeditions to Korea, attending court has become a mere formality, and the power of the court is completely in the hands of a few ministers such as the Internal Secretary Yu Shiji and the Imperial Censor Fei Yun. The sudden order to attend court this time left many people in Jiangdu completely confused, including Yu Wenzhi, who is already preparing to abandon Yangzhou and flee. From today on, Shen Fei is appointed as the governor of Luoyang. Yang Guang rarely attended court, and without saying anything nonsense, he directly issued an imperial decree to make Shen Fei the governor of Luoyang. As for whether Shen Fei could control Luoyang, Yang Guang didn't care at all. This imperial decree naturally aroused strong opposition from both the internal history assistant Yu Shiji and the imperial censor Fei Yun. On the other hand, Yu Wenzi was not moved at all. Now Yang Guang's imperial decree could not leave the city of Yangzhou at all. The so-called position of the governor of Luoyang was nothing but a joke in Yu Wenzi's eyes. Just when the ministers such as the internal history assistant Yu Shiji and the imperial censor Fei Yun wanted Yang Guang to overturn the previous order, as the next imperial decree was issued, all the people present forgot about Shen Fei, and all looked at Yang Guang as if he was a madman. Compared with the content of the second imperial decree, Shen Fei's position as the governor of Luoyang was nothing. Your Majesty, please withdraw your order. This time it was Yuan Huiji who took the lead in the opposition. The content of the imperial edict was too horrifying for these human aces. Sir Yuan, you dare to disobey the order of His Majesty. Shen Fei suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Huiji, and the extremely strong murderous aura made Yuan Huiji's body tremble. Yuan Huiji, was also one of the most powerful masters in the world, but under this murderous aura, it was as if he was thrown naked into a world of ice and snow. I obey your command. Under such a strong murderous aura, Yuan Huiji finally chose to follow his heart and carry out Yang Guang's order. He might not die, after all, Yang Guang was the mastermind. But if he refused, Yuan Huiji knew that he might not be able to leave the palace today. Seeing that Yuan Huiji had compromised, the other ministers immediately compromised. There was not a single loyal minister left in the court, so naturally they would not make any death-defying remonstrations to Yang Guang. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742, The Cruel Yang Guang and the Blood-Vomiting Sihan Jingzhe, and A Foolish Emperor, A Foolish Emperor. The square in front of Yangzhou City's most luxurious and largest temple, normally bustling with pilgrims and incense burning everywhere, was now filled with countless monks lying in a pool of blood. The abbot's snow-white robes had now turned a bloody red. Looking around at the fallen disciples, he pointed at Yuan Huiji, who was not far away, and shouted in dismay. Empty nature, you Buddhists are so bold. You dare to claim to choose the emperor on behalf of the heavens? You are completely ignorant. Yuan Huiji snorted coldly and did not attack again. The opponent was already seriously injured and could not survive. There was no need for him to finish him off. Hey, look at this. Emptiness nature. This is what you Buddhists call the four elements of emptiness. Just as Yuan Huiji was about to say something else, he suddenly saw soldiers carrying a large number of items from the temple. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Kong Xing also witnessed this scene. He had been loudly calling Yang Guang a tyrant, but now he closed his eyes and chanted the Buddha's name. Now, even if he had 1,000 words to say, he couldn't utter them. The chests the soldiers had carried out were filled with treasures. Entire chests of gold, silver, and gems of every color were laid out across the square, instantly transforming it into a dazzling spectacle. The previous stench of blood was immediately diluted by the glittering wealth. The surrounding soldiers, officers, and even Yu Wenzi, looked upon the treasure with greedy eyes. If it weren't for someone's presence, Yu Wenzi would have pocketed it all. Similarly, those standing near the soldiers' cordon at the temple's edge had been pointing fingers at the sudden attack on the temple, many saying Yang Guang had gone mad again. But upon seeing so much wealth, their expressions mirrored those of the soldiers. There was no way around it. The wealth was simply too dazzling. Even Shen Fei hadn't expected to find so much riches this time. He'd already tried to guess at the Buddhist sect's wealth, but his estimate was still a huge underestimate. While this temple was the largest in Yangzhou City, and other temples likely didn't possess this much wealth, even so, if the wealth of all the temples in Yangzhou were plundered, the total would be astronomical. Scan. Wow, so much wealth. If the entire city were plundered, Yang Guang might even have the chance to turn things around if he pulled himself together. Curious, Shen Fei used the power of the Operation Fruit to roughly ascertain the amount of wealth. The result was astonishing. The wealth looted from this temple alone could support an army of 20,000 men for a year. Yang Guang's biggest problem right now was unstable military spirit and low morale. The reason for this low morale was simple: lack of pay. Not only were the troops stationed outside, but even his imperial guards hadn't received their pay in 2 months. Even the original 2 meals a day had been reduced to 1 dry meal and 1 liquid meal. 3 or 4 meals a day were only affordable for the wealthy and the nobility. Ordinary people, even soldiers, could only afford 2 meals a day, and only had the chance to eat a full meal before a battle. Although Yang Guang's orders could not leave Yangzhou, in terms of strength, among those who had rebelled or were preparing to rebel, only the Li and Song factions surpassed him. Other factions, even Wang Shichen, who controlled Luoyang City, were no match for Yang Guang's current power. If the tens of thousands of imperial guards could boost their morale and restore their military prestige, they would not fear the likes of Du Fuwei, Shen Fei, and Li Zidan. Inventory all the wealth and publish it publicly, especially the land deeds. Then you can handle it with full authority. By the way, start with the deeds. After scanning the approximate amount of wealth, Shen Fei's voice suddenly echoed softly in Yu Wen's ear, a heavenly sound. To ensure Yang Guang's orders were carried out and not delayed or evaded, Shen Fei personally supervised Yu Wenhuiji and the Imperial Guards commander Sima Dekan, leading their men in carrying out the orders. Yu Wenhuiji was not one to yield easily, nor was Sima Dekan, the Imperial Guards commander. Furthermore, the two were currently allied, and out of fear of Buddhism, Yang Guang's orders would have been impossible to carry out without Shen Fei. Yang Guang was dying, and any degree of madness in his final moments was understandable, but Yu Wenhuiji and Sima Dekan, the Imperial Guards commander, were unwilling to accompany him in his madness. After leaving the court, the two immediately assembled their personal guards to attack Shen Fei. Besides their reluctance to carry out Yang Guang's orders, they also harbored ambitions for the imperial edict from the Luoyang governor in Shen Fei's possession. With Yang Guang still representing legitimacy, with this edict, combined with the power of the Yuan clan, they might be able to seize Luoyang. The Yuan clan had long coveted Luoyang. Yu Wenhuiji and the others then witnessed a true power of strength. Shen Fei single-handedly suppressed their entire personal guard. Yes, Yu Wenhuiji muttered, hearing Shen Fei's orders and being entrusted with the management of all the wealth. With this wealth, he could better win over the generals within the army. Yu Wenhuiji also understood Shen Fei's actions. They were primarily aimed at the people of Sihan Jingzhe, not at protecting Yang Guang. This was undoubtedly good news for Yu Wenhuiji. Yu Wenhuiji's rebellious intentions were now clear. If Shen Fei had sided with Yang Guang, his ambitions would likely have been thwarted. Yu Wenhuiji also harbored great ambitions, dreaming of becoming emperor, but his luck was unfortunate. All his plans in the original novel were disrupted by the twin dragons. Of course, his personal abilities were also lacking. Come, sort out those land deeds immediately. Yu Wenhuiji immediately ordered his men to begin sorting through the deeds, and as they did so, someone loudly recited the contents of the deeds. Yang Guang, you are so cruel. After the contents of the land deed were read out, Kong Xing, already severely injured, suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. He barely managed to utter a single word before collapsing to the ground, succumbing to the rage. Yang Guang, truly ruthless, not only Kong Xing, but also the few intelligent individuals around who witnessed what was happening paled, each muttering inwardly. While the average person might not understand the meaning behind these words, those who were astute already foresaw what was to come. This was Yang Guang's plan to wipe out the entire family. If this scene were to become known, the reputation of Buddhism would be completely ruined. For Buddhism, a ruined reputation essentially means a complete demise. After all, unlike sects like the demonic sect, which rarely cared about reputation, Buddhism needed followers. I didn't expect Buddhism to be so wealthy. That's truly surprising. In a secluded corner of the crowd, Du Fuwei, a man with a stern, somewhat rigid face, observed this scene and couldn't help but form a plan. The Jianghui army was about to attack Yangzhou. To seize the city before Li Zidan, Shen Fei, and their allies, Du Fuwei personally traveled to Yangzhou to gather intelligence from within the Sui army. However, he unexpectedly witnessed a scene, the wealth of the Buddhist sects, which intrigued Du Fuwei. After all, the Jianghui army lacked material resources compared to other rebel armies. With such a large sum now at hand, how could he not be tempted? Previously, Du Fuwei would never have considered this. Even his brilliance couldn't have predicted the Buddhist sect's wealth, coupled with its immense influence and power. Naturally, Du Fuyi wouldn't have sought trouble. But now, things were different. First, the Buddhist sect's wealth tempted him. Second, Yang Guang had already begun the fight, and the Buddhist sect would soon face the next round of attacks. Every rebel army in the world lacked money, even the Li clan, though he was much better off. Before, it was fine if they didn't know, but now that they know, and with Yang Guang's legitimate excuse, few would be unmoved. Furthermore, even if they feared offending the Buddhist sect and dared not act openly, wouldn't they dare act covertly? You claim I did it, but do you have evidence? The Buddhist sect is so wealthy, so why couldn't it have been some jealous Jianghu, martial arts, figures? There are so many Jianghu, martial arts, figures in the world, and many from outside the Great Wall, so why couldn't they have been responsible? Shen Fei had devised this plan by combining his intelligence, various examples, and calculating the subsequent developments through Red Queen. It was a complete, blatant conspiracy to undermine the situation. Brother Shen, this is too cruel. Across from Du Fuyi, Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling exchanged a glance, their voices tinged with fear. Both were naturally gifted and exceptionally intelligent, and Shen Fei's previous education had broadened their horizons. Therefore, upon witnessing the scene, their first thought was Shen Fei. There are many innocent people in Buddhism. Su Xiling was a compassionate person after all. After thinking about the consequences of this incident, his expression couldn't help but become depressed. Young Master Ling, you're right, but in these turbulent times, too many innocent people have died needlessly. Weren't those Sui soldiers who died in guerrilla innocent? They were merely following orders. And what about those refugees we saw when we arrived? How many of them survived? Weren't they innocent? And another war is about to break out here. This is our hometown, young Master Ling. How many innocent people do you think will die? There may be many innocent people in Buddhism, many enlightened monks. That Kong Xing, I remember, was one of the most accomplished monks in Yongzhou. But what happened? Young Master Ling, the rest of this may be fake, something Brother Shen deliberately deceived us about, but the wealth and land deeds are right here before us. They're not fake. Young Master Ling, you should remember what Brother Shen said about why farmers were taxed so heavily. It's because only the poorest paid taxes, while the rich never paid. Look at all that wealth. If it were given away, it could save so many lives, but they'd rather let it mold and rot in the warehouse than use it to help the common people. Brother Shen once said that if all the people in the world, regardless of nobles, aristocratic families, Buddhists, or Taoists, all paid taxes, the farmers' taxes could be very low, or even zero. Of course I remember this, but I remember that you wanted to be the emperor. Have you given up on this dream? We'll talk about this later, but it seems that we have no chance of killing that guy Yu Wensi. Should we go find Brother Shen? He should be here. Shuanggong appeared in Yongzhou, naturally to find a chance to avenge Fu Juner. Although Shen Fei killed Xiang Yushin and others in advance, Shuanggong did not come into contact with them, but Shuanggong still wanted to see if he could use the account books to kill Yu Wensi. They originally wanted to use the Bamboo Flower Gang in Yongzhou to see if they could sneak into the palace, meet Yang Guang, and hand in the account books, but they encountered the current situation. You want Big Brother Shen to help with revenge, but I disagree. We have to avenge Mom ourselves. Besides, Big Brother Shen might not be in Yongzhou right now. Didn't he say he's become the governor of Luoyang? He should be there by now. No wonder he said we'd meet there. True, but in that case, we can only give up on revenge now. Also, I hope Dad doesn't kill you in Huagu, otherwise we might not have the chance to avenge Mom. When Cao Zhuang said this, both of them fell silent. War was a dangerous time. Even though both of them were very powerful now, they were still powerless in the face of war. Then it depends on you and Huagu's luck. Alright, young Master Ling, it's time for us to leave. It would be bad if we ran into Dad and his men here, Cao Zhuang said, patting Su Xialing's shoulder vigorously. Luoyang City will surely be bustling with activity soon. However, according to Big Brother, only top figures will be able to participate. We're still too weak. We're no match for even Feng Shen. I'm afraid we won't be able to help Big Brother Shen much then let's work hard. Big Brother said we possess supreme talent. In time, even the three great masters of the world will have to stand aside before us. This trip to Luoyang is a perfect opportunity for spiritual practice. I hope those people, and Feng Shen, won't let me down. With that, the two glanced once more at Yu Wensi, who was overseeing the inventory of treasures in the square, before quietly departing. 480 temples in the southern dynasties, so many towers and pavilions in the mist and rain, how too modest. Standing on the second-floor balcony of the restaurant closest to the temple, Shen Fei looked out at the square ahead and shook his head slightly. This era was truly the heyday of Buddhism. The number of temples far exceeded his imagination. In Yangzhou alone, there were nearly 100 temples of all sizes. While this was also related to Yangzhou's prosperity, even so, one could roughly guess how many temples there were in the entire Central Plains, and how many unproductive monks there were. No one could tell how many of these monks were masters, innate masters, or first-rate masters. However, just destroying this temple alone had caused heavy losses for the Sui army, as it contained nearly 300 powerful monks. It was only later that Yu Wensi and his experts took action that the situation was resolved. Without the mechanical techniques of the Maoist and Gongshu families, the army would still be far behind in its methods against these masters. Chapter 743, Death of Yang Guang, Part 1. During Yu Wenzi's attack on the monastery, Shen Fei had been observing. This was partly to suppress Yu Wenzi and force him to follow his plan, and partly to observe the battle between this world's armies and the martial arts masters. The outcome was somewhat disappointing to Shen Fei. After all, the army Yu Wenzi led was Yang Guang's imperial guard, but its equipment couldn't compare to the Qin army of the Qin dynasty. Even the dragon and tiger cavalry couldn't compare. Local armies, like the Pingyang heavy armored troops, couldn't match them. Of course, considering the differences between the two worlds, comparing the Qin army's equipment to the Sui's was a bit unreasonable. After all, this world was a time when Confucianism was the only school of thought, and without the astonishing advances in mechanical technology, military development would naturally be much slower. Not to mention that the Qin was now on the verge of developing cutting-edge technology, like the 100 Wars divine crossbow. Next, I'll show you a new way of warfare. If we can't defeat the Turks, they're just a joke. Thinking of the future mechanical troops battling the Turks' fearsome cavalry, Shen Fei suddenly laughed. Young master's methods truly impressed me. As she spoke, she slowly walked barefoot to Shen Fei's side, looking at the situation in the square ahead with a look of deep emotion. The demon sect and the righteous sect, led by Sihun Jingzhe, had been fighting for hundreds of years, and they had repeatedly been at a disadvantage. But in the blink of an eye, this once formidable enemy had fallen from the altar. Even those in the demon sect felt a sense of déjà vu. This is just the beginning, Sihun Jingzhe. After all, the Buddhist sect had been operating for so long. In this era where strength was respected, and no one else could have the same ideas as Shen Fei, it would still be a long way to go to trip up the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect's influence and power were extremely strong. In the original novel, because of Kaozhuang and Su Xiling, the Buddhist sect achieved their strategic goal without even showing much strength. In this world, apart from Shen Fei, no one else possessed his foresight to discern the root problem of Buddhism. Did they see that even Song ultimately changed his mind because of a letter from Fan Qinghu? By the way, I want to meet your master, Zhu Yuan. After a brief silence, Shen Fei continued. It seems the young master already knew Kankan's identity. Kankan's eyes involuntarily narrowed at Shen Fei's mention of Zhu Yuan's name, and the knowledge that she was her master. If Shen Fei had merely known her identity, Kankan wouldn't have been too surprised, but knowing exactly who her master was something else entirely. Have you ever concealed your identity? Shen Fei smiled, glancing at Kankan and gently shaking his head. He was in some blind manner owner, so bewildered that he wouldn't understand what was happening even in death. Kankan's behavior along the way had already given her away. Putting aside other things, when he was traveling all the way to Yangzhou, an ordinary, weak woman would not have been able to withstand the speed of travel, but Kankan easily kept up. Kankan also knew that Shen Fei had seen through her problems, but they both tacitly pretended not to say anything. But now the situation is different. Even if Shen Fei didn't intend to expose Kankan, Kankan was ready to cooperate with Shen Fei. Shen Fei's move of cutting off the source of the trouble had brought the reputation of the Buddhist sect to the abyss, and the two sides had a basis for cooperation. However, what Kankan didn't expect was that Shen Fei didn't want cooperation, but to make the demon sect work for him. The most outstanding successor of this generation of the demon sect, how could I not know, he is also the master of the future female emperor. In terms of achievements, Kankan's achievements definitely surpassed most of the predecessors of the demon sect. You're too polite, sir. Kan is merely a humble disciple of the holy sect. Do you wish to cooperate with him to conquer Luoyang? Kan asked with a smile. You're right. The implication of Kan's words left Shen Fei momentarily stunned, but he soon understood the underlying meaning. For the demon sect, even if Shen Fei possessed Yang Guang's imperial edict and could legitimately seize control of Luoyang, it was merely a matter of assumption. First and foremost, Wang Shichen would certainly not relinquish control of Luoyang. While he certainly wouldn't dare openly defy Yang Guang's decree, he could simply drag things out until Yang Guang died, potentially sidelining Shen Fei. Furthermore, Luoyang still held the Dugu clan. Of the four great clans, the Dugu clan had the closest relationship with Yang Guang, a relationship characterized by shared success and failure. Even in the current situation, the Dugu clan's second-in-command, Dugu Sheng, served as Yang Guang's personal bodyguard, commanding 5,000 imperial guards. Neither faction would cooperate with Shen Fei, and Shen Fei had no choice but to defeat them if he wanted to gain control of Luoyang City. This would be easy to achieve if he collaborated with the demon sect. Your idea is sound, but unfortunately, the demon sect is not qualified to cooperate with me. They must submit to me, otherwise there would be no need for them to exist. As he spoke, Shen Fei suddenly waved his left hand, and the two of them vanished from the hotel balcony, replaced by a fist-sized rock that fell from the sky onto the balcony. Here, how is this possible? The sudden change in scenery startled Kanan. Upon realizing their location, she stared at Shen Fei in disbelief. They were now perched on a small mountain outside Yangzhou City, overlooking the towering city walls. The facts are before us, Miss Kanan, Shen Fei said, and with a flick of his right hand, the world around him and Kanan instantly transformed from vibrant color to black and white, eclipsing the Taoist heavenly sects heaven and earth. The sudden change made Kanan's face change, but just when she was about to react, she found that her body could not move. This sudden change made Kanan's face look even uglier. As a disciple of Zhu Yuan, the saint of this generation of the demon sect, Kanan's heavenly demon art has reached the 17th level. In terms of strength, she is second only to Zhu Yuan in the Yinke sect. Even when facing other elders of the Yinke sect, such as Bian Bufu and Bi Shaoxun, Kanan is not inferior in the slightest. With such strength, not to mention Zhu Yuan, even grandmasters like Ning Daoqi would not be able to completely imprison her and make her move. Young master, what are you trying to do? Looking at Shen Fei's face that was getting closer and closer, Kanan was a little nervous. But her face returned to its usual expression. This place is deserted, and Miss Kan is so beautiful. What do you think I should do? Shen Fei leaned close to Kan's ear, sniffed the fragrance on her body, and spoke slowly. Then please be more compassionate to me, sir. Kan's voice as sweet as orchid and the fragrance on her body made Shen Fei's heart flutter. Then he immediately took 2 steps back and put away his ecstasy. It's boring. You are sure I won't do anything, right? Shen Fei was speechless after failing to tease her and being teased instead. He originally wanted to see if Kan was afraid. If you want, I don't mind accompanying you, but not now. Kan, who had recovered her movement, walked directly to Shen Fei and took his left arm to block him, as if nothing had happened just now. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to reach the highest realm of the heavenly demonic art? The demon sect's heavenly demonic art is a very strange martial art. If one loses their virginity before reaching the 18th level, they will never reach the highest realm. If we purely consider the realm of the heavenly demonic art, Zhu Yuan, Kan, and Shan Mixin are at the same level. Of course, being at the same realm doesn't necessarily mean being equal in strength. In terms of true strength, Shan Mixin is actually the weakest of the 3. However, this refers to Shan Mixin before. After taking the Gathering Immortal Pill, Shan Mixin's current strength has increased. Shen Fei has seen this kind of martial art before, such as the Yang 5 Thunders and Yin 5 Thunders of Longhu Mountain in under one person, as well as the Tongzigong. However, with the advent of modern times, Tongzigong has become almost unheard of. Young master, it seems you know a lot about the holy sect. Many people know about the heavenly demonic art, but few outside of the demon sect know its specifics. There are few things in this world that I can't hide from you. For example, I know that Bian Bufu must be pestering you. Would you like me to take him out for you? I've already promised Shan Mixin of the Dongming sect to take him out. You just need to lure him out. This world? Isn't the young master from this world? Kan asked this question. Although her expression appeared calm, Shen Fei could sense from the force of her left arm being gripped that she was deeply uneasy. What do you think? Shen Fei looked at Kan with an enigmatic smile, but he didn't directly answer her question. Could it be that the young master has returned from a world of shattered void, as the heir of the demonic Yinka sect? Kan was of course familiar with the shattered void. As for this question, you'll find out later, Shen Fei said, shaking off Kan's grip. Although being held by her was very comfortable, he was leaving now. Shen Fei naturally had his own reasons for telling Kan that he wasn't from this world. Since he'd arrived in the world of twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, there was no guarantee he wouldn't visit another era with a Chinese background. He might not have cared if it were any other world, but China was a different matter. In this situation, he naturally needed subordinates, such as Yan, Kan, and others. Kan, see you in Luoyang, Shen Fei said as he took flight, said hello to Kan, and flew away. Broken void? Looks like they were finished this time. Watching Shen Fei fly away, Kan suddenly laughed. If Yang Guang's actions had been taken previously, Sihan Jingzhe, Jingnian Zen sect, and Ningdaoki, the Buddhist sect had a chance to recover after paying a certain price. But now, things were different. Among the top experts, Shen Fei crushed Ningdaoki, the 4 great saints, and others. Without these people, the demon sect would have no problem facing Sihan Jingzhe. Lu Maozi, your retirement days are over. Flying in the air, Shen Fei pondered for a moment before a flying sword appeared beneath his feet, and he soared towards Pegasus Ranch. To recreate the art of mechanical engineering in this world, he naturally needed talent in this field. Lu Maozi undoubtedly possessed this talent. Now that Luoyang City was in his grasp, he naturally needed Lu Maozi to help him build his army of mechanical beasts. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Arriving at Pegasus Ranch, Lu Maozi sat in his small building, savoring his 6 fruits liquid, smiling as he watched Shang Xiuxin and Shi Qingxuan playing Go. Master, you're here. Upon seeing Shen Fei, Lu Maozi immediately stood up, followed by Shang Xiuxin and Shi Qingxuan. Judging from Shi Qingxuan's curious gaze, Lu Maozi had probably told her about his status as a sword immortal. Don't worry about me. Continue. I'm here to see Mr. Lu. Shen Fei waved at Shang Xiuxin and Shi Qingxuan, signaling they could resume their game. Sadly, they seemed to have lost interest. What are you here for? Lu Maozi asked immediately. I've already told you. Now that I have this, I can invite you out of retirement. Shen Fei produced Yang Guang's imperial edict and tossed it to Lu Maozi. Governor of Luoyang, Mr. Lu wants to unify the world from Luoyang. After reading the edict, Lu Maozi immediately understood Shen Fei's plan. Whether or not Luoyang could be taken didn't concern Lu Maozi at all. With the power of a sword immortal, taking Luoyang would be easy. Unifying the world is just the beginning. What I want to do is completely end the wars in the world, Shen Fei said, and then he outlined a portion of his grand plan. However, unlike his remarks to Shuanggong and Kaianqian, this time he focused on land and taxation. The rise and fall of dynasties throughout history were largely due to excessive land annexation. Even Lu Maozi, a true all-rounder, had never spoken so highly of dynasty. Even Shang Xiuxin and Shi Qingxuan nodded their heads repeatedly at this moment. Is Buddhism really that greedy? Shang Xiuxin looked at Shi Qingxuan in surprise upon hearing Shen Fei's discussion of Buddhism. Shi Qingxuan had a close relationship with Buddhism, but even Shi Qingxuan couldn't refute at this time, as Shen Fei revealed the amount of wealth. The massive figure startled Lu Maozi, Shang Xiuxin, and Shi Qingxuan, especially Shang Xiuxin. As the owner of Pegasus Ranch, she knew exactly how much wealth that figure represented. To put it bluntly, the wealth accumulated by Pegasus Ranch over the years wasn't even as much as a single Buddhist temple. It will only lead to greater greed. In reality, it's not just Buddhists who are greedy, but people themselves. Buddhists don't engage in production, yet they practice martial arts, cultivate golden Buddha statues, wear gold and silver, and enjoy luxurious indulgences. Naturally, this requires a vast amount of wealth, and most importantly, none of this is taxable. As the saying goes, the scholar is poor, the martial artist is rich. Don't mention monks not eating meat, that's just for ordinary monks. For true monks practicing, it's simply impossible not to eat meat. Don't assume monks don't enjoy themselves, their robes and cassocks are all made of the finest silk. You've thoroughly offended them this time, I'm afraid of them. If you don't practice vegetarianism and chanting, you're courting death by engaging in something like the chosen emperor. At this point, Shen Fei glanced at Shi Qingxuan and continued, I hope Miss Kingsoon won't reveal this for the time being. I know you have close ties to Sihan Jingzhe and trust them deeply. But from what I understand, they're not as kind as they appear. Bizixen's death was quite mysterious. Chapter 744, Death of Yang Guang, Part 2. Sir, do you have any evidence for this? Upon hearing Shen Fei mention the alternate cause of Bizixen's death, Lu Miaozi's expression suddenly grew grave. Glancing at Shi Kingsoon, who seemed somewhat bewildered, he immediately asked. Shi Kingsoon, due to her background, had a favorable impression of Sihan Jingzhe and Buddhism in general. However, Shen Fei's words completely shattered her impression of both. Now, with the allusion to his mother's death, the sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Even Shi Kingsoon found it difficult to process. No, but I'm certain that Sihan Jingzhe played a dishonorable role in this. Haven't you considered that with Bizixen's strength, could she have easily fallen into trance and died? And that was to break the immortal seal? As far as I know, the immortal seal is probably in Miss Kingsoon's possession right now. Who is Bizixen? A contemporary of Sihan Jingzhe, a renowned master and master. Even if such a figure had truly fallen into trance, it was impossible for her to die so quickly. Miss Kingsoon, may I ask you a few questions? Seeing Shi Kingsoon nod, Shen Fei immediately continued. Legend has it that Bizixen devoted herself to Shi-Kingsoon to feed the demon. So, I'd like to ask, does Bizixen love Shi-Kingsoon? Shen Fei's question immediately drew a curious glance from Shang Zixen, who was deeply intrigued by the relationship between Bizixen and Shi-Kingsoon. Shi Kingsoon didn't reply, but nodded in agreement. It seems she does. That's a bit strange. Since Bizixen loves Shi-Kingsoon, how could she possibly want to break the martial arts of the man she loves? Would you let someone else deal with the man she loves? Miss Shang, if I were Bizixen, would you want to deal with the man you love? No. Shang Zixen thought for a moment, tilting her head, before nodding solemnly. In reality, aside from a few exceptional individuals, like some Yandirs, most people wouldn't consider killing their loved ones. This was true even for the demonic sect. Just look at how many times Kong spared Su Xiling. If it weren't for Shi-Kingsoon abandoning her and angering her master to death, Zhu Yuan wouldn't have considered dying with him. Of course, the relationship between Lu Miaozi and Zhu Yuan doesn't count. Lu Miaozi liked Zhu Yuan, but the problem was that Zhu Yuan's favorite was Shi-Kingsoon. Back then, Zhu Yuan was willing to give up her responsibilities to the Yinka sect for Shi-Kingsoon and help him unify the demonic sect. See, that's it. Of course, if that were all, I wouldn't dare to conclude that Bizixen's death was a problem. But if you knew what happened around the time of Bizixen's death, it would be a different story. Shen Fei paused, then continued. That was during Yang Guang and Pei Zhu's first expedition to Guerrilla. You should know Pei Zhu as Shi-Kingsoon. Besides Shang Zixen, Lu Miaozi and Shi Kingsoon nodded slightly. Most people may not know that Pei Zhu is Shi-Kingsoon, but Shi Kingsoon, Shi-Kingsoon's daughter, and Lu Miaozi, Bizixen's good friend, naturally know it. Strictly speaking, it is not correct to say that Pei Zhu is Shi-Kingsoon's pseudonym. In fact, strictly speaking, Shi-Kingsoon is the pseudonym. Shi-Kingsoon was also born into an aristocratic family and is a member of the Pei family. Yang Guang and I discussed this. The first expedition to Guerrilla was bound to succeed. Although Ning Daoqi wouldn't intervene, Pei Zhu, also known as Shi-Kingsoon, was close to reaching Grandmaster status. Combined with his immortal seal, he could definitely stop Fu Kailan. As for what ultimately happened, you should know. Then, news of Bizixen's death suddenly broke, sending Shi-Kingsoon into tizzy. Not only did he lose his chance at Grandmaster status, but the first expedition to Guerrilla also failed. I have to say, Sihan Jingzhe's tactics were truly brilliant. They killed two birds with one stone, no, three. Shen Fei had initially been skeptical of Bizixen's death, but after speaking with Yang Guang, he was almost certain. Now that he had met Yang Guang, Shen Fei naturally asked about some of the events of that time. From a strategic perspective, Shen Fei admired his opponent's methods. After all, if Yang Guang's expedition to Guerrilla was successful, and Shi-Kingsoon reached Grandmaster status, what would become of the emperor chosen by heaven and Ning Daoqi? As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a second-best martial artist. Once Shi-Kingsoon reaches Grandmaster status, Ning Daoqi, even at the same level, will be no match for him. She secured the emperor's plan, preserved Ning Daoqi's position, and eliminated the thorn in her side. I have to say, Fan King, who is quite capable. After hearing Shen Fei's words, Shang Xiuxin opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Her impression of Sihun Jingzhe plummeted. Even though Shen Fei hadn't produced reliable evidence to prove these things, Shang Xiuxin held no doubts. After all, everything made perfect sense. Lu Miaozi and Shi Qingxun were both dazed. They had never imagined so many things were involved. Even if they had previously trusted Sihun Jingzhe, they were now forced to doubt it. Miss Qingxun, I'd like to ask, after Bizuxin's death, Sihun Jingzhe should have handled the relevant funeral affairs very quickly. Shi Qingxun should not have seen the body, right? That's right. Shi Qingxun's face turned extremely pale. Others didn't know the specifics, but she knew it very well. Even though she was still young at that time, she had already remembered a lot of things. It's because they were afraid that Shi Qingxun would find something wrong. Shen Fei sighed softly, and the sound made Shi Qingxun's body tremble slightly. Speaking of Shi Qingxun, I admire him very much. According to me, the reason he entered the court back then was because Bizuxin wanted to see peace in the world, so Shi Qingxun wanted to give Bizuxin a world of peace. Whether it was splitting up the Turks or the expedition to Korea, it was all for the sake of world peace. As a result, in the mouths of Sihun Jingzhe, he became the root cause of the world's troubles. It's really shameless. I'll leave for a while, Shi Qingxun said, immediately standing up and walking quickly towards the door. Xiuxin. Lu Miaozi immediately gave Shang Xiuxin a look, asking her to go over and look at Shi Qingxun. It was a huge blow to Shi Qingxun to suddenly know so many things, especially about her mother being plotted to death. Don't let her leave the ranch, it might be dangerous then, Shen Fei hurriedly continued. All this should be your speculation, sir. After a long silence, Lu Miaozi finally regained his composure. Whether it is speculation or not depends on what you think. Shen Fei looked at Lu Miaozi and suddenly laughed. The naked conspiracy he used had no chance for Sihun Jingzhe to refute, just like the Zhongguo could not refute the so-called employment agency. After all, the thing had already been done. What is this? Lu Miaozi looked at the content displayed on the tablet in his hand, his expression extremely excited. After all these years of self-cultivation, Lu Miaozi didn't even care about his own life and death, but looking at the thing in his hand, he was like a completely different person. The mechanical technology of the Mahist and Gongshu families. Originally, Shen Fei had been reluctant to bring out something as advanced as the tablet, but then he realized that if he didn't, Lu Miaozi would likely have to be taught personally if he wanted to master mechanical engineering, and he didn't have the time to waste on such matters. Then he thought again, in this world, he was invincible, completely free from worrying about such trivial matters as overreaching his master. During the Qin dynasty, after handing the relevant information to Ying Zheng, he had largely remained out of the public eye. Partly, he had no interest in such matters, as they would waste his time cultivating. Partly, he wanted to avoid conflict with Ying Zheng. Emperors hated powerful ministers the most. He chose not to help Yang Guang pacify the world, but to conquer it himself. This was precisely the reason. Even Yang Guang, despite his foresight, could never match his abilities. Rather than future hostility, it was better to avoid such issues from the outset. Their philosophies and perspectives differed significantly, and future disagreements were inevitable. As an emperor, Yang Guang's priority was undoubtedly imperial power, something that no emperor could avoid. But now it's different, he's going to be the emperor. There is no such thing as being second to none, but directly above 10,000 people. In this case, some things do not need to be hidden at all. Shen Fei also thought about whether to become the emperor after unifying the world. After all, there are many systems in later generations, but in the end Shen Fei gave up. He is not that idiot Cao Zhang who would give the world he conquered to others to be the emperor. In this era, the imperial power is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and it is too difficult to deny the imperial power. Let alone anything else, just the subordinates will be disheartened. What a joke, if you don't become the emperor, how can I be a founding hero? Do you really think that those people in Li Shimin's Dianse mansion are for the so-called peace in the world, and there is no loyalty in the Sui and Tang dynasties? Look at those who followed Cao Zhang. The last one became successful under Li Shimin, and even the Song family fell into decline. What is this? After roughly looking over the contents of the mechanical arts, Lu Miaozi began to ask questions about the tablet itself. You don't need to understand this for the time being. There is no technology to build it in this era. You should find a way to make those mechanical arts first. I need a mechanical beast army. After these are completed, I will study other things. I understand. I will study this aspect first. As for my lord, if you are not in a hurry to go to Luoyang, I wonder if you can help solve the 4 major bandits. Through the previous communication, Lu Miaozi also changed his words and called Shen Fei Lord. The reason was probably because of the name in the pre-Qin period. In this era, Lord is very common, but in the pre-Qin era, it was completely different. The 4 major bandits, haven't you solved them yet? Fengla Ranch, with its vast collection of war horses, has always been a target of interest for all factions. Cavalry was the dominant force of the era, and the Turks' strength stemmed from their vast cavalry. And in the Central Plains, any attempt to raise cavalry would inevitably require the help of the Pegasus Ranch. While it's possible to buy war horses, the price is prohibitive. Purchasing them entirely would require far too much money, and it's much easier to just rob them directly from the Pegasus Ranch. Furthermore, the Pegasus Ranch boasts more than just war horses, it also possesses a considerable amount of wealth. It was under these circumstances that the 4 great bandits were assembled to seize the Pegasus Ranch. Under normal circumstances, even the most aggressive bandits wouldn't have dared to attack the ranch. Consider that the Pegasus Ranch itself is a mountain fortress, easily defended and difficult to attack. Not only the 4 great bandits, but even a comparable army might not be able to capture the ranch. Shen Fei was also familiar with the situation between the 4 great bandits and the Pegasus Ranch. In the original novel, the intervention of the twin dragons averted the disaster, but that was when Lu Miaozi was gravely wounded, near death, and unable to act. Now was different. Lu Miaozi's injuries had healed. As one of the top grandmasters, it would have been easy for him to take down the leaders of the 4 bandits. After all, this was his daughter's property. While it would have been easy for me to take them down, I'd like to know who on the ranch was colluding with them. Lu Miaozi immediately explained his reason for not taking action. Lu Miaozi was a versatile talent. Even without much military experience, his ability to draw inferences from one instance to another made him far more capable than most. The 4 bandits' grand display of force clearly showed their confidence in capturing Pegasus Ranch. Given Pegasus Ranch's defenses, this could only be achieved through internal and external coordination. I see. I'm not in a rush anyway, Shen Fei nodded, then immediately recalled the story of the twin dragons in the original novel. I wonder if they've appeared at Pegasus Ranch, Shen Fei pondered, aroused by curiosity. He wondered if the twin dragons would still come to Pegasus Ranch after his intervention. It seems they're not. Then Shen Fei immediately unfolded his observation haki, but found no trace of Shuanglong's presence. Pegasus Ranch, I didn't know there was such a place before. What Shen Fei didn't know was that after he retracted his observation haki, about 20 miles away from Pegasus Ranch, Shuanglong was following a team towards Pegasus Ranch. Shen Fei, who flew to Pegasus Ranch on his sword, seemed to have forgotten that he was the only one who knew how to travel in this way. They want a chef. Do you think we are qualified with our scallion pancake skills? And you forgot, we have to get to Luoyang as soon as possible. Su Xiling looked at Cao Zhang helplessly. He had wanted to avoid him at that time, but Cao Zhang insisted on coming over. Brother Shen said, read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles, although I don't have the ability to read 10,000 books. I can travel 10,000 miles. It's just the right time to increase my knowledge, right? As for Luoyang, I don't care about it in the next few days. Cao Zhang said in a low voice. I see that you don't want to broaden your horizons, but want to see Li Zhongning. Have you forgotten what Brother Shen said before? I know everything you said, but I really want to see her again. Don't worry, I just need to look at her from a distance. At this point, Cao Zhang's expression was very melancholy. It's up to you, just don't regret it. Don't worry, after this meeting, I will completely forget her. She and I are completely from 2 different worlds. We really shouldn't have met in the first place. Seeing Cao Zhang's painful and melancholy look, Su Xiling didn't say anything this time. His mind was immersed in the Tao Te Ching. After separating from Shen Fei, Su Xiling would recall the contents of the Tao Te Ching whenever he had a free time. The profoundness of the Tao Te Ching made Su Xiling intoxicated. Chapter 745, Death of Yang Guang, Part 2. If Shen Fei had seen Su Xiling's state at this moment, he would probably have been astonished. Su Xiling's affinity with the Tao Te Ching was something Shen Fei hadn't anticipated. More precisely, it was the integration of Su Xiling, the secret of immortality, and the Tao Te Ching that had led to Su Xialing's current situation. Su Xialing's personality was deeply aligned with Taoist thought. Later, he was persuaded by Master Feixun to become a Dharma protector of the ascetic sects, much of which was influenced by Buddhist ideals of transcendence. Buddhism's growth and development certainly had its merits. In terms of pure personal virtue, the four great sages surpassed most in personal cultivation. However, when personal cultivation collides with the overall interests of Buddhism, even the four sages are no exception. However, this time, Su Xialing was intercepted by Shen Fei, who taught him the true meaning of the Tao Te Ching from the Xianzhuang sect. For Su Xialing, this was a fortuitous encounter comparable to his discovery of the secret of immortality. Of course, Su Xialing's current situation was also due to his dedicated study of the Tao Te Ching. To be frank, even Shen Fei couldn't match him in this regard. This was understandable, after all. Shen Fei possessed so much that he only recited the Tao Te Ching once a month. But Su Xialing was different. Born a scoundrel, he was self-taught and knew a fair amount of characters, but he had never systematically read a book. The Tao Te Ching was arguably the first book Su Xialing owned. With nothing else to do, Su Xialing naturally focused on the Tao Te Ching. This was a feudal society. Even though paper had been invented, movable type printing hadn't yet existed. In fact, strictly speaking, not even woodblock printing existed, let alone movable type. Books were primarily circulated by hand copy, and literacy rates were extremely low. While the value of a book in this era couldn't compare to the pre-Qin era, when a single volume could be cherished as a family heirloom, it was still highly valued. Looking at the original text, Su Xialing learned a great deal along the way, but never systematically, only fragments. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so fooled by Shi Feixun. Of course, Shen Fei wasn't aware of Shuanglong's impending arrival at Pegasus Ranch. He was currently researching the history of this era, not just the history of the borderland legends, but rather the history of the Three Kingdoms. He was curious about the true strength of the 5 tiger generals, Lu Bu, and others of this era, as well as the circumstances of Zhuge Liang, Zhuo Si, Yu Ji, and others. This was a semi-advanced martial arts world, and the Three Kingdoms was undoubtedly different from the one he knew. In fact, the Three Kingdoms Shen Fei knew consisted of several different worlds. For example, in the Three Kingdoms of Fengyan, Guan Era possessed the alluring love that could destroy cities and shatter the void with a single blow. Then there was the Three Kingdoms of Under One Person, where Zhuge Wuhao sacrificed his ascension to heaven in order to defy fate. By analogy, this world's Three Kingdoms was undoubtedly extraordinary. Just look at the first evil emperor, Zibo. He achieved this feat simply by accidentally obtaining the original evil emperor's relic from an ancient tomb in Qi state. This explains a lot. After further investigation, he was shocked to discover that the so-called oldest history of the demon sect could be traced back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The techniques of the god of war Qi-Yu were the origin of the demon sect's inner principles. The god of war Atlas, putting down the tome containing secrets he had received from Lu Maozi, Shen Fei sighed softly. His research into this history wasn't solely out of curiosity. Another important reason was to see if he could find the Jingayan Palace, where the god of war Atlas was located. While his research yielded no clues, he did discover something surprising. The origins of all martial arts in this world seemed to stem from the god of war Atlas. The supposed parallel listing of the 4 great books was a complete joke. Comparing martial arts derived from the god of war Atlas with the original god of war Atlas, and possibly just one of the illustrations in the Atlas, was nothing short of a joke. Could the Jingayan Palace have been built by Guangchengzi? I remember in Shattered Void it said Guangchengzi also achieved his ascension by cultivating the war god Atlas. The war god Atlas was left behind by the true god of war. Forget it. After I unify the world, I'll have someone slowly investigate this matter. After finding no information about the Jingayan Palace, Shen Fei let it go for the time being. Since the Jingayan Palace in Fuyu Fanayan had been revealed and known to so many, there must be relevant records. As long as he controlled the world, a single order would mobilize countless people to carry out this task. It's like Yang Guang, who, even when he was out of power, could still find the eternal life secret with a single command. It's really lively here. Li Ziuning, Li Xianfen, remaining in Lu Maozi's attic, Shen Fei was naturally well aware of what was happening at Pegasus Ranch. With Lu Maozi siding with him, Shang Xiuxin's Pegasus Ranch had no choice but to side with her. both publicly and privately. Therefore, Shen Fei was informed of every detail regarding Li Ziuning, representing the Li clan, and Li Mi's son, Li Xianfen, representing Li Mi, who were seeking war horses. Even though Shang Xiuxin had a good relationship with Li Ziuning, facing a matter that threatened the survival of Pegasus Ranch, Shang Xiuxin had no other choice. Knowing Shen Fei's strength, Shang Xiuxin knew full well that he would ultimately unify the empire. The only difference was how. Shen Fei, naturally, made no effort to make things difficult for Shang Xiuxin, persuading her to agree to the deals with the Li clan and Li Mi. At this stage, Pegasus Ranch had no need to offend these two factions. Military advisor Shen, life is full of encounters, so it's Mr. Shen. It seems you've also set your sights on Pegasus Ranch. Shen Luoyan, who had just entered the room, heard the sudden voice and immediately grasped the dagger at her waist with vigilance. Only when she saw it was Shen Fei did she breathe a sigh of relief and lowered her hand from the hilt. Military advisor Shen, it looks like you've been having a hard time lately. Shen Luoyan, while still radiant and charming, looked haggard if one looked closely. All this is thanks to you, sir. Shen Luoyan snorted coldly at the mention of this. The wagon army had been on a promising path, but that single remark shattered it. Shen Fei was undoubtedly Li Mi's most hated person. Rather than blaming me, it's better to say Li Mi lacks tolerance. Otherwise, why would he be stuck with Zhirang until now? Although Zhirang had founded the wagon army, it was undeniable that Zhirang was a capable figure in the martial arts world, even less so than Du Fui. The wagon army's initial development was severely hampered, and it wasn't until Li Mi joined that it gradually expanded. In this respect, Li Mi played an invaluable role. However, while Li Mi was formidable, he was only able to win favorable battles. When faced with setbacks, his personality became his greatest weakness. Li Mi's favorite trick was to play chestnuts from the fire, just as he did when he stole the wagon army from Zhirang. In the original novel, after his defeat at Luoyang, instead of regrouping, he joined a Li clan, hoping to repeat the wagon army's fate, without even considering whether the Li clan could rival the wagon clan. In the novel, if Li Mi hadn't lost confidence and returned to his base after the defeat at Luoyang, he still had a chance to regroup. After all, his base hadn't been lost, and he had renowned generals like Su Shiji and loyal subordinates like Shen Luoyan under his command. Instead, Li Mi distrusted Shen Luoyan, and Su Shiji and his men instead trusted someone like Wang Badan, ultimately leading to their betrayal. Master Mi, hearing Li Mi's words, Shen Luoyan couldn't help but sigh softly. Before the wagon army split, Li Mi was invincible and high-spirited. But after the split, Li Mi made numerous missteps and failed to immediately defeat Zhirang's wagon army. One of the plans, devised by Shen Luoyan, was to recruit Zhirang's subordinates by promising them generous rewards. After all, the wagon army's members were largely motivated by a better future, and following Li Mi clearly offered them a better future than Zhirang. Li Mi refused. Although he gave Shen Luoyan a reason at the time, Shen Luoyan understood that this was simply a sign of Li Mi's lack of trust in her. As a result, his power under Li Mi gradually waned, a fate similar to Su Shiji's. Conversely, the likes of Wang Badan, Zhu Junayan, and Pei Rinji rose to prominence. It seems you're having a hard time under Li Mi. Why don't you come here? Now I have my own territory, Shen Fei said, pulling out Yang Guang's imperial edict and handing it to Shen Luoyan. Luoyang Governor General, Shen Luoyan said, looking at him with a complicated expression. Even at their peak, the wagon army was still far from the Luoyang Governor General's position. Otherwise, the conditions for a marriage alliance between the Song clan and Li Mi wouldn't have been met after the conquest of Luoyang. Conquering either Luoyang or Chang'an would significantly increase their chances of conquering the world, so Wang Shichen was truly despicable. I'm currently short of men under my command. Come and take any position you want, Shen Fei promised after reclaiming the imperial edict. Is that so? What if I want to lead an army on my own? At this moment, even Shen Luoyan couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Of course, no problem. I promise you right now. Whether you join the military or politics, everything you've achieved will not be lost after the unification of the country. As long as you have the ability, you can even serve in the imperial court. In other words, you will be the first woman in history to do so, no matter how talented Shen Luoyan was, or how great her achievements were during the founding of the country. Once the country was unified, she would never have the opportunity to openly appear at court. Li Ziuning was a formidable figure, a true champion among princesses. The Nine Ziguan, Niangziguan, situation arose because of her. But in the end, this was a world ruled by men. Women might be able to control things behind the scenes, but if they wanted to do so openly, they would have to wait for Wu Zhao to appear. Thank you very much, sir, for your kindness. I'm deeply grateful. Please allow me to consider this. Whether Shen Fei's words were pretentious or not, they were enough to thrill Shen Luyan. Whatever you want, I can promise you there will always be a place for you here. Okay, let's put these questions aside. I'm curious why Li Mi asked you to come to Pegasus Ranch. Is he trying to attract Pegasus Ranch's attention? Does he have the resources right now? Shen Fei understood Shen Luyan's hesitation and didn't rush her. However, he was very curious about her presence. After all, Shen Luyan was a talented military strategist. If it was just about buying horses, her involvement wouldn't be necessary. Especially since Li Mi's power was far less than in the original story. Even if he gained Pegasus Ranch, he wouldn't be able to hold on to it. Not to mention if the plan failed and Pegasus Ranch was offended, that would be a disaster for Li Mi. We're just here to buy horses, Shen Luyan said slowly. It's just buying horses. Do you take me for a fool? Shen Fei sneered, then continued, what's with the 4 bandits gathering outside? Don't you think their timing is too coincidental? Li Mi is greedy, but I'm curious, what makes him think he can control Pegasus Ranch? Or are you targeting Li Zining? No, Li Mi doesn't have that kind of power right now. Unless he has external support, it can't be the Song clan. They have a good relationship with Pegasus Ranch, and they wouldn't do something like this. Besides, there aren't many forces in the world that would dare to attack the Li clan. I understand. I didn't expect Li Mi to defect to the demon sect. Shen Fei's words made Shen Luyan's expression change slightly, but then he immediately returned to his previous expression, but this had already caught Shen Fei's attention. Give up. With me here, no matter what your plan is, it won't succeed, Shen Fei said, and left Shen Luyan's room. Shen Fei didn't care whether Shen Luyan would listen to his advice and give up. If it weren't for the traitor at Pegasus Ranch, he would have already dealt with Xiang Badian, who left no grass growing, Mao Zhao, who scorched 1,000 miles of land, and Xiao Yinglong, who cried out in agony. Brother Shen, you really came. 2 days later, seeing Shuanglong appear in Lu Maya Ozi's attic, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Just like in the novel, Shuanglong entered Pegasus Ranch as a chef, using the same food Shen Fei had prepared for them during his training. Later, Cao Zhang, while scouting the terrain at Pegasus Ranch, stumbled upon the attic in the back mountain and was subsequently discovered by Lu Maya Ozi. You've arrived just in time. A battle is about to break out here. Now that Shuanglong, a tool, had appeared, Shen Fei naturally wouldn't leave them idle. Upon hearing that they were dealing with the 4 bandits, Shuanglong immediately expressed his responsibility. The 4 bandits needed time to assemble. While the past few days had been peaceful, Pegasus Ranch had remained relatively quiet. However, the outside world was in turmoil. Yang Guang's imperial edict had spread throughout the land, along with the announcement that all temples in Yunzhou had been purged. The figures released shocked everyone who heard them, and even Buddhists were terrified by the sheer magnitude of the sum. As the saying goes, wealth should not be displayed openly, especially not for a monk who presents himself as a poor monk, pure in poverty, and free from the 4 elements. As news spread, the number of Buddhists who worshipped Buddha dropped by nearly half in a very short period of time, and many even changed their attitude towards Buddhism. This situation caused many high-ranking Buddhist monks to involuntarily spit out blood and cry out similar words. Yang Guang, how cruel! Yang Guang, how dare he! Inside the hidden Sihan Jingzhe, Fan Qinghu, who had received the intelligence, also spat out blood. Chapter 746, Death of Yang Guang, and Master, seeing Fan Qinghu vomiting blood, a female disciple from Sihan Jingzhe called out with concern. In all her years, she had never seen Fan Qinghu look so gloomy. I'm fine, Yang Guang, Yang Guang. Fan Qinghu raised a hand to stop the female disciple from approaching, his face twisted as he whispered Yang Guang's name repeatedly. His distorted expression frightened the female disciple, who involuntarily took a step back. Immediately notify Fixun and have her return to the mountain. Also, contact Taoist Master Ning, Master Liaquang, and the 4 great sages as quickly as possible. True to her nature, Fan Qinghu's chest heaved several times before she finally suppressed her emotions and immediately issued several orders. Yang Guang's move to cut off the source of the trouble was too serious to make any decisions on her own. Although Sihun Jingzhe was the mastermind behind the plan to select the emperor on behalf of heaven, it was clear that the entire Buddhist community would be implicated in such a major event. If the matter were minor, Sihun Jingzhe could have handled it on a case-by-case basis. However, this matter now implicated the very survival of Buddhism. If mishandled, it could be annihilated, but the losses would undoubtedly exceed those suffered by Emperor Wu of Liang. Master, Shi Fixun, being mothered to by Fan Qinghu, gazed at the latest intelligence in her hands, a look of bewilderment. Before this, Shi Fixun had naturally held immense faith in her master, but the bleak data now left her completely bewildered. Compared to veterans like Fan Qinghu and Lia Kong, Shi Fixun was still far too young. Sihun Jingzhe had taught her to take the world as her own responsibility, and Shi Fixun had always adhered to this principle. Didn't you see in the original novel that she had already returned to the mountains, promising to cultivate in seclusion, only to renege on her promise upon discovering that Kaozhuang and Song had taken over half the territory? She even went so far as to fight Kaozhuang at Duzan Fort in Shuzhong. At that time, she had been resolute in her convictions, but now, Shi Fixun no longer felt so certain. The accusation of collusion between Sihun Jingzhe and Gagaruya, the charge of being a traitor to the state, had dealt a heavy blow to her. If it were simply a fabricated accusation, Shi Fixun would naturally not resort to such a scheme. Unfortunately, Shen Fei was not one to resort to such a scheme, which could be dismissed once exposed. He instead engaged in a blatant conspiracy. Upon discovering that Yang Guang could take the blame, Shen Fei immediately revealed all his previous plans to Yang Guang. Furthermore, one thing led to another, striving to leave Sihun Jingzhe and the pure Nianzhen sect with no chance of recovery. It could be said that Sihun Jingzhe had already lost the battle against the demon sect. In terms of martial arts, Shi Fixun was now slightly stronger than Kan, but not by much. In a real fight, the two sides would be evenly matched. But now Shi Fixun's state of mind has been affected, and her strength will definitely be greatly affected. In comparison, Kan can now righteously satirize Shi Fixun, just like the pirates in the pirate world can curse the navy. This advantage in state of mind has made Kan invincible. When the strength reaches the top master or grand master, the state of mind has a huge impact on cultivation. The reason why Shi Fixun has schizophrenia is because his state of mind has been affected. I didn't expect Ning Daoqi to be that kind of person. I admired her so much before, but I didn't expect her to be a traitor. What a villain. Hey, keep your voice down. Don't let those Buddhists hear you, otherwise you will be in danger. In a restaurant in a certain town, a gangster was drinking and cursing loudly, and someone immediately reminded him in a low voice. What are you afraid of? If he dares to do it, I can't say anything. Come and kill me if you dare. I'll be a brave man again in 18 years. Is this a frame-up? I don't think Taoist Ning is that kind of person. Someone also spoke up for Ning Daoqi. He's not that kind of person. It's ridiculous. Then why didn't he deal with Fu Kailan during the Korean expedition? They must have been in cahoots. Ning Daoqi's failure to stop Fu Kailan from Korea was his biggest black mark, one he could never clear. For the average Jianghu person, they wouldn't give it much thought. As the Central Plains' greatest grandmaster, Ning Daoqi had a duty and obligation to confront Fu Kailan. If Shen Fei hadn't exposed so much of the negative information, these ordinary Jianghu people wouldn't have considered it so much. But who made Shen Fei appear? Yes, the latest news from Yongzhou is that Ning Daoqi, in order to maintain his position as the top grandmaster, actually teamed up with the people from Sihun Jingzhe to poison Bizuxin, depriving Shi Fixun of his chance to advance to grandmaster and thus preserving his position. Someone else in the restaurant spoke up again. Is this true? Sihun Jingzhe is too cruel, someone immediately asked. That's perfectly natural. For their plan to choose the emperor on behalf of the heavens, they certainly can't let Shi Fixun become a grandmaster. Otherwise, there would be a 3-in-1 expedition to Korea, and the plan would be ruined. You think their plan to choose the emperor on behalf of the heavens is that simple? Their real goal is to make Buddhism superior to imperial power. The emperor's appointment and dismissal must be approved by them. Do you know Xianzhu? It's said that the emperor there can be replaced by Buddhism at will. It's called the Earthly Buddhist Kingdom, Xianzhu. It's said that Buddhism originated there. It's really ambitious. The people in the restaurant chattered about the latest topics. In this era, Entertainment was scarce, so it was rare for a topic to be discussed worldwide, instantly becoming the hottest topic of the era. I just came from bailing. Rumor has it that the bailing gang is backed by them, and that they formed the bailing gang to amass wealth, someone else said. Is that true? Someone immediately asked. Of course. I saw it with my own eyes. Hero Wei Zhuang personally rescued a large number of abducted children and women from several temples. They were simply lewd temples. Wei Zhuang was Shen Fei's other shadow clone, primarily responsible for destroying the bailing gang and sheltering those rescued. Lazy to think of a name, Shen Fei simply used Giga Wei Zhuang. Nonsense. This is just that tyrant slandering Taoist Ning Daoqi and the others, and you all believe it. At this moment, a young voice suddenly interrupted. The sudden voice hushed the lively discussion, and everyone's gaze turned to the speaker, a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. The middle-aged man standing behind him immediately paled as the young man spoke, but it was too late to intervene. Little man, you should go to Yangzhou. They say the square there is filled with treasures and treasures collected from temples, as well as numerous land deeds. Excuse me, everyone. Today's drinks and food are on my side. Young people are ignorant. Farewell. The young man was about to retort when the middle-aged man behind him stopped him, leaving him a gold ingot and quickly dragging him away. Second uncle, why did you stop me? The young man, exiting the restaurant, looked at the middle-aged man with a puzzled expression. Shut up. Are you looking for death? The middle-aged man glared at the young man with an unusually stern expression. We're not going to Luoyang anymore. Return immediately. These discussions spread throughout the Central Plains, naturally including those like the young man who spoke up for Ning Daoqi and Sihan Jingzhe. Most of them ultimately sparked a bloodbath. The widespread spread of these topics stemmed from those who fanned the flames. Witnessing the wealth of the Buddhist sect, many were tempted. After all, the current situation in Yangzhou was a cautionary tale. Originally undefendable, Yangzhou, thanks to its vast wealth, managed to repel the coalition forces of Du Fuyi and others and preserve the city. The Sui army's previous failure wasn't due to lack of strength, but rather to low morale. But things were different now, especially since Yangzhou was being defended by the Sui Imperial Guards. Shimin, what do you have to explain? Within the Li clan, Li Yuan gazed intently at Li Shimin, who stood below. Word of the events in Yangzhou quickly reached the Li clan. Upon discovering Li Shimin's involvement in the Buddhist scheme of electing an emperor on behalf of heaven, Li Yuan was initially delighted, believing it represented a future for their clan to unify the world. However, Li Yuan quickly realized the problem, especially after Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji jointly approached him. If Li Shimin were the true emperor, then where would Li Jiancheng stand, let alone Li Yuan? After all, even if the Sui dynasty was overthrown and the Xin dynasty established, Li Yuan would still be the emperor. Father, this must be Yang Guang's conspiracy, his last stand, Li Shimin said after a moment's silence. Regardless of whether it's a conspiracy or not, do you know about the scheme of electing an emperor on behalf of heaven? Li Yuan asked again. I don't know, Li Shimin said slowly. The idea of electing an emperor on behalf of heaven might be discussed privately, but now that Yang Guang had exposed it, Li Shimin would never dare admit to any knowledge of it. Really? That's good. You can leave first. Li Yuan nodded non-committally after hearing Li Shimin's words, then dismissed him. Father, my second brother is clearly lying, Li Jiancheng said hurriedly after Li Shimin left. Alright, he's your second brother. You should trust him. What Shimin said makes sense. We can't let this cause us to panic. All of you can leave. Li Yuan didn't allow Li Jiancheng to continue, waving him and Li Yuanji away. Brother, Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji said as they left. Two others immediately emerged and saluted Li Yuan. Alright, there's no need to say anything. I already know what's going on. By the way, give me the details of the Tianse mansion under Shimin's command. Li Yuan stopped his two brothers. Shen Fei's original plan was to deal with Li Shimin within the Li clan. If you were left idle, then no matter how talented he was, he would have no place to use his talents, much like Han Xin during the Qin dynasty. His title of military genius would surely be lost. Unfortunately, he overlooked one thing, Li Yuan's character. Li Yuan was a deeply sentimental man. Even after Yang Zuoyan committed such a grievous mistake in the original novel, Li Yuan ultimately ignored him, not to mention the fact that Li Shimin was his own son. Of course, Li Yuan wasn't completely devoid of any intentions against Li Shimin. Since it wasn't feasible to attack him directly, he decided to target the Tianse mansion under his command. "Brother, something's happened." Song, meditating in the grinding knife hall in Songjia Mountain City, immediately opened his eyes upon hearing his brother's words. "You look like something serious has happened." "Is Yang Guang dead?" Song said calmly. "No, brother, you should read it yourself," Song Zhi said, handing Song a document. As Song flipped through the documents, the atmosphere in the grinding knife hall grew solemn. Song Zhi was the Song family's brain trust, but this was only publicly stated. In reality, the true brain trust of the entire Song family was Song. Song was truly both wise and courageous, not just a tactician but also a strategist. The time Song supported Cao Zhuang in the original novel demonstrates just how capable Song was. While Song Zhi wasn't as capable as Song, he was certainly far superior to most. He was also exceptionally meticulous. For example, the intelligence he provided to Song this time was carefully annotated, noting which parts were legends and which were witnesses of the Song clan in Yongzhou. As news of Yang Guang's actions in Yongzhou spread throughout the nation, it inevitably became tainted with assumptions. Luoyang's governor? Interesting. Where is the man claiming to be Shen Fei of the Taoist Xianzong now? Song asked immediately after closing the document. As the stories of Ning Daoqi, Sihan Jingzhe, and others spread throughout the world, Shen Fei, the newly appointed governor of Luoyang, naturally caught the attention of many, including the Buddhist sect, though they were currently too busy to pay attention to him. I don't know. No one has noticed his whereabouts since he left Yongzhou. The Song clan held Luoyang in high regard, having long since established a small faction there. Find him out. I need to see him. Yes, Song Zhi looked at Song with horror. Ever since returning to Songjia Mountain City 20 years ago to become the head of the Song clan, Song had barely left Lingnan. Even when someone piqued his interest, it was always to seek an audience with him, much like Cao Zhuang's initial attempts to meet him. But now, Song was actually leaving Songjia Mountain City himself. Although Song Zhi wanted to ask why, his prestige within the Song clan prevented him from asking. Then, "Big brother, how should we handle these matters?" "First, investigate the situation in Lingnan. We'll discuss the specifics after I meet him." "Yes, no matter what, Yang Guang must die. He's completely mad." Sihan Jingzhe, Jingnian Zen sect, Ning Daoqi, and the four great monks quickly reached a consensus. Other matters could be put aside for the time being. Yang Guang must be eliminated before anything else could be considered. Under other circumstances, the people at Sihan Jingzhe wouldn't have considered this path. After all, Yang Guang was the emperor of the Central Plains. Even if he deserved death, some people wouldn't dare to take action. But the situation was different now. Every day Yang Guang lived, the prestige of Buddhism declined. Expecting Du Fuyi and the others, or even Yu Wenhuiji, to eliminate Yang Guang was no longer realistic. Given the current situation in Yongzhou, it was impossible. "Ning Daoqi, I really wish you had come in person this time." Inside the Yongzhou Imperial Palace, Yang Guang looked at a capsule in his palm, a sneer in his face. Chapter 747, Death of Yang Guang, Supplement. You've finally arrived. In the Imperial Palace's main hall within Yongzhou City, Yang Guang, seated on the dragon throne, eyes closed, suddenly opened. He gazed at the stream of black-clad men filing in from the main gate. Though they were all dressed in black, even with their heads wrapped in black scarves, it was easy to spot that more than half were hairless. As for their origins, there was no need to question them. "Yu Wenhuiji, Sima Dekan, you've betrayed me." Yang Guang's expression remained unchanged as he gazed at Yu Wenhuiji, clad in armor, and Sima Dekan, the leader of the Imperial Guards, standing among the black-clad crowd. "Where's Du Yusheng? Commander Du is ungrateful and has already passed away before your majesty." As Yu Wenhuiji spoke, one of the black-clad men tossed out a human head. It belonged to an unremarkable old man, Du Yusheng, the second in command of the Du clan. "I thought he'd betray me, too, but I didn't expect him to be so loyal." Looking at Du Yusheng's untidy head, Yang Guang couldn't help but sigh softly. Yang Guang was well aware of his situation, just as he'd managed to avoid alerting any guards to the people before him and come to the palace. With the power and influence of Sihan Jingzhe, Jingnian Zen, Ning Daoqi, and others, it was easy to persuade Yu Wenzi and Sima Dekan, who were already harboring rebellious thoughts. He wasn't even surprised that he'd managed to convince the Du clan. After all, Yang Guang's time was numbered. and he could no longer offer them any benefits. For some aristocratic families, anything is negotiable if the benefits are significant enough, even treason. A glance at the late Ming dynasty reveals the true character of some people. The news released by Shen Fei and Yang Guang might make ordinary people wary of Buddhism, but for the aristocratic families, the impact would be less significant. Ultimately, power was the deciding factor. Trying to convince Shen Jingzhe and the others to abandon their long-planned plans with empty words was simply impossible. To be frank, if Shen Fei hadn't been involved in the subsequent events, once Yang Guang died, Shen Jingzhe and Ning Daoqi would have come forward to clarify the matter, punishing some of the sect's scoundrels. While this would have caused some damage to Buddhism's reputation, it would have still helped them overcome this crisis. Yang Guang, you are a perverse and violent person, defying heaven and earth. You have brought chaos upon the world, and now you have become even more mad. Today, we must eradicate this scourge of yours for the people of the world. A man in black stepped forward, loudly enumerating Yang Guang's crimes. He listed 10 crimes, essentially the same as the ones Li Mi had recited in the original novel. Originally, this was Li Mi's responsibility, but unfortunately, due to Shen Fei's actions, Li Mi's influence had been greatly reduced, and he didn't have the opportunity to accuse Yang Guang of his crimes. In the original novel, Li Mi said that he was accusing Yang Guang of crimes in order to increase his own prestige. Unfortunately, if he had used his current strength to accuse Yang Guang of crimes, he would have made himself a laughingstock. The same thing, when done by people of different levels, would naturally have different results. For example, if an ordinary person shouted that they wanted world peace, that would be a case of chuanibayao. But if it were someone like Ying Zheng or Li Shimin, it would be a case of having lofty ambitions and a long-term vision. So, the so-called chuanibayao is simply a result of one's own lack of ability. For example, if a certain evil king's true-eyes messenger had eyes that were truly demonic, that would be another matter. Sure enough, it's nonsense, a bunch of ungrateful wolves that can't be tamed. It's a pity that I didn't know this back then, otherwise I would have killed you all, leaving no one alive. As Yang Guang spoke, a capsule suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it under the puzzled and questioning gazes of the men in black. Why waste time talking to this tyrant? Why don't you just take action? Yang Guang had barely finished speaking when one of the black-clad men suddenly leaped to his feet, his entire body aglow with golden light. He immediately charged at Yang Guang, roaring, "Yang Guang, do you know what you've done? You deserve death." Yang Guang's actions had caused immense damage to the Buddhist order, especially the loss of reputation, which was far greater than the loss of wealth and personnel. Even for the Buddhist order, recouping this loss would take decades, even under optimal circumstances. In the worst-case scenario, it could take a century. Shen Jingzhe and the others had paid a hefty price to kill Yang Guang, allowing Yuan Huoji and Sima Decan to withdraw the imperial guards. For Yuan Huoji and Sima Decan, this was a rare opportunity to extort money. After witnessing the Buddhist order's wealth, even though they had long considered betraying Yang Guang, they seized the opportunity to extort huge profits from it. When the black-clad man attacked, the others remained silent. They were well aware of his identity and strength. With Yang Guang's strength, he was no match for them. They had brought so many people this time simply to be on the safe side and to deal with someone hiding behind the scenes. The men of Shen Jingzhe were no fools. Yang Guang's sudden action, coupled with Shen Fei's lack of concealment, not to mention the fact that Yuan Shi and the others couldn't possibly help him conceal his whereabouts, meant they were all doomed to death if they didn't know the truth. Puff, but the next moment, what unfolded before their eyes stunned the black-clad men. They had been convinced that their comrade, whom they had placed such high hopes in, had been pierced through the chest by Yang Guang's right hand. Even the black-clad man who had attacked was filled with disbelief. While he wasn't the most skilled martial artist among those present, he was still ranked in the top 10. Furthermore, his golden bell shield, a defensive technique focused on horizontal training, meant he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow from the evil king, Shi. You want to kill me? You're just a bunch of losers? Ning Daoqi would be better, Yang Guang said as he removed the black-clad man's hood, revealing a bald head with 9 scars from his ordination. He didn't look old, probably in his 40s or 50s. You, the black-clad man was about to say something to Yang Guang, who was so close, but the next moment, he was speechless. Yang Guang had already decapitated him with a single blow, then kicked his body towards the other black-clad men in the hall. Brother Vajra, A black-clad man immediately rushed out from the crowd, trying to catch the headless body. But the headless body suddenly exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The black-clad men caught in the gore cried out in pain. Poison, Yang Guang, you? The flesh now looked a strange black and red. Surprised? While this poison is potent, it's still not as vicious as yours. If you were the only ones here today, it would be a shame. You wouldn't be able to kill me today. Yang Guang immediately threw the head he was holding in his right hand, but this time no one dared to take it. The men in black scattered immediately after seeing the head, clearly fearing Yang Guang would repeat his old tricks. The men in black who had just dispersed were suddenly filled with screams. It turned out that Yang Guang had appeared beside them at some point and punched each of them. Judging from the deflated chests of the men in black, they were in critical condition. Grandmaster, how is this possible? Many of the remaining men in black immediately exclaimed. The strength Yang Guang displayed was completely beyond their expectations. It can't be a Grandmaster. It must be the drugs he took earlier. He's pushing his potential, so it won't last. Attack! While Yang Guang's martial arts prowess was beyond expectation, the black-clad men who had arrived today all understood one thing: Yang Guang must die. Coupled with the fact that someone had revealed the reason for Yang Guang's rapid rise in martial arts prowess, the black-clad men immediately attacked him. A fierce battle erupted in the hall. Approximately 60 black-clad men were present, and none of them were weaklings. Even with Yang Guang's current martial arts prowess, annihilating them all would be difficult in a short period of time. While the black-clad men desperately attacked Yang Guang, Yuanzi and Sima Dekan took the opportunity to retreat toward the palace gates. Yang Guang's martial arts were now too powerful. If it weren't for the black-clad men's reckless attack, he would have likely slain the two traitors. Under these circumstances, Yuan Huoji and Sima Dekan naturally couldn't fight to the death. After all, the main attackers today were the people from Jingzhe, so there was no need for them to fight so hard. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the ceiling of the palace's main hall was shattered, and Yang Guang and several dark figures landed directly on the roof. Only 8 people remained surrounding Yang Guang, the others had already collapsed within the hall. Each of these 8 men was wounded. Of course, Yang Guang was also in a similarly difficult situation, with multiple wounds covering his body. His left arm was twisted, and his golden dragon robe had now turned blood red. Ningdaoki, Liao Kong, Fan Qinghu, you 4 bald men, you want to kill me, Yang Guang, but you haven't come out yet. Don't you think too highly of me? Do you really think you can defeat me with your own strength? Yang Guang said, and another capsule appeared in his hand. He swallowed it. After swallowing it, Yang Guang's pale face immediately flushed, and his aura suddenly surged. After finishing his words, Yang Guang immediately attacked the remaining 8 men in black. What the hell did you do? The man furthest from Yang Guang turned his expression to Yang Guang. His face drastically changed. It seemed that Yang Guang's voice had been heard not only by them, but also by the entire city of Yangzhou. Logically, even if Yang Guang's martial arts skills were truly high, even if he had truly reached the level of Grandmaster, it would be impossible for his voice to be heard by the entire city of Yangzhou. The Jingzhe wanted to choose an emperor on behalf of heaven, but they chose Li Shimin, the second son of the Li family. This is truly intriguing. Are you planning to have Li Shimin kill his father, brother, and emperor, and then become emperor? How cruel. This way you can better control him. I have to say your plan is truly thorough, Yang Guang said as he attacked. Although his voice didn't seem very loud, it echoed throughout Yangzhou once again. Don't give him a chance to speak. Yang Guang's words filled the remaining Buddhist masters with rage. His words were so damning. If Li Shimin truly believed them, the consequences would be disastrous. What's the matter? Are you afraid I'll expose your conspiracy? What can you do to me? Yang Guang, would rather die than let your plan succeed. As Yang Guang spoke, he kicked another man in black. Ningdaoki, Fan Qinghu tastes good, doesn't it? I wonder how you and that bald donkey, Liu Kong, will divide it up? One day each, or all 3 of you? Ningdaoki, Liu Kong, Fan Qinghu, I have a warning for you. How dare you, that bald donkey, compete with this poor Taoist for the nun? With these last words, 2 of the remaining men in black spat out blood. At the same time, 6 more men in black suddenly appeared from the roof of the imperial palace and surrounded Yang Guang. Their strength was evident. Even with Yang Guang's current, drug-enhanced strength, He couldn't do anything to the 6 men for a moment. Set up the formation. We can't give him a chance to speak, the 6 men said, immediately intensifying their attack, leaving Yang Guang no chance to speak. Meanwhile, as Yang Guang's voice echoed over Yangzhou City, the Imperial Guards finally reacted. Although Yu Wenzi and Sima Dekan held off most of the attack, a significant number of them still rushed into the palace square, ready to aid Yang Guang. However, at this moment, nearly 100 men in black emerged from the side, charging into the palace square and engaging the Imperial Guards, leaving them completely unable to assist Yang Guang. It seems Ning Daoqi, Fan Qinghu, and the others won't show up. I wanted to take them away with me, but it seems I won't have that chance. As Yang Guang spoke, his hair began to gray, his muscles began to sag in age, and the side effects of the previous medication began to take effect. That capsule, naturally, was given to Yang Guang by Shen Fei. It was crafted by combining knowledge from various worlds, including the concept of a deadly drug. Originally, it was a byproduct of Shen Fei's research, and he had no intention of using it. However, after a brief conversation with Yang Guang, he gave it to him. It could be said that Yang Guang, strengthened by this drug, could even face Ning Daoqi head-on. Yang Guang, your retribution has arrived. Retribution? I think it's everyone's retribution. Just as the 6 black-clad men besieging Yang Guang were about to strike, Yang Guang suddenly let out a cold smile, and a dark light suddenly shone from his body. Not good, let's go. This sudden change in the minds of the 6 black-clad men in black created a strong sense of danger. These 6 were no ordinary men, but masters second only to the 4 great monks in Buddhism, the pinnacle of Buddhist thought. Combined, they could even defeat Ning Daoqi. In this attack on Yang Guang, neither Ning Daoqi nor Fan Qinghu nor the 4 great saints were suitable to take action. The Buddhist sect sent out hidden masters, such as these 6 who came from the sects of the 4 great saints. Behind the 4 great saints were 4 major sects, namely Shiante sect, Sanlin sect, Huayin sect and Chan sect. The status of any individual sect in Buddhism was second only to Sihun Jingzhe and Jingnian Zen sect. The 4 great saints had such a high status, and their martial arts skills were one aspect, as well as their status and position. It was a pity that although these 6 people reacted quickly, the black light was even faster. A moment later, a black sphere with a diameter of nearly 100 meters directly swallowed up these 6 people and all the people fighting in the square. P.S. Happy National Day everyone. Chapter 748, Battle of Pegasus Ranch, Part 1. This is the Taoist Xianzong, watching the Imperial Palace vanish without a trace, leaving only a circular pit nearly 100 meters in diameter and dozens of meters deep. Yu Wenzi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was thankful he hadn't participated in the siege of Yang Guang. Otherwise, even if he hadn't been killed directly by Yang Guang, he would have been buried with him. Instantly, Yu Wenzi thought of Shen Fei. He knew exactly who Yang Guang was. He was certain that before this, Yang Guang had never possessed such means, nor such unparalleled strength. Let alone Yang Guang, with their previous lineup, even if they were facing any of the 3 great masters, if they couldn't escape, they would probably have been doomed to failure. Yuan Huiji's previous willingness to cooperate with the Sihun Jingzhe group stemmed from the fact that they offered him substantial benefits in exchange. Furthermore, the Buddhist sects, led by Sihun Jingzhe and the Jingnian Zen sect, along with Ning Daoqi and some Taoist sects, were simply too powerful. Not only Yuan Huiji, but even the Yuan clan combined, stood no chance against them. Knowing they were no match, and considering Yuan Huiji had long harbored rebellion in mind, it's easy to imagine what he would do. The world of Shuanglong has always been a semi-high-level martial arts world. Grandmaster-level power can influence the outcome of a war and the rise and fall of a nation. Even if a Grandmaster lacks the power to directly destroy an entire army, they possess the ability to move freely within a vast horde, allowing them to assassinate a commander or general. This truly entails taking the head of a general from the midst of a vast horde. No matter how numerous and elite an army may be, without its commander and high-ranking generals, it naturally loses its fighting power. In other words, figures of Grandmaster caliber in this era, even including those hidden, are few and far between, which is why we can't see them face to face on the battlefield. If this were the 3 Kingdoms period of this world, the situation would be completely different. There were far more Grandmasters back then than in this era. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were undoubtedly Grandmasters. Liu Bei might be a bit less, but he was definitely a Grandmaster. just like the leaders of the four major clans of this era. This reveals the strength of Lu Bu, the three heroes versus Lu Bu. This time, the Buddhist sect has suffered a heavy loss, as Yu Wenzi breathed a sigh of relief. Sima Dekan, the commander of the Imperial Guards, observed the situation with a gloating smile. To completely annihilate Yang Guang, the forces led by Shen Jingzhe had deployed a significant number of experts. The reason for deploying so many experts was not only to completely annihilate Yang Guang, but also to intimidate Yu Wenzi and Sima Dekan. If they also planned to plot against Shen Fei, it would have been a three-pronged attack. It must be said that their plan was truly magnificent. However, they hadn't anticipated the utter annihilation they would face. Dozens of grandmasters, at least 10 of them at the top grandmaster level, plus over 100 Xiantian masters, were all annihilated. Even with a profound heritage and numerous experts of Buddhism, the loss of such a large number of masters would surely have made the Buddhist hierarchy bleed. Even with the abundant resources of Buddhism, it would take at least 40 years to replace these masters. And that's just for ordinary grandmasters. Even 40 years wouldn't be enough to replace the top grandmasters. For the average person, with sufficient talent and resources, reaching the Xiantian or grandmaster level wouldn't be a big problem. Just like the Shuanglong gang formed by Shuanglong in the original novel, it was mostly composed of ordinary people, but Kaozhong still selected 4 individuals with significant talent within it. Among them, Duan Yechen later became worthy of fighting Su Xiling. But the situation was different for the top grandmasters. It was primarily determined by talent. Of course, the experts who arrived this time weren't just Buddhist masters. After all, there were countless people seeking to kill Yang Guang. Among them were those sent by aristocratic families, and even members of the Taoist sect regardless. Ning Daoqi, after all, held the title of Taoist Grandmaster. Some, like the Laoguan Daoists, naturally didn't care about Ning Daoqi's reputation, but for some of the lower-level Daoists, his fame was still very valuable. Bald donkey, you dare to compete with me for the nun? I didn't expect Ning Daoqi to be so kind, Sima Dekan continued, referring to the Buddhist sect's losses. Hearing Sima Dekan's words, Yu Wenzi couldn't help but frown, forcing himself to suppress a laugh. Sima Dekan would never have dared to say that about Ning Daoqi before. Didn't you see that even Zhu Yuan and others from the demon sect were giving Ning Daoqi a wide berth? But now, with the combined power of Shen Fei and Yang Guang, Ning Daoqi's prestige has been completely eroded. Especially if his words tonight were leaked, Ning Daoqi's reputation would be ruined in no time. For ordinary Jianghu people, and even ordinary people, the rare opportunity to get a piece of the gossip about Ning Daoqi, Fan Qinghu, and Lu Kong would be a feast for the eyes. Even the fame of Shen Jingzhe, Jingnian Zen sect, and Ning Daoqi couldn't silence the gossip. Damn it. The city gates broke in, just as Yu Wenzi was about to say something to Sima Dekan, his expression suddenly changed. Looking at the flames rising to the east, he left without a second thought. Sima Dekan also left, preoccupied with dealing with Yang Guang, seemingly oblivious to the current situation facing Yangzhou City. While the group at Shen Jingzhe were assassinating Yang Guang, Du Fuwei, Li Zidan, and Shen Faxing were naturally not idle either, immediately launching a siege on the city. This was, in fact, part of the Buddhist plan, to use these 3 rebel forces to hold back the majority of the Yangzhou army. Otherwise, if Yang Guang were to hide in the center of the military camp, they would have to storm the camp to kill him. While this was possible with their strength, the losses would be enormous. It must be said that while both Yu Wenzi and Sima Dekan aspired to dominate the world, their foresight was truly lacking. They abandoned a place as crucial as Yangzhou, rather than completely occupying it. Remember, Yangzhou was one of Yang Guang's proposed capitals at the time. Didn't you see that Yang Guang even built an imperial palace there and lived there after his 3 failed expeditions to Gagaria? It could be said that Yangzhou, at this time, possessed the most advantageous geographical location, aside from Chang'an and Luoyang. With easy access to the Yangtze River. It also boasted seaports connecting to Japan, the Ryukyu Islands, and Southeast Asia, making it one of the nation's most important transit points. Furthermore, Yang Guang had further strengthened the city walls when he made it his backup capital. Had Yu Wenzi and Sima Dekan joined forces, with their armies, the vast wealth Yang Guang had previously plundered, and the abundant granaries within Yangzhou, they could have become a formidable force within the rebel army. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Yu and Huiji and Sima simply divided the wealth and fled through the east and south gates, respectively, with their men. Du Fuwei, Li Zidan, and Shen Fei made no attempt to stop them, even though they knew they were carrying a vast fortune. They had a more pressing priority: control of Yangzhou. Before seizing Yangzhou, the three factions had naturally worked together, but now the situation was different. For any of the three, securing Yangzhou would significantly increase their power. Of course, this is a long-term perspective. Judging from the current situation, capturing Yangzhou wouldn't be beneficial, as Yu Wenzi and Sima took everything they could. Fortunately, they likely feared that if they went too far, the three factions would pursue them, so they refrained from burning the supplies they couldn't take away. Yang Guang, I'm so sorry. I offer you a toast. Watching the video of Yang Guang's final battle on his phone, Shen Fei sighed softly. The medicine that greatly increased Yang Guang's strength, as well as the final black light, were all created after Shen Fei and Yang Guang discussed and helped him achieve it. This also served as an outlet for Yang Guang, who had been frustrated for so many years. The modified four-symbol sealing technique, the black light that emanated from Yang Guang's body at the end, was a modification Shen Fei created by combining Danzou's four symbols sealing technique with the talisman technique and the Tongshan talisman. Shen Fei had plenty of ways to give Yang Guang the ability to perish alongside his enemies. Modifying the four-symbol seal was only one option. Others included embedding a powerful bomb within Yang Guang's body. With the Operation Fruit, this was a simple feat for him. He had acquired a fair share of the poor man's roses from the hunter world, but unfortunately, such a highly toxic substance was simply unusable. In fact, Shen Fei wouldn't carry such a dangerous item with him. All the finished products, including the manufacturing methods, were stored in a warehouse, gathering dust. Of course, even if it weren't highly toxic, he wouldn't have used such a dangerous item on Yang Guang. After all, Yangzhou City was nearby, and he wouldn't even consider using it against the five elders or the celestial dragons of the Red Earth continent. After careful consideration, Shen Fei finally chose the modified four-symbol seal. After pouring the wine from his glass over the walls of Pegasus Ranch, Shen Fei immediately put away his smartphone and focused on the battle below. The four major bandits were attacking Pegasus Ranch. Li Mi is a guy you really can't underestimate. Shen Fei had originally looked down on Li Mi, but now his opinion had changed somewhat. Perhaps he lacked tolerance and was a bit overconfident, but in the original novel, he had made the wagon army the largest force among the rebels and nearly captured Luoyang, so he was quite formidable. For example, now, he was directly cooperating with the demon sect, or rather, surrendering to the demon sect in exchange for their help in seizing Pegasus Ranch, and holding Li Zuning and Chai Xiao hostage. Once Pegasus Ranch was seized, he could easily abandon his previous territory and use it as a new base to expand outward. The old Li Mi would not have done so. After all, cooperating with the demon sect would certainly come at a considerable cost. But after all, Li Mi's current power was much weaker than in the original novel. To survive, or even unify the world, what's the point of collaborating with the demon sect? For those ambitious to unify, any force is welcome, as long as it helps them. Not to mention the demon sect, even joining the Turks and becoming their vassal is no problem. At worst, they'll turn against each other after unifying the world. By then, he won't have to clean up his act. Some people are trying to whitewash him, enduring humiliation, sleeping on straw and tasting gall, and accepting humiliation. Unfortunately, he still can't escape his old tricks. He wants to win big with a small investment, to eat a fat man all at once. Man's greed is truly unsatisfactory. He could have taken it slow, gradually sidelining Zhairang and annexing the wagon army. Instead, he collaborated with the Turks, ambushed Zhairang, and forcibly seized the wagon army's leadership. This gave Zhai Jiao the opportunity to plot against him, a move that ultimately doomed Li Mi. This was Li Mi's first mistake. His second, of course, was that after the battle with Yu and Huiji, he didn't rest and recuperate, but instead immediately attacked Luoyang. Originally, Li Mi had been resting and recuperating, allowing him to slowly plot his dominance over Luoyang while also seizing the opportunity to attack the southern powers and expand his sphere of influence. Instead, Li Mi focused solely on capturing Luoyang as quickly as possible to secure a partnership with the Song clan. He failed to understand that Luoyang wasn't even a necessary condition for such a partnership. Just look at Cao Zhang, whose territory was so small, yet he still had the full support of Song, who even personally led a large army to rescue him. Young Master Zhang, be careful. It was late at night, and the sounds of fierce fighting could be heard from the main gate of Pegasus Ranch. Several kilometers away, in a secluded village, Su Xiling and Cao Zhuang were battling a beautiful girl dressed in a yellow dress, barefoot, and with a charming smile, resembling an ethereal spirit fallen from the human world. It was none other than Canon. Upon noticing Cao Zhuang's unsteadiness, Su Xiling immediately sidestepped and unleashed his Tai Chi technique, leveraging his Tai Chi aura to block the demonic force field emanating from Kan. The demon sect's heavenly demonic art, once unleashed, creates a force field several meters in radius. Within this radius, it creates a sense of spatial dislocation, rendering one unable to exert force and experiencing extreme discomfort. The effect can be compared to a weakened world, diminished by the sheer magnitude of the universe. In a battle between masters, victory or defeat often hinges on the margins of a millimeter. For those who don't understand the nature of the demonic force field, even if they were masters of Kan's level, a single unintentional strike could put their lives in jeopardy. In the original novel, 2 veteran masters of Pegasus Ranch were restrained to death by Kan simply by a single mistake. Cao Zhuang had accidentally fallen into the demonic force field, his body involuntarily drawn towards Kan. Fortunately, Su Xiling, standing nearby, used his Tai Chi aura to pull Cao Zhuang back. What is this? Kan sensed Su Xiling's aura, and her expression changed slightly. Through the demonic force field, she could clearly sense the aura surrounding Su Xiling. It was a very similar aura to the demonic force field, but unlike its eerie coldness, this one possessed a tranquility yet a fiery warmth. Is this the secret of immortality? Kan's face remained charmingly smiling, but a hint of murderous intent lingered in her eyes. Although this was their first encounter, Kan was well aware that her demonic force field had been suppressed. No, to be more precise, the two fields were suppressing each other. Naturally, this situation fueled a murderous intent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749, Battle of Pegasus Ranch, Part 2. With murderous intent brimming within her, Canon moved her right hand, and a white ribbon appeared on each palm. Then, like snakes, the two ribbons snaked out, one on each side, attacking Su Xiling. This was Canon's weapon, the Heavenly Demon Ribbon, designed to be used in conjunction with the Heavenly Demon Force Field. While it appeared to be two ribbons, it was actually just one. Young Master Ling, be careful. Cao Zhuang, emerging from Canon's Heavenly Demon Force Field, watched as Su Xiling used Tai Chi to deflect one ribbon's attack and took the other's direct hit head-on. He shuddered, involuntarily retreating from the scattered Su Xiling. He immediately stepped forward, his moon in the well flashing a cold yellow light through the air, slashing at Canon's ribbon as she attempted to pursue him. In terms of skill level, both the Art of Immortality and Tai Chi Chuan were comparable to Kan's Heavenly Demonic Art. However, the gap between Su Xiling's own power and Kan's was significant, so he was naturally no match for Kan. This was even after Shuanglong had already taken the immortal elixir provided by Shen Fei, which had enhanced their power. Before, Su Xiling's Tai Chi aura would have been impossible to shake Kan's heavenly demonic field. Although Kan was about the same age as Shuanglong, Kan's cultivation had begun at a very young age, while Shuanglong's hadn't begun until much later. The Art of Immortality was certainly powerful, but the heavenly demonic art was no less formidable. Furthermore, Kan's talent was comparable to Su Xiling's, and with the vast resources of the demon sect at her disposal, even if Shuanglong had obtained the Art of Immortality, it would have been impossible to compensate for this. Even after Shuanglong absorbed the power of the S.H.I.E.L.D, they still had a significant gap between them and Kan. Shuanglong's true strength surpassed Kan only after absorbing the S.H.I.E.L.D and integrating it. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Kan's carelessness and the presence of the amorous young man Hao Zibei, Shuanglong might have been killed by Kan at that very moment. Even with Bao Fing'an and the combined forces of the three, they still wouldn't have been Kan's match. Kan, on her side, couldn't help but glance at Cao Zhuang in surprise the moment the front section of the ribbon collided head-on with Cao Zhuang's moon in the well. Kan had already had a preconceived notion in the previous collision, and had accidentally suffered a minor loss. Although she wasn't injured, her momentum was seized upon, and Cao Zhang's sword deflected her attack. Because of Su Xialing's previous clash, where Su Xialing's searing hate had inspired Kan Kan to believe Cao Zhang's was of the same nature, Kan Kan unexpectedly discovered that Cao Zhang's ki, far from being searing, was actually cold and yin, the complete opposite of Su Xialing's. They were both cultivating the longevity technique, yet they had developed two distinct ki properties. This was Kan Kan's true surprise. Young Master Ling, this woman is formidable. Her rheumatic and cold nature is nothing compared to hers. Cao Zhang, clutching the moon in the well, approached Su Xialing's side. The two stared at Kan Kan ahead, their shared hatred for the enemy. Kan Kan had suffered a minor setback from their previous clash, due to her carelessness, but Cao Zhang was also suffering. Although Kan Kan's ki was also of the yin nature, Cao Zhang's was a clear and unadulterated coldness, while Kan Kan's was tinged with a hint of evil. Isn't this perfect, young Master Zhang? Su Xialing's eyes shone with a rare fierce fighting spirit. While Su Xialing's personality was unworldly, that didn't mean he lacked other pursuits. Martial arts was one of them. Indeed, we are different now. We are no longer the small-time thugs of Yangzhou City. Look at this woman before us, the saint of the demon sect before. We couldn't even look up to her, but now we stand here. Shuanglong had seen many sights along the way. His earlier aspirations as a thug were now limited to a single obsession with a good visit to a brothel. All other goals had long since been elevated. As he spoke, Cao Zhang raised Jing's Hongaiyu in both hands. Rays of light emanated from its blade. With a roar, a powerful radiance emanated from the blade, and he slashed directly towards Kan Kan in front of him, a chilling glimpse of the 6 cult secrets. This time, they encountered Shuanglong at Pegasus Ranch. Before the 4 bandits attacked Pegasus Ranch, Shen Fei not only gave Cao Zhang the moon and the well he had obtained from Xiao Xin, but also taught Shuanglong several other martial arts, the 3 wonders of the world, the heavenly frost fist, the cloud-splitting palm, and the wind god kick, as well as the 6 cult secrets and the holy spirit sword technique. This time, Xiao Xin was truly devastated. As a descendant of the southern Liang dynasty, he had a powerful rebel army and even proclaimed himself emperor. But when he met Shen Fei, not only was his claim to the throne over, he was finished before he even began. Later, to increase Shuanglong's power, Shen Fei even gave him the true person pill. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with the gathering immortal pill and the blood body. Anyone else wouldn't be so generous, but Shuanglong, of course, wasn't so stingy. The problem was that the absorption of the medicine took time. Even if Shuanglong were to take the Juxin pill or the blood body directly, it wouldn't be a problem, but it wouldn't benefit Shuanglong's future. He'd already started practicing martial arts too late, and the foundation Shuanglong needed now was already established. While this Henrin pill wasn't as effective as the Juxin pill, its effects on opening up the body's meridians, strengthening both yin and yang energy, and stimulating various potentials would still be beneficial to Shuanglong. HMPH, Kan Kan snorted coldly at Cao Zhang's attack. The heavenly demon ribbons in her hands suddenly transformed into a single line, then seemed to transform into an incredibly nimble snake, instantly entangling Cao Zhang's blade light. With a single thrust, the immense blade light instantly collapsed and vanished. Having crushed Cao Zhang's blade light, Kan Kan, without waiting for Shuanglong to attack, immediately launched the ribbons in front of her, forcing Su Xialing, who had attempted to seize the opportunity to attack her, to retreat in vain. The 3 of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Although Kan Kan's martial arts skills surpassed Shuanglong's, her desire to avoid injury, coupled with the rapid recovery properties of the Chang Shengju, made the battle seem evenly matched. The yin and cold energy of the heavenly demonic art, tinged with evil energy, would inevitably weaken anyone less powerful than Kan Kan's if the evil energy entered their bodies. However, Shuanglong faced no such challenges. Boom boom. While Shuanglong battled Kan Kan, Zhu Yuan and Lu Miaozi engaged in a brutal battle, a scene of vengeance, like enemies meeting each other. Their powerful energies completely destroyed the houses around them. While Zhu Yuan's heavenly demonic force field was significantly stronger than Kan Kan's, Lu Miaozi, a top-tier grandmaster, was not easily affected. Shuang Xiuxin, while deeply concerned for Lu Miaozi, was unable to offer any support due to her opponent's strength. The demon sect's collaboration with Li Mi appears to be a serious undertaking. Not only have Zhu Yuan and Kan Kan, the master and disciple, come together, but many other demon sect elders have also arrived. For example, There's the silver-haired witch Dan-mei, along with other demon sect elders like Wen-Kating and Bian Bufu, as well as their elite disciples. Judging by the number of people dispatched, Zhu Yuan seems poised to conquer Pegasus Ranch. However, Pegasus Ranch is also formidable. Shuang Xiuxin commands 2 Grandmaster-level deacons. Originally, there were 4 deacons, but 2 were eliminated due to betrayal. Besides them, there's the chief steward Shuang Zhen, as well as 2 veteran-level masters, Shuang Peng and Shuang He. In the original novel, these 2 were unjustly killed by Kan Kan due to a careless mistake, not because they were weak. If they had known the properties of the heavenly demonic art in advance, their combined strength would have made it difficult for Kan Kan to defeat them in a short period of time. Now it's a 3-on-3 situation, with Shuang Xiuxin leading 2 of the elders against Bian Bufu, Wen-Kating, and Dan-mei. Originally, with Shuang Xiuxin's enhanced strength, and the aid of the 2 elders, she was stronger than Bian Bufu and his 3 companions. When the Shuanglong's Henrin pill was given to Shuang Xiuxin and Lu Maozi, they also took the Juxin pill. However, Bian Bufu's foul language infuriated Shuang Xiuxin, causing him to lose his composure. As the owner of Pegasus Ranch, Shuang Xiuxin held a high position of power. While formidable, he lacked considerable combat experience compared to the demon sect. Fortunately, the 2 elders' extensive combat experience, coupled with Dan-mei's somewhat limited strength, allowed the 2 sides to fight evenly matched. It seems that even with the Juxin pill, there's still a gap between Lu Maozi and Zhu Yuan. The Yinki faction of the demon sect had almost fully mobilized, presenting a golden opportunity for Shen Fei. He had originally intended to take action and subdue the demon sect, but Lu Maozi had a request to settle the matter with Zhu Yuan. After all these years, Lu Maozi felt some regret for his former love for Zhu Yuan, but Zhu Yuan was still his former love. Even if his feelings had faded, he had no intention of killing her. After all, Lu Maozi wasn't a member of the demon sect. Considering that both parties would work under him in the future, Shen Fei agreed to Lu Maozi's terms. With him watching, there was no chance of accidents. It's a pity Li Mi didn't come in person, otherwise we could have taken this opportunity to eliminate him. The person who arrived at Pegasus Ranch this time was Zhu Junayan, one of Li Mi's top generals. He led 1,000 elite soldiers and infiltrated the forces of the 4 major bandits, preparing to attack Pegasus Ranch at a crucial moment with internal and external support. Li Mi's actions were truly baffling. The far more capable Shen Luan was present, yet she wasn't the one leading the battle at Pegasus Ranch. Even if Shen Luan wasn't to be trusted, there was still Su Shiji, who seemed to be feared by Li Mi. Within the Li clan, his status was much lower than Zhu Junayan, Wang Badan, and others. Alright, they've fallen into the trap. We can proceed. After using his observation haki to sense the position of Li Mi's army, Shen Fei immediately instructed Shuang Zhen, the chief steward of Pegasus Ranch. Yes, Shuang Zhen nodded in response. Shen Fei was very self-aware. He was definitely not a famous general, but he possessed a level of observation haki that could be considered cheating. It was like playing a war strategy game, with the entire map open, and Lu Maozi laying traps and gadgets everywhere around Pegasus Ranch. It was a perfect storm. How could he possibly lose? Lu Maozi had been hiding at Pegasus Ranch for nearly 30 years, but during those 3 decades, he hadn't been idle. On the contrary, he had been researching the art of mechanics. Beneath his attic, there lay a vast underground chamber, densely packed with traps. It was originally where Lu Maozi intended to bury himself. That underground chamber also contained Lu Maozi's collection of treasures and his profound knowledge. Su Xiling and Cao Zhong were only a fraction of Lu Maozi's abilities. Later, during the reign of Wu Zixin, descendants of Shuang Xiuxin seemingly attempted to locate this treasure trove, but ultimately abandoned the attempt due to the ingenious design of the trap. The battle ended swiftly, thanks to Pegasus Ranch's well-preparedness. Coupled with the hastily crafted crossbows, the rapid-fire barrage of arrows inflicted heavy losses on Zhu Junayan's forces, completely demoralizing them. Lu Maozi possessed a profound understanding of military tactics, particularly regarding warfare equipment, not only on land but also on water. For example, the flywheel battleships that Cao Zhong displayed so prowess on the water in the original novel were developed by Lu Maozi. Of course, this type of ship technology is incomparable to that mastered by Shen Fei, even in the world of One Piece, as one battled on inland rivers, the other on the open sea. However, this was only compared to Shen Fei's. For its time, These warships were undoubtedly quite advanced. Lu Miaozi's research was initially a hobby, but now it has been transformed into a physical artifact. However, this battle didn't leave Zhu Junian behind. Leaving others behind to cover his retreat, Zhu Junian escaped Shuangzhen's clutches, at the cost of his right arm. Military advisor Shen, you're the only one left now. Li Mi is jealous of talented individuals. Why don't you abandon the dark side and join the light? The Li clan will always welcome you. By the way, we previously contacted Mr. Su, and he seems very disappointed with Li Mi. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Li Xianfen and his men had all fallen. Only Shenluan remained standing, largely due to Li Zioning's mercy. Li Mi's plan was a good one, though a bit too conceited. While kidnapping Li Zioning was a good plan, he made a fatal mistake. He overlooked his son's character. Li Xianfen was a complete playboy, lustful and even coveted Shenluan. Upon meeting Li Zioning, the sight of such a beautiful woman, coupled with her status as a daughter of the Li clan, only fueled his lust. As a result, because of this lustful intention, Li Zioning discovered Li Xianfen's fake identity. As a result, Li Zioning took advantage of the situation and immediately dealt a heavy blow to Li Xianfen. The serious injury to the eldest son caused Li Xianfen's men to be in disarray, and as a result, the entire army was wiped out except for Shenluan. I was wondering why you showed mercy. So it was because of this. Li Zioning's words made Shenluan smile with self-deprecation. At first, Shenluan thought that the Li family valued her ability, but it turned out that Su Shiji showed mercy to her. Although even if Li Zioning did not show mercy, Shenluan would not be in danger with the talisman left by Shen Fei. However, the feeling of being treated as a vassal made Shenluan very uncomfortable. In fact, even in the wagon army, some people believed that Su Shiji was protecting Shenluan. Shenluan's self-deprecating words caused Li Zioning's expression to change slightly. Li Zioning, being incredibly clever, instantly understood what Shenluan meant. Like Shenluan, Li Zioning sometimes hated her female body, because being a woman meant she couldn't display her talents, no matter how talented she was. It seems you're also feeling resentful, Shenluan naturally understood. Chapter 750, Battle of Pegasus Ranch, Part 2. I'm sorry. While the Li clan is a good option, unfortunately, I refuse, Shenluan sighed softly as she gazed at Li Zioning before her. Then, with a complex expression, she glanced at Li Xianfen's corpse on the ground before firmly shaking her head at Li Zioning. Shenluan was now deeply disappointed with Li Mi. He had excluded her and Su Shiji from such a crucial matter. No wonder even Su Shiji had begun to connect with the Li clan. The fact that Li Zioning had spared her meant that Su Shiji was practically certain of his allegiance to the Li clan. If he hadn't been certain, Li Zioning would have kept it secret. Shen Fei and Yang Guang's disclosure of Sihun Jingzhe's plan to select an emperor on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor had certainly diminished the prestige of the Sihun Jingzhe group, but it had significantly boosted the reputation of the Li clan, leading many wavering individuals to consider joining the Li clan. People of this era didn't share Shen Fei's lofty ideals. For them, bringing honor to their ancestors and earning titles and positions of nobility and prime minister were paramount. Now, joining the Li clan offered the opportunity to claim the title of follower the emperor. The Li clique was no fool. They seized this opportunity to woo prominent figures, with the wagon army being their primary target. The wagon army, now divided, was now significantly weakened. Those with a bit of foresight could see that it was doomed, having lost its prime opportunity for growth. Under these circumstances, some who had previously defected to the wagon army naturally began to reconsider their loyalty, though these individuals held no such loyalty. For example, Qin Shubao, previously subjugated by Shenluan, along with Cheng Yaojin, Shen Xiangxin, and Wei Zheng, were all prominent figures. Truly, the wagon army was rich in talent, though some had suffered from bad luck. Of course, not all of these individuals were willing to join the Li clique. Some favored the aristocratic factions, while others deeply disliked them. Then I'm sorry, military advisor Shen. I'll apologize to you once we reach Chang'an. As Li Zioning finished speaking, the Li clique's masters, including Chai Xiao, immediately prepared to attack. Now that she'd met Shenluan, Li Zioning naturally wouldn't let her go. Su Shiji was the Li clan's top target for recruitment. Although he'd been tempted, he hadn't made any moves. However, once he learned Shenluan was a guest of the Li clan, the situation would change. The Li clan also categorized recruitment targets by rank. Within the entire wagon stronghold, only Su Shiji was ranked first, others like Qin Shubao, Wei Zheng, and Cheng Yaojin were second. Technically, Li Mi was a talented individual, but unfortunately, because of his status, even if he were recruited, he would remain unused. After all, he was the leader of the wagon army, and even those with broad ambitions shared similar perspectives on this matter. Shen Luan gazed at the group surrounding her, her left hand unconsciously reaching for the talisman at her waist. Even with so many experts, they were no match for the Li clan, let alone her. Now, if she wanted to break through, she had to use the talisman Shen Fei had left her. But just then, a sudden crisp sound was heard at Shen Luan's feet, followed by a large amount of black smoke rising from beneath his feet. Instantly, an area of several dozen meters was enveloped in black smoke. Be careful, it's poisonous. The sudden black smoke caused the surrounding Li clan masters to immediately retreat, loudly warning their companions. Chai Xiao immediately pulled Li Zhuning away. Room, slaughterhouse. As the Li clan's men retreated, Shen Fei waved his right hand, and the next moment, Shen Luan appeared at his side. Although he had the talisman he had given her, Shen Luan's attempt to leave was impossible for the Li clan's men to stop her, but since he was there was no point in wasting time. What's this? Shen Luan, suddenly appearing before Shen Fei, looked around in surprise. Only when she saw Shen Fei did she regain her composure. Li Zhuning and Chai Xiao are here. Sir, don't you plan to take this opportunity to do anything to them? Shen Luan, having calmed down, spoke immediately. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. In the struggle for supremacy, there's no such thing as deceitful or non-deceitful behavior. Just look at Li Shimin. Wasn't the Zuanwu Gate incident a surprise attack? Yet, whoever calls Li Shimin despicable only calls him decisive. For Shen Fei, capturing Li Zhuning and Chai Xiao, given their identities, would surely allow him to strike a satisfactory deal with the Li clan. There's no need for that. Shen Fei immediately rejected Shen Luan's proposal. Capturing Li Zhuning here wouldn't benefit him at all. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to obtain a significant amount of wealth from Chai Xiao. Given Chai Xiao's fondness for Li Zhuning and the Chai family's wealth, he'd undoubtedly be willing to pay him a satisfactory price. Li Mi's capture of Li Zhuning and Chai Xiao might have had this motive, but he certainly had no shortage of supplies or wealth. For Shen Fei, the struggle for supremacy depended on a good reputation. Certain things were unnecessary unless necessary. Reputation is crucial. Look at Du Fui's Jianghui army. Their poor reputation caused the common people to flee. If it were the Li clan, they would have been welcomed with the gifts of food and drink. Of the four great clans, the Song and Li clan possessed the best reputations, a fact even Shen Fei wouldn't deny. Just like Shen Fei's recent collaboration with Yang Guang, the reputation of the Sihan Jingzhe group has been significantly diminished. However, it's only a slight decrease. No faction has openly sided with Shen Fei and Yang Guang to challenge them. If the Demon Clan had acted in this way, there would have been outcry for destruction. Someone might even have proposed forming a demon slaying alliance. That's the difference. Li Mi's situation is hopeless. What are your thoughts? Even Su Shiji is ready to defect, and many of Li Mi's subordinates are likely considering it. Even his closest associates, like Zhu Junayan, Wang Badan, and Pei Renji, are likely to have second thoughts. In this era of fierce competition among warlords, subordinates possessed an advantage over their leaders. They could freely choose who to join them. Leaders, however, could not do so. Even if accepted, their subordinates would simply be left idle. This was similar to how Li Mi and Du Fuyi later joined the Li clan. I'll go back and persuade Lord Mi one last time to give up his fight for the throne, Shen Luan said after a long silence. With your intelligence, you should understand that Li Mi won't agree. He might even want to kill you. While Shen Luan meant well, her kindness was seen as the greatest malice by Li Mi. I know, so this is the last time. From now on, please take me in, sir. Shen Luan seemed to have finally made her decision, looking much more relaxed than before. Then I'll wait for you in Luoyang. Shen Fei was delighted that Shen Luan had finally agreed to join the clan. He finally had someone he could use, and the future of Luoyang would be much easier. Sir, are you so sure you can seize control of Luoyang? Neither Wang Shichen nor the Dugu clan can be swayed by a mere imperial edict. And how will you handle the Li clan? Shen Luan's address changed immediately after agreeing to surrender. She then began to side with Shen Fei, pondering the current situation. Don't worry about that. Nothing will change in Luoyang. As for the Li clan, you'll know once you arrive. Well, I have things to attend to. See you in Luoyang. Shen Fei had wanted to chat with Shenlong for a while, but after his observation he sensed the movements on the battlefield. He nodded to Shenlong and left. Damn it. What's going on? Why haven't the city gates opened yet? Behind the 4 major abandoned armies, Xiangbadian was completely devastated, leaving no one alive. The scorched earth stretched for thousands of miles, and the ground was ablaze with shrouds of raging chaos. Xiao Yinglong and the other 3 looked ahead at their fallen men, their faces filled with anxiety. According to the plan, the city gates should have been open by now. Maybe something's wrong over there. What should we do now? Retreat, one of the 4 bandits said immediately after taking a quick look around. What a joke. It's come to this. If we retreat, what will happen to our losses? Another shouted angrily. Keep attacking. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't take a mere Pegasus Ranch. Then, just as the other was about to say something, a sudden, dying scream echoed from behind, startling the 4 men. Looking over, they realized that the Pegasus Ranch men had suddenly appeared behind them. If the screams hadn't alerted them, they would have been surrounded by the Pegasus Ranch's men without realizing it. How is this possible? Jiaotukaanli roared furiously. It looks like we're surrounded. Let's go. Just as Xiao Yinglong, who was crying out in despair, was about to speak, a vast expanse of flames suddenly appeared from both sides, as if a massive army had appeared on either side. This scene immediately caused panic among the bandits. After a moment's silence, Xiao Yinglong made an immediate decision and fled to the side with his men. Seeing Xiao Yinglong take the lead, the other 3 bandits immediately followed. Of the 4 bandits, Xiao Yinglong far surpassed the others in strength, wisdom, and influence. Therefore, in most cases, the bandits followed Xiao Yinglong as their leader. Seeing him flee, the others were naturally not foolish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Yinglong and the other 4 bandits, relying on their vast numbers and leading a dozen or so bandits, finally managed to escape the encirclement at Pegasus Ranch. However, before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, a continuous burst of air-piercing sounds sent the bandits falling one by one. Who dares to attack me? One of the 4 bandits shouted to the surrounding group. You 4 rats, do you even need a sneak attack? As they spoke, Shen Fei and Shi Qingxun emerged from the side. Shen Fei's left hand held a handful of broken stones. It was he who had just used the same finger-snapping technique to smite the bandits. Now, only the 4 bandits remained. Looks like I'm lucky today, having encountered such a beautiful woman here. Jiaotukaanli Maozao's expression changed immediately upon seeing Shi Qingxun. He looked her up and down greedily, then swung his dust whisk, ready to attack her. But then he let out a shrill scream as a steel spear pierced his chest. Mao Zedong lowered his head to look at the spear, then reluctantly turned back to see Xiao Yinglong attacking him. His expression was filled with confusion. He had never expected Xiao Yinglong to actually attack him. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Yinglong's sudden attack caused Feng Jianding and Xiangbadian to retreat, away from Xiao Yinglong, and both sides became wary of each other. The 4 bandits had little ties to each other, their alliance was driven solely by profit. Miss, Xiao Yinglong withdrew the steel spear that had pierced Mao Zedong's body. Without even glancing at Feng Jianding and Xiangbadian, he addressed Shi Qingxun respectfully. Uncle Xiao, long time no see. Shi Qingxun's eyes were filled with confusion upon seeing Xiao Yinglong. Originally, dealing with the 4 bandits was out of her league, but knowing one of them was Xiao Yinglong, she insisted on coming. Shi Qingxun and Xiao Yinglong have known each other for a long time. Strictly speaking, she met Xiao Yinglong when she was a child, and they were close back then. Did you see Shi Qingxun calling him Uncle Xiao? By then, Shi Qingxun had already turned over a new leaf. As Shi Qingxun's only disciple at the time, he naturally knew both Bizhuxin and Shi Qingxun. Don't underestimate Xiao Yinglong, as he might seem like a mere bandit. He was a disciple of the evil king Shi Qingxun, a member of the demonic sect. The 4 bandits' siege of Pegasus Ranch was entirely dependent on his cooperation. Without him, the other 3 might not have been willing to attack Pegasus Ranch. If it weren't for the unexpected death of Bizhuxin, Xiao Yinglong might have been Shi Qingxun's sole disciple, and Yang Zuoyan and Hao Zibei wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Yang Zuoyan and Hao Zibei were taken in by Shi Qingxun after Bizhuxin's incident, when he was experiencing a mental breakdown. He then trained two completely different personalities. Ugh! Just as Xiao Yinglong fell silent, two screams suddenly rang out. They were Fang Jianding and Xiang Badian, who had attempted to escape while Xiao Yinglong and Shi Qingxun were talking, only to be pierced through the forehead by Shen Fei's stone. Since you know each other, let's talk it out, Shen Fei said, walking off to the side. Xiao Yinglong had good luck. With Shi Qingxun by his side, he was sure to survive. This was a much better outcome than the original novel, where Su Xiaoling saved his life because of Shi Qingxun, but ultimately perished anyway. Alright, let's go. The battle over there should be over soon. Watching Xiao Yinglong leave, Shen Fei didn't ask Shi Qingxun what they had discussed, but instead led her towards Lu Miaozi. The battle at Pegasus Ranch had left 3 of the 4 major bandits dead. While Xiao Yinglong was still alive, he was unlikely to be abandoned anymore. Meanwhile, the majority of his men had been annihilated by Pegasus Ranch, making it unlikely that bandits of this magnitude would emerge again. Alright, everyone. Let's call it a day. When Shen Fei arrived at the battlefield between Lu Miaozi and Shuanglong, the situation for Shuanglong and Lu Miaozi was already precarious. Only Shang Xiuxin held the upper hand. Dan Mei and Wen Kating's martial arts, while not weak, were unfortunately primarily based on seductive magic and illusions, which were completely useless against Shang Xiuxin, a woman. Shang Peng and Shang He's abilities were also greatly diminished due to their advanced age. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.